Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, September 21st. It is 9 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues joining me here today. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're joined today as well by our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our clerk of the board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, as we have been for a good part of a year and a half now almost. And so you are viewing us out of one of two ways. You either are viewing us on the YouTube live stream or on the Cal EPA webcast, or you're here on the Zoom platform with us. If you are intending to comment on any of our items today, you need to be here on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the link at the top of today's agenda on our website, where you will fill out a form. And if you are having trouble with that, though, please do just email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov or Janine Townsend, our clerk of the board, and she can help get you here on the platform with us. While you're here, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. So with that, we can move on to our public forum, where any member of the public wishing to address the board on an item not pending before the board or otherwise can do so. And I believe we only have one public commenter this morning. Is that right, Ms. Townsend?
I am checking on our list coming in, but we only have one at this time. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I believe that's Nicholas Schneider from Mojave Water Agency.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. My name is Nicholas Schneider. I am the Senior Legislation and Conservation Manager for the Mojave Water Agency. And I'm here on behalf of our agency to request your assistance as the state board to a serious threat to our water supply and the safety of one of our most vulnerable populations. Our service area is located in the Mojave Desert of Southern California. We receive, on average, less than 6 inches of rainfall every year. We are a state water contractor, and we use our allocation to manage our local groundwater basin. Currently, our service area covers 4,900 square miles, and it is primarily made up of disadvantaged and or severely disadvantaged communities. Of our 4,900 square miles, about 80% of our landmass qualifies as disadvantaged, and approximately 30 to 50% of that also qualifies as severely disadvantaged. Within our service area, there are 33 small water systems, and many of our disadvantaged population are also on wells. The number of people that are directly affecting this illegal issue that I'll be bringing up today is over 100,000 people. So the reason I'm here and the reason I'm in front of you today and making this public comment is the exponential growth of illegal cannabis has threatened our water reliability, our water quality, the quality of life of our citizens, and it poses a physical danger as many of the grows are managed by cartels with armed guards. In addition to this, the perpetrators are using long outlawed pesticides and chemicals to further their operations that are going to affect our future water quality concerns. Furthermore, there is evidence of them tapping existing abandoned wells, stealing from household wells, paying homeowners for waters, siphoning water directly from the California aqueduct, as well as our surface Mojave River, excuse me. Through our efficient management of our agency, through efficient water management, our agency has positioned this arid region for sustainability. Now we face a serious threat in our water sustainability, and our most vulnerable community members are placed at serious risk. We must come together and develop a suite of solutions to provide solutions for our people and our precious water supply. So I come to you today as a state water board, trying to let you know of this problem that we're facing in our region and hoping that you can help us now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I know throughout the state, our board has been involved with locals that are dealing with similar issues with illegal grows. I think of the work up in the north as well. And I know and have been hearing that there are challenges even in Southern California and here in the high desert. And so please do connect with our Division of Drinking Water head, Darren Polhamus. I know our authorities can be pretty limited when it comes to theft from a water system. We don't have strong authorities when it comes to, or any real ones when it comes to enforcement against theft from a system. It's a property crime, as I understand, but we're here to engage, and we want to make sure we're being supportive of the local leadership as well that's been standing up and helping the state respond to a challenge here of illegal growth throughout this, the state. So thank you, Mr. Schneider. I appreciate your comment this morning, and let's continue to discuss. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair Esquivel, I just added another public forum. It would be Marina West.
Great. I see Ms. West here. Good morning, Ms. West.
Good morning, and thank you for your service to the Water Board, all of you members there. I last spoke on the subject in June. It's the same subject Mr. Schneider spoke of, but I wanted to report back that the Community Water Systems Alliance and our partners in the Mojave region had been engaged on this. We had a productive meeting with Water Board staff in I believe the cannabis unit, and we recognize Mr. McGuire's attention to our concerns as well. I'm here today to ask that the Water Board continue to engage in this issue in the high desert region. Our county has become more organized through Operation Hammer Strike, but as we all know, it is the water that attracts this beast. I'm here today to tell you that I accompanied Hammer Strike team during the raid of several sites in the Bighorn region. 50% were found to have a container of banned pesticide on site. This is what we consider a direct threat to our water quality, and I'm most concerned now about the preservation of the Mojave River. I think that is our greatest threat right now to water quality. I think the Water Board has authority here, and I think that the San Bernardino County has the enforcement teams ready to assist with those on-site investigations. And I'd like to think that these types of cooperative arrangements are already in play. But in advocating for this issue, I'm finding that there's a lot of education that's required and awareness before we can start to vet those solutions. So again, I thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter in the high desert, Southern California.
Thank you for your leadership, Ms. West, and for engaging us here. And glad, yes, that our folks are at the table and continuing to make sure that we're all, to your point, just aware of what are the authorities, what are the different ways the various state agencies, and not just the board, but all of us, really a whole of government approach to the response, and best understanding each other's space and then contributing to those solutions is exactly the work that needs to be done. And importantly, here at the local level, seeing a tremendous amount of leadership, and we're all too happy to make sure we're there and supportive of it. So thank you, Ms. West. Ms. Townsend, does that conclude public forum?
Yes, it does, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we will move on then to what is a very full agenda. We have, I think, all of nearly 20 items that we will get through over the next 2 days. Looking at my colleagues here, we can do this. So the first item is adoption of the meeting and consideration of meeting minutes from the August 17th and 18th board meeting. Are there any changes and or otherwise I would entertain a motion?
No changes. I'll move for adoption.
Thank you, board member. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Townsend, would you mind please calling the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. That allows us now to move on to item number 2, which is consideration of a proposed order prepared by our Administrative Hearings Office on a draft cease and desist order. Now let our esteemed colleagues at the Administrative Hearings Office lead the item here for us. Good morning, Mr. Lilly.
Let me there. Can you hear me and see me okay?
We can. It's good to see you.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office, which I for shorthand will refer to as AHO sometimes today. and I will be presenting this agenda item number 2. Next slide, please. This item is for the board's consideration of adopting a proposed order prepared by the AHO after a hearing that we conducted on a draft cease and desist order and administrative civil liability complaint prepared by the prosecution team against the respondent, Kevin Gonzalez. The prosecution team includes both members of staff from the Division of Water Rights Enforcement Section and attorneys from the board's Office of Enforcement. And again, just for shorthand, I sometimes will refer to the administrative civil liability complaint as the ACL complaint. Next slide, please. This slide is a copy of the inset in figure 1 of the proposed order, and it shows the general location of the area of interest today. The figure shows in the upper right-hand corner Lake McClure and New Exchequer Dam, which are on the Merced River after it flows out of Yosemite or downstream of Yosemite Valley. Highway 99 runs from Modesto in the upper left corner down to the city of Merced in the bottom center. The Gonzalez property is shown here in red in the center of the figure, and the red inset there is actually the more detailed depiction in figure 1, but we'll just go straight on to the next slide. So next slide, please. This slide shows both the watersheds of the Merced River and the watershed of Canal Creek, on which the respondent's property is located. This is a copy of figure 3 to the proposed order. The Merced River watershed is shown in yellow, and the inset map doesn't have a lot of detail, but it's a nice way of showing the relative sizes of the Merced River watershed in yellow, and then inside the little red box and in green is the Canal Creek watershed. So obviously the Merced River watershed is much bigger. It extends to the east into Yosemite National Park. Its highest elevations are over 10,000 feet, and it receives substantial amounts of water. Many of us are familiar with the waterfalls in Yosemite Valley and the other tributaries that all feed the Merced River. Canal Creek watershed is much smaller. Its maximum elevation is about 475 feet, and it does not receive any substantial natural flows of water during the summer irrigation season. Merced Irrigation District, which I will often refer to today as Merced ID, diverts the Merced River, upper right-hand corner, at the point depicted in the upper right-hand corner of this figure, into its main canal, which sort of runs through the center of the figure here. It releases a significant amount of water from the main canal into Canal Creek, and that's at the point where the first white box shown there, it says Canal Creek below power plant, and then also releases water from the canal into Edendale Creek, which is a little farther down the canal. Both of those creeks flow together upstream of Mr. Gonzalez's property, and then it's just Canal Creek from there on. Mr. Gonzalez's property is shown in red here on the left side of the figure near the center. And also of importance here is the Castle Dam project, which was constructed by the United States Army Corps of Engineers and is now operated by the Central Valley Flood Control Board. The box in sort of the center left of this figure, it says, a little hard to read, but it says Castle Dam Outlet. And then the flood control reservoir is upstream of that. From that dam, it goes upstream. And during times when the flood control reservoir is relatively full, the water can actually back up onto parts of Mr. Gonzalez's property, which is, again, is shown there in red. All right, next slide, please. All right, this figure is an enlargement of the central part of figure 2 from the proposed order. It shows the Gonzalez property in the left part of the figure and Canal Creek sort of meandering from the right side of the figure down through the center and exiting near the bottom on the left. Excuse me, I just have a beeper that I'm going to turn off. It'll go off. The almond orchards that are shown as orchards 1, 2, and 3 have a total area of about 29 acres. For many years, and through the beginning of 2015, Mr. Gonzalez received water from the Merced Irrigation District's Escaladian Canal through the lateral 7, which is shown in red here in the upper left portion of this figure. It goes across a neighbor's property and down to the bottom point, which is where it enters Mr. Gonzalez's property. Sometime in the early summer of 2015, Mr. Gonzalez's neighbor cut the pipe that's lateral 7, which terminated that water supply to Mr. Gonzalez's orchards. At that point, or soon thereafter, in about August of 2015, he began pumping water from the pump. It's called portable pond pump. It's shown sort of in the center of the below center, but basically in the center of the figure and down a little bit. There's a depiction of the portable pond pump, which pumped water from the Gonzalez pond, and he was able to pump it back up through his irrigation system to that same point where the lateral 7 water had come from. And that was what he used to obtain a water supply in the end of 2015 and then all of 2016 through 2019. From all the evidence we have in the record, and it is a little bit circumstantial, but there are some significant aerial satellite photos which are fairly useful. It appears that the Gonzalez pond, which is shown here kind of in the bottom center of this figure, was constructed by Mr. Gonzalez's father in 1995 for the purpose of simply obtaining a dirt supply for the berm that's now the top at the top of the north side of the Gonzalez pond. It doesn't really show very well on this figure, but that berm is 10 to 15 feet above the surrounding ground level and apparently was constructed to stop the water backing up behind Castle Dam from flooding Orchard 1. It does that at most elevations, although at super high elevations in Castle Dam, the water can overtop that berm. There are 2 pipes which are shown here in the bottom center, depicted in white, called Canal Creek berm pipes, which convey water back and forth between Canal Creek and the Gonzalez pond. The last thing of interest on this figure, in the top center running straight down, and then to our left on the figure, which is to the west and shown in yellow, is the Gonzalez lateral A. Mr. Gonzalez constructed that in early 2020. It receives water from the Escaladian Canal, Merced ID's Escaladian Canal. It's shown above this figure. It's shown in all of figure 2, but the cutoff here doesn't show most of that. But anyway, that allows him now to receive water from Merced Irrigation District again, so he no longer needs to pump from the Gonzalez pond anymore. We'll go to the next slide, please. So again, as I just mentioned, this slide summarizes the 3 historical water sources that Mr. Gonzalez used to irrigate these orchards. And of a particular note here, as noted in the second bullet point, Mr. Gonzalez did not have any legal authorization from Merced ID for his pumping of water from the pond from when it began in August 2015 through August 28 of 2017. On that date, Merced ID issued him a temporary permit, a pumping permit. So his pumping for the rest of 2017 and then all of 2018 and 2019 were authorized by that permit. And then, as I mentioned, in 2020, he started receiving the water through lateral A. Next slide, please. Getting to this proceeding, on November 16 of 2017, Merced ID filed a complaint with the State Water Board against Mr. Gonzalez, challenging his statement of water diversion and use, which had asserted he had riparian rights, and to confirm that the water in Canal Creek was placed there by Merced Irrigation District, and the respondent, Mr. Gonzalez, had no right to divert it either from the creek or the pond. The Division of Water Rights, just about 2 years later, the enforcement section issued a draft cease and desist order to Mr. Gonzalez, which would have required him to take the various actions that are listed here. We don't have any evidence in the record of the settlement discussions, and of course we normally would not, but it appears that there were some discussions between the enforcement section and Mr. Gonzalez, and after those were unsuccessful, the enforcement section issued the draft cease and desist order. Next slide, please. After the AHO issued its hearing notice, which was in about March of 2020, the Division of Water Rights Enforcement section added an administrative civil liability complaint to its enforcement action. And this slide just lists the salient points of that complaint, the number of days and the estimated amounts of diversions listed or alleged in the complaint are listed here. That complaint alleged that the maximum potential administrative civil liability against Mr. Gonzalez for the unauthorized diversions was $612,000 and recommended imposing $165,000 in ACL against him. Next slide, please. Mr. Gonzalez, the respondent, requested hearings on both the draft CDO and the ACL complaint. My office held hearings on those two documents in July and September of 2020, and we conducted a site visit in August of 2020. The prosecution team and the respondent participated in the hearing and the site visit. Merced Irrigation District had received notice and actually participated in the pre-hearing conference, but decided not to participate or did not participate in the hearing at all. After the hearing, the AHO prepared and circulated a draft proposed order to the parties for their comments. We also sent that to our LIRIS email list, which has several hundred addressees on it, including, I did check yesterday, 2 attorneys from Merced Irrigation District. The parties submitted comments on the draft proposed order, but Merced ID did not. We completed our final proposed order and formally transmitted it to the clerk of the board on July 14. The proposed order includes an attachment A after the figures, which summarizes the parties' comments on the draft proposed order and then discusses the AHO's responses to those comments. And that attachment A would, if the board adopts the order, in fact, become part of the final order. So next slide, please. The proposed order would on the cease and desist order part, would reject Mr. Gonzalez's arguments about floodwaters. He argued that he did not need a water right to divert the water that essentially was backed up onto his property from Castle Dam as floodwater. That's not consistent with California water law, and the proposed order would reject that. And it also rejects his argument that he has riparian rights that would authorize his diversions, primarily because during the irrigation season, there is no natural flow in Canal Creek, and all the water there is imported water, and riparian rights do not extend to imported water. The proposed order would conclude that the Gonzalez Pond, which, as I mentioned, was constructed in about 1995 by Mr. Gonzalez's father for a dirt supply, has become a natural condition for water right purposes. And this conclusion follows the California Supreme Court's decision in Chowchilla Farms versus Martin, and this board's decision D-1618, which concerned a water system in Lassen County. And just to go into a little more detail on that, attachment A to the proposed order on pages 2 and 3 discusses the 3 elements that the State Water Board stated in D-1618 that must be satisfied for a water body that was artificially created to now become a natural condition for water right purposes. And those elements are, number 1, the condition must be permanent in nature. Number 2, it must be long continued. And number 3, it has to have been acquiesced in by the other affected water users. The proposed order concludes that all 3 of these elements have been satisfied here. The pond occupies an excavated depression that has become permanent in nature. The pond has been there since 1995, which obviously is over 25 years, substantially longer than the statutory 5-year minimum period referenced in the Chowchilla Farms decision. And the primary water user who might be affected by the pond is Merced ID, and the proposed order concludes that Merced ID acquiesced in the pond. First of all, it did not object to the pond at all in the complaint it filed with the Water Board, and then did not participate in the AHO hearing or raise any objections there. So consistent with the conclusion that the pond has become a natural condition for water right purposes, The proposed order would direct Mr. Gonzalez to maintain the pipes I mentioned earlier that allow water to flow back and forth between the pond and the creek. So essentially, the pond becomes part of the creek channel. And that is subject to an exception if the Central Valley Flood Protection Board orders Mr. Gonzalez to take some other action regarding the pipes or that burn that the pipes are in. For flood control reasons, this order would defer to the board. And of course, if a court orders some other action in the pending litigation between Merced ID and Mr. Gonzalez, then the order would require the board to take appropriate follow-up action, specifically for Mr. Gonzalez to work with the Division of Water Rights Enforcement section to revise the compliance plan that the order requires him to prepare as necessary to comply with those orders. Obviously, we defer to the flood control board on flood control matters. We would, and to the court on the property law matters that are subject to the current disputes between Mr. Gonzalez and Merced ID. Okay, next slide, please. On the administrative civil liability conclusions, or part of the order, the proposed order contains a fairly detailed discussion of the factors that are listed in the water code and have been discussed in prior board orders regarding the appropriate amount of administrative civil liability in cases involving unauthorized diversions of water. Obviously, there's no algorithm or formula that can determine a precise dollar amount. Every case has its own specific facts. But we did spend quite a bit of time analyzing both the statutory factors and the board's prior orders. The proposed order would impose a total of $45,000 in ACL on the respondent, and consistent with board's past practice, this is split into two amounts. $25,000 would be due immediately. The other $20,000 would be suspended if the respondent, Mr. Gonzalez, complies with the CDO provisions that require immediate actions. The primary factors that support this large of an ACL amount here are, number one, Mr. Gonzalez' unauthorized diversions persisted for just over 2 years, and most of that was during a declared drought emergency. I don't know, I guess we all still remember we had a serious drought in 2014, 2015. The declaration extended into 2016. Of course, we're all very familiar with the current drought. So I think it's certainly a serious matter when somebody diverts any unauthorized diversion of water, but particularly during a declared drought emergency. And the other factor is both Mr. Gonzalez and his attorney really made some clearly incorrect factual allegations and legal arguments, both during their process, the investigation process with the Division of Water Rights Enforcement, or primarily, I should say, during the investigation and enforcement process with the Division of Water Rights Enforcement section, which significantly increased the time and energy the division needed to pursue this matter. And frankly, so that it was not able to be resolved. There are some factors also that militate against substantial ACL here. Most importantly, perhaps, both equally important, I'd say, Mr. Gonzalez ended up paying Merced ID a net amount of just under $155,000 for the water that was unauthorized, that he diverted without authorization. And Merced ID's fees for that normally would have been just under $9,000. And that's even with the drought rate of $225 an acre foot that Merced ID charged its customers in 2015. And this all is set out in the order. So this is a fairly unusual situation where the respondent has already made very substantial payments to the injured party. Often that's not the case. Normally that's not the case in unauthorized diversion situations. And the other primary factor that militates against substantial ACL here is respondent did take some very significant corrective actions, which is a statutory factor, before the AHO issued its notice of hearing. It obtained, as I mentioned before, a temporary pumping permit from Merced ID in the summer of 2017, and it constructed the new lateral A in 2020 before our notice of hearing. So those militate against substantial ACL. Weighing those factors, and we did the proposed order spent several pages discussing the factors and our weighing of them. And we believe that these amounts are consistent with the statements in the prior State Water Board's orders. So we'll go forward to the next slide. On the ACL amounts, the amount of $25,000 and $20,000 for a total of $45,000 is substantially lower than the Division of Water Rights Enforcement Section's recommended amount of $165,000. And that primarily is because, at least as alleged in the complaint, it appears that the Division of Water Rights Enforcement Section just did not have all of the information that came out at the hearing. I mean, that's why we have hearings. But through the hearing process, we were able to come up with much more refined estimates of the number of days of unauthorized diversions, the total amount of unauthorized pumping, the amounts that Mr. Gonzalez had paid to Merced ID before the hearing for the unauthorized diversions, and the corrective actions. None of this was really spelled out in the complaint. And I'm not criticizing the Division of Water Rights Enforcement Section. I think they just did not have that information. But with that information, our proposed order comes to a conclusion that a significantly lower ACL amount is appropriate. Next slide, please. We received a few, or I should say the clerk of the board received a few comments on the proposed order, and I'll just briefly discuss those. One was a memorandum from the Yvonne West, the head of the board's Office of Enforcement, which I'll refer to as OE in this. And I've summarized the key points in OE's memo here. The first argument is that the Chowchilla Farms decision and the board's decision D1618 do not support the proposed order because there was no community of water users that relied on the change in condition. And I'll just say I disagree with that argument because particularly decision 18 does not talk about a requirement of community reliance. It just talks about community acquiescence. And I'll just quote the one key sentence from decision 1618. It said, the board in that sentence said, because the course of Upper Cedar Creek and the dam, that was the dam that they concluded had become a permanent condition, are permanent in nature, are long continued, and have been acquiesced in by PG&E, that's Pacific Gas and Electric Company, and other water users on the Pitt River. Tule Lake Reservoir has the legal status of a natural lake. So again, the key is acquiescence by affected water users. This sentence does not talk about reliance on that. That may often be the case, or it may not be, but acquiescence is the key. And as I mentioned here, the proposed order concludes that Merced ID has acquiesced in the condition. It's the primary downstream water user. Its customers also are affected, and there was no indication that any of them objected to this condition or have objected to this condition either. Incidentally, in D1618, PG&E, which had powerhouses downstream on the Pitt River, did file a court challenge to a D1618, but the Lassen County Superior Court ruled in favor of the State Water Board and upheld that decision. So for these reasons, the proposed order's conclusion that the Gonzales Pond has become a natural condition is consistent with and supported by the board's decision 1618. There will be some maintenance of the pipes that allow the water to go back and forth between the pond and the creek, but that's similar to the maintenance requirement of the dam spillway involved in D1618 and does not change the conclusion that for water right purposes, the pond should be concluded to be a natural condition. OE's second argument is that the board should declare the order to be non-precedential because it has unique facts. The board very occasionally does this, but we disagree with the recommendation that that be done here. The facts of this case may be unusual, but I don't think they're unique. There may be other conditions in the state where they were created for purposes other than for beneficial uses of water, but now should be treated as natural conditions. And the order, I think, goes through a very clear analysis building on D1618 of when that's appropriate. The order also may be an important precedent for other reasons, both including the conclusion that there are no riparian rights or floodwater rights and regarding the amounts of ACL. So we recommend, we have spent a lot of time in the order. We think it's well reasoned and is appropriate as a board, the normal process where it would be a precedential order by the board. The third argument that OE makes is some proposed edits to footnote 30 in our attachment A, and that would clarify that the limitations on the natural condition conclusion apply when the condition was made for purposes other than any beneficial use of water. Our proposed order had said when they were made for irrigation purposes, and OE says, well, if it's for any beneficial use, then this natural condition conclusion should not apply. And we agree with that. And we have submitted change sheet number 1, which makes those edits. It's been posted with the board's agenda, and we recommend that the board include change sheet number 1, those changes, if it decides to adopt the proposed order. Next slide, please. Bear with me. I'm almost to the end. 2 more to go. Merced Irrigation District also submitted some comments on the proposed order. As I mentioned before, they received the hearing notice, participated in the pre-hearing conference, but then did not participate in the hearing and did not submit any legal arguments or any comments on the draft proposed order. But now its attorneys have submitted 2 letters with 9 pages of legal arguments and are asking the board to substantially rewrite the CDO portions of the proposed order. The first argument Merced ID makes is that the pipes that allow the water to flow back and forth are unauthorized and inconsistent with a settlement agreement between Mr. Gonzalez and Merced ID and their pending Superior Court action. And based on that, Merced ID is asking the board to amend the proposed order so it would require Mr. Gonzalez to remove those pipes. The AHO recommends that the board reject this request. This was not a request in their complaint. They never made these arguments during the hearing or submitted any evidence to support them. There's some relatively complex property law issues that are best resolved by the court. Frankly, we didn't address them. They weren't before us. They're not properly before us. We didn't have complete evidence. We had a surveyor's map, but it was not a final record or survey. So there's some question as to exactly where the property boundaries are and so forth. And that really is best left to the court to be resolved. We also we properly prepared the proposed order to defer to the Central Valley Flood Control Flood Protection Board. Division of Water Rights, its lead engineer testified there could be some significant risks of the berm failing if the water levels on the creek and the pond were significantly different, which could occur if the pipes were plugged. One could be up to 10 feet higher than the other, and that difference of hydrostatic pressure could cause the berm to fail, which obviously would have serious consequences. So we think for both water right purposes and to avoid that sort of flood issue risk, the proposed order properly would require Mr. Gonzalez to keep the pipes open. But of course, if the Flood Protection Board concludes otherwise, they are the experts in flood control, and the board can, through staff, can act appropriately. The second argument Merced ID makes is that it did not acquiesce in the construction of the pond. And as I said earlier, that we think that argument is not appropriate. They did not raise any concerns in either their complaint or the hearing process, and frankly, not until their comments on this proposed order. We think the proposed order properly treats that long silence as acquiescence. The last argument of Merced ID is that the requirement in the proposed order that Mr. Gonzalez file future supplemental statements of water diversions and use if he diverts water from the Gonzalez Pond or the Canal Creek under an agreement with Merced ID would be a reactivated riparian right. And that's just not correct. There's nothing in the order that says it would be a reactivated riparian right. It would require him to report them so they're in the board's ERIM system, but clearly as diversions under a contractual arrangement with Merced ID. So next slide, which is my last slide, please. Thank you. Last week, Mr. Gonzalez filed a short comment letter, which basically asked the board not to impose any ACL on him. And this argument, as I mentioned earlier, is supported by the fact that the total amount he has paid to Merced ID far exceeds the amount that Merced ID would have charged him for the unauthorized diversions at its water rates that were in effect during 2015 through 2017. And of course, by the fact that he took significant corrective actions. But this argument ignores the fact that there were unauthorized diversions of water during over 2 years, most of which was during a declared drought emergency. And of course, this board member makes the decision, but I think considering our present drought conditions, the board probably will want to and probably should send a message that there's going to be some consequence for any unauthorized diversion of water, regardless of whether or not the injured party is compensated for that or not. So for these reasons, we recommend that the board adopt the ACL amounts that are in the proposed order. The CDO proportion of the proposed order, as I previously said, would conclude that Mr. Gonzalez does not have any riparian rights or floodwater claims. We think that's certainly supported by California water law, and that he only may make diversions for irrigation in the future with written authorization from Merced ID, which is the source of the water in the creek during the summer. And as I said before, the amended statement of water diversions use would be consistent with that. And then finally, the conclusion that the Gonzales Pond is a natural condition, as I said earlier, is consistent with the Cal Supreme Court's Chowchilla Farms decision and consistent with and builds on this board's decision 1618. So both the CDO and the ACL portions of the order are solidly supported by the facts and the applicable laws and are consistent with and supported by the prior board decisions and orders. So for this reason, we recommend that the board adopt the proposed order with the changes in change sheet 1 and change sheet 2. I previously mentioned change sheet 1. Change sheet 2 would just simply make a minor correction. There was one citation to the administrative record where we had the wrong page number. So we would correct that as well. So with that, I will be glad to answer any questions from the board members.
First, a great note of thanks, Mr. Lilly. This work is in its diligence, and it's good, fair, and balanced, and dependence on the record here and prior precedent. It's just incredible work. I just have to thank you and can't thank you enough for your good leadership of the office during these times. I think of the scant time that we have to go through what are these very complex issues, and just really dependent upon and thankful for your leadership there in the office. I don't actually have any further question. I think in reading the complaint and the record, I feel very confident in the decision-making space here. I know we have a number of commenters here. We can go to them, but first would ask if there are any questions from my fellow board colleagues. Vice Chair.
I have a question, and it's really just, first of all, thank you, Mr. Lilly, for the excellent presentation and for the thorough work in the order and well-reasoned. I just have a question, and it's really more one of clarification on the issue of the natural course and the pond. The natural course does not in and of itself result in any water right. As you mentioned in the previous slides prior to the discussion about the natural water course and the pond, you had indicated that the respondent did not have any riparian rights during the season of diversion, and then also the permit would have to come through the Merced Irrigation District. Or that
is correct, yes.
The permit diversion, correct. Okay, so just clarify. Fine.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's absolutely correct. And I think the order is pretty clear on that, but I appreciate your clarification.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any further question or comment from my colleagues? Okay, I think first we have up on our list here Yvonne West from our Office of Enforcement. And Ms. West, it may have been a speak if needed, and if so, you can flag that as well. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. As mentioned in the previous presentation, I did submit a request for clarifying changes to the proposed order with the state board, and I am appearing before you to reassert that request and answer any questions that you may have. I am requesting that if adopted, if the state board moves forward with the adoption of the proposed order, that it do so only after limiting it to the unique facts at issue by including explicit language that the proposed order is non-precedential. I am making this request because of the finding that Mr. Gonzalez's pond is a natural condition. I believe this is an unnecessary finding that could result in unexplored and undesirable consequences for the State Board's water rights regulatory program. In my request for making the proposed order non-precedential should not be mistaken for supporting or even acquiescing to the proposed order's assertion that the artificial pond on Mr. Gonzalez's property should be treated as a natural water body. For the reasons discussed in my request and described in more detail in the prosecution team's comments on the draft order and closing brief, it is my opinion that existing case law and the State Board decisions do not support a finding that Gonzalez's pond should be treated as a natural water body. That finding is also unnecessary to reach, and in reaching that conclusion, the administrative hearing officer mischaracterizes the applicable law and advocates for an overly simplified three-part test for when an artificial body of water should be treated as natural for purposes of water rights. Such a finding here is not necessary to answer any of the key issues raised by the parties to this proceeding. It is not necessary in order to determine if the pond needed a permit when constructed because the proposed order specifically finds that the pond was not constructed to store water for a beneficial use and therefore not subject to State Board permitting jurisdiction. It's not necessary to authorize diversions from the pond under riparian right because the proposed order specifically finds that due to the unique circumstances surrounding Mr. Gonzalez's property, it has been severed from all riparian rights to Canal Creek. And it goes on to find that the diversion and use of water from the pond is a violation of 1052. It is not necessary to authorize future diversions from the pond or to resolve a clash of rights because the proposed order terms specifically prohibit any future diversion from the pond without authorization from Merced Irrigation District. It is not necessary to authorize the temporary detention of water in the pond or ongoing in-pond use because the proposed order finds specifically that there is no seasonal storage of water in the pond and renders all of those uses not subject to State Board permitting jurisdiction. It is also not necessary to allow the diversion pipes to remain in the berm that forms the pond because, as the AHO recognizes today in his presentation, there's important questions of property law and contract law at issue and appropriate for the court to decide. While the natural body finding is not necessary, it is dangerous. It is a dangerous expansion of an otherwise very limited doctrine, and it creates unnecessary uncertainty in California's water rights laws. The dangerous dicta in the proposed order suggests that riparian rights in an artificially constructed water body can be obtained for the sole benefit of an individual property owner, and that they would operate to preempt the state from asserting permitting jurisdiction or even waste and unreasonable use determination, if not limited to the specific facts at hand. This is a serious policy concern at a time when water scarcity due to unprecedented drought and climate change is one of California's greatest challenges. The State Board, in upholding D 1618, addressed arguments that the application of Chowchilla's doctrine and the natural water body doctrine would create uncertainty by explicitly limiting the findings of D 1618 to the narrow and unique circumstances at issue in that decision. Specifically, on page 20 of Water Rights Order 88-11, the board, in discussing a petition of D 1618, upheld that decision by finding that the rerouted creek was a natural condition by stating that the facts of that case were extremely unusual and, to our knowledge, unique. The board goes on to find it should not be expected that another case like this will arise or that the rights of water users downstream from the alleged tributary streams would be made any more uncertain by this decision. This is in direct conflict with the AHO's assertion that D 1618 be given a broad and expansive interpretation with only 3 required elements. Here, in this case, there are also unique circumstances at issue, and if the proposed order is adopted unmodified, those unique circumstances justify a finding that the decision is non-precedential, especially in relation to the natural water bodies doctrine. Specifically, the fact that the property at issue has been severed from riparian rights Without that fact, the proposed order suggests that an artificial water body can be declared natural for purposes of creating a riparian right as against the state, in direct conflict with well-established tenets that there is no prescription against the state, and it creates an unacceptable uncertainty in our water right structure. The AHO argues that there are no unique circumstances here and that the proposed order contains important conclusions that should be precedents. I would ask that the board understand exactly what those important conclusions are before voting to approve the proposed order, again, especially in relation to the natural water bodies issue. The proposed order suggests that we expand a very narrow and limited doctrine to convert a privately constructed pond that has been used by a private individual in violation of Water Code 1052 to a natural condition for purposes of water rights without conveying any water rights and without identifying any public benefit or beneficial water use to justify such a status. In conclusion, while I appreciate the AHO's hard work in this case and the agreement to the requested edits to attachment A footnote 30, that alone is not enough. And if the state board moves forward, I ask that the proposed order either be modified to remove the unnecessary natural body of water finding, or alternatively, that the state board proceed with adopting the proposed order with a minimum language, at a minimum language that would limit the proposed order to the unique facts at issue and state explicitly that the proposed order is non-precedential. And I did provide some example language for that purpose in my request. At this time, I'm available for any questions that the board may have, and I appreciate your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Ms. West. I appreciate your comments and your points here. I will just say myself, I'm still leaning towards supporting the Mr. Lilly and the Administrative Hearings Office here in their position, but I'll be thinking about this here, and I believe we have additional folks to listen to, and so thank you. But are there any questions from our fellow board colleagues for you? Okay, hearing none right now. Thank you again, Ms. West. Next, we'd like to call up Thomas Berliner.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Good morning, board members. This is Tom Berliner on behalf of the Merced Irrigation District. I think a little background here is appropriate because unfortunately, we do take issue with the proposed order from the Administrative Hearing Office. When MID discovered that there was illegal water use going on Mr. Gonzalez's property, we went out to the property and took a look and discovered the pond and subsequently discovered the pipes. At no point prior to that did we acquiesce to anything. That pond was not constructed for purposes of holding water. It was constructed for purposes of creating a berm, which unfortunately is on part of MID property and therefore in and of itself is an illegal trespass. The pipes are also located on MID property and therefore constitute an illegal trespass in an effort to take water out of Canal Creek. The water that's in the creek during the irrigation season is exclusively MID water that's being conveyed downstream to its customers. The only time that there's any natural flow in that creek, because the watershed is extremely limited in water production, is when there are fluke rains during the summer months. Otherwise, there's no water in there that MID did not put into that creek. When we discovered the situation, we tried to negotiate a solution with Mr. Gonzalez. And I'll point out that Mr. Gonzalez is a former board member and therefore well acquainted with the penalty provisions that MID has, which in fact were adopted during the time that Mr. Gonzalez was a board member and he voted in favor of them. So this is not a question of somebody being unaware of the liability that they potentially get for taking water from MID. And we think that it's a very, very dangerous precedent to allow somebody to go forward with taking water and then essentially being entitled to have their illegal conveyance system remain and obligate MID for the burden of having these pipes on its property, unclear about the stability of the berm that they go through, and potentially exposing the district to massive difficulties in serving its customers in Canal Creek for a period of time should that berm fail. Long story short, we reached a settlement with Mr. Gonzalez regarding the lawsuit that was filed against him. In that settlement, he agrees to a number of things that have been now contradicted by the AHO. And the AHO had that settlement in evidence. In fact, it was submitted by Mr. Gonzalez. The settlement requires the removal of the pipes. The settlement allows the pond to stay. The settlement reduces the amount of fine that Mr. Gonzalez was subject to, provided that he installed the lateral that you saw earlier in order to properly irrigate his property from MID's lateral. There has been no point at which MID has been interested in any manner whatsoever of having the pond converted into anything other than an incidental holder of water, when during rare times that Canal Creek is so backed up that it does come on to that property and deposit some amount of water in the pond. By the way, I would just add the Corps has essentially a flood easement on that property because of that situation. In addition, in the stipulation that was filed, Mr. Gonzalez is required to withdraw his statements of diversion and use from the water board. And we find no reason why a customer of MID should have to file a statement of diversion and use when it receives water deliveries from MID. Mr. Gonzalez is not the only customer along Canal Creek, and we think this is a dangerous precedent to have somebody submitting statements of diversion and use as if there's a water right to which they are entitled to a non-riparian pond utilizing water that's delivered by a water district to that property for purposes of irrigation. And at this point, we do not have an intent to serve Mr. Gonzalez from Canal Creek because he's now properly connected to the district with an ability to receive water from the Edendale lateral. In addition, we have other customers along Canal Creek, and we certainly don't want there to be some sort of sense that they've established or can establish a water right to water coming from the creek by filing statements of diversion and use merely for receiving what all customers in the district receive during the irrigation season, assuming there's water available, which is irrigation water. That does not create a water right in any customer. And so this appearance of a water right at the board is very misleading by requiring the filing of these statements of diversion and use. It also flies in the face of a stipulation in court that Mr. Gonzalez has already agreed to remove those statements. In addition, that stipulation requires the removal of the pipes and at MID's direction so that we can get on the property and ensure the stability of the bank. I would also point out that while the penalties in this case were substantial, MID reduced the amount of penalty by $50,000 in order to cover basically an amount that Mr. Gonzalez might have to incur in order to install the irrigation facilities on his property. So let me go through the various issues that are raised by the AHO decision. First, with respect to filing comments, there were two rounds of comments before the AHO. The first occurred in, I believe, July, and we were advised by the water board that that round of comments was for parties only. Pursuant to the stipulation, MID agreed not to be a party in the proceeding because it was obviously opposed to the diversions by Mr. Gonzalez. And we had a stipulation, so there was really no need, and we did not anticipate that the AHO would issue some sort of order that would fly in the face of the stipulated settlement. We already had the illegal diverter agree to take certain actions that were not inconsistent with water rights or board precedent. Perhaps that was a mistake we made in assuming that there would not be a contradictory situation at the water board. We expected Mr. Gonzalez to live up to his stipulation, and we were surprised when the board took essentially on itself, or not the board, the AHO took upon itself to issue a proposed order that contradicted the stipulation, in as much as the diverter had already agreed to those terms. Again, I want to reiterate, the Gonzalez property is not riparian to Canal Creek. So we find ourselves now with a situation where if the proposed order is adopted, a pond that was never constructed for purposes of beneficial use is essentially going to become riparian to the creek as a result of what we believe is a serious misreading of the holding in the Chowchilla case. And with respect to the comments that were submitted earlier from the Office of Enforcement, we agree with those comments. Chowchilla does set forth essentially a rule that I think is important to get on the record, and which does indicate that the interpretation by the Office of Enforcement is correct. And the court said, and pardon me, but I'm just going to read this a couple of sentences into the record. And this is found at Chowchilla Farms versus Martin, 1933, 219, California Supreme Court, page 1. At page 17, the court stated, where the creator of the artificial condition intended it to be permanent, and a community of landowners or water users has been allowed to adjust itself to the presence and existence of the artificial watercourse or other artificial condition, acting beyond the supposition of its continuance. And this has proceeded for a long time beyond the prescriptive period. The new condition will be regarded as though it were a natural one, its artificial origin being then disregarded by the law as it has been by the community. Well, I think it's pretty obvious that the conditions set forth by the California Supreme Court in this case are not present here. First of all, this was not intended to be a permanent structure for the purpose of making beneficial use of water. And while it might have been a permanent depression in the ground because of the use of the soil to construct the berm, it was not intended to be a permanent provision on land for the purpose of storing water, which it's now doing. In addition, there's no community of landowners. To suggest that MID has acquiesced by non-action, supposed non-action, it was rather lack of knowledge, but supposed non-action flies in the face of California law that says that public agencies are to acquiesce only by its actions. And we believe that the interpretation of those actions by the AHO are incorrect. And in addition, this Chowchilla case discusses the prescriptive period. There is no prescriptive period against MID, just like there's no prescriptive period against the state water board or the state regarding water supplies. I have a few more points just to make clear, and then I'll conclude. With respect to the pipeline, the pipes that run between the pond and the canal, this presents a serious, I want to reiterate, this presents a serious threat because we MID have no control over the integrity of those pipes, over the integrity of that berm because of the pipes. We don't want to have to monitor Mr. Gonzalez's maintenance of those pipes. And in our view, those pipes should be removed to allow the pond to fill or not fill as appropriate, incidentally, as it was intended from the beginning. In addition, we think, as I said before, the water rights filing should be withdrawn rather than rendered inactive because it's very misleading and a bad precedent. And finally, there is no public use of this pond. It's exclusively a private use of Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Berliner. We'll move on to Kevin Gonzalez here. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Joaquin, Board Chairman. Thank you to the AHO Department for giving us our constitutional rights of due process. I'm saddened and appalled that Thomas Berliner, who's been my attorney when I was a board member and also an opponent, for them to try to mislead you in one letter to disregard the 40 hours of hearing that we've already presented our case. I think I could probably go over each one of his elements of a violation and discredit them. MID has known about the pond forever. It's part of the Castle Dam project, and the operation and maintenance manual is my property. My property is 108 E1. It's 107. I think I have 4. If you want to look back at the evidence, I don't know that. Mr. Chair, is this actually retrying the case right now?
No, we are simply here to affirm and or otherwise give direction otherwise to the Administrative Hearings Office. And so that we are not fully retrying the issues here, but it's a last moment for comment.
Okay, because it would be difficult for me. I'm not an attorney to go back over each element that I submitted because it was me that brought the evidence in, and it is all an evidentiary in the case. And I do have to say thank you to Mr. Lilly because he did listen. He did follow my constitutional rights. I did present my permanent easement of 108 E1. You know, I don't think we even had to be here because on my deed of 3 different properties that I purchased, each one of them have an easement, but only one of them has a permanent easement. It's forever and ever, amen. It's in the operation and maintenance manual of the Castle Dam project. It's listed as 108 E1. They knew about it. They've known about it because I had my opponent, who was also a board member. I've had him out asking for help since 1995. They all walked the property. They're being untruthful to you and misleading. And to retry the case, I'm actually sickened a little bit at hearing the words come out of their mouth. And I would like to ask Ms. West how she came up with her conclusions, because what I'm seeing is that possibly Ms. West communicated with Thomas Berliner's company and Dwayne Morris' company outside me being able to actually defend myself. And that's a constitutional violation. Is I don't think I need to defend myself right now. When we went through 40 hours, praise God that Mr. Lilly took the time to not just shut me down in 5 minutes like they did at MID. MID committed fraud and extortion, and it's not the right place to even discuss that right now, but I'm saddened by that. Thomas Marliner, he's being misleading. He just discovered it during the election day. I'm glad they discovered it then. I'm glad that they shamed me and tried to discredit me because I didn't want to sit on that board anymore. Anyways, it was horrible. Yes, they did submit. They interjected in the case and they knew it was a violation of our settlement agreement, so they withdrew. It's not on their property. Nothing is on their property. They have an easement that passes over, like water on a roadways, can pass over property, but they actually don't own my property. Now, in order to retry it, we'd have to go back to another case, and I don't think we need to. They have an easement. They don't have ownership of my land. Their exclusive right is not true. And it's false and misleading. That property has the right, not me, right? Correct, I should say. They discovered this violation during an election, right? They slandered me in the paper. They overcharged me over 5 times more than the water that I even purchased. They wouldn't give me a hearing. So their discovery date is a lie. Sorry to have to use the word. The Valley Flood Protection Board's already been out, already talked to them. They've already inspected it. It's already permitted. No, what they're trying to avoid and mislead you is there's permits for the berm. There's permits for the pond because it is 108E1 in the operations manual. It supersedes, it's part of the Water Code 12667, in fact. So I don't even know why we're here. The AHO submitted in July, the settlement case. I'm the one that presented the settlement case. I was strong-armed and forced into a settlement, okay? That's coercion. I was coerced into a settlement, but that's not even for this court case to be heard in front of your board. It's actually separate, I think. I'm not an attorney, but I spent a long time, 40 hours trying to present my case, and now essentially in 5 minutes, they're trying to reverse the order. Due process is important, so thank you for letting us be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I'm particularly, and so I appreciate some of your points. A lot of some of your points are outside of this actual case and jurisdiction. I will just flag that I have enough concern around the interpretation of Chowchilla here, and I don't know if we're going to have enough time to resolve it fully here in closed session, and so would flag maybe my willingness to postpone further consideration here until we've had time to unpack a little further legally the implications of Chowchilla. The points that the Office of Enforcement made here, Ms. West, I think are for me of concern enough that I may be wanting to delay a decision here, but looking to my other board members. And Mr. Gonzalez, is there anything further that you'd like to say?
I'd like you to accept the AHO's order, but reduce the fine down to nothing. I've paid enough. My family's been harmed. It's time to set this to rest. And I think he was correct in his decision.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I appreciate that. I know we have one more speaker here, John Prager. Mr. Prager, are you wishing to speak, or is it speak if necessary?
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is John Prager. I'm an attorney with the Office of Enforcement, and I represent the Division of Water Rights. I'm sorry, can you
We can, yeah,
see and hear me? Great. Yeah. The Division of Water Rights prosecution team in this matter. The prosecution team submitted extensive briefing at the close of the enforcement hearing, as well as comments on the draft proposed order. Both those documents are part of the administrative record, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have about them.
Thank you. Fellow board colleagues, how are you feeling on this item?
Chair, I agree with what's giving you pause on the Chowchilla case. I think I would like to just read through the case, take a look at the letters again, but also the other area that I want to drill down a little bit more on is the reporting of the diversion and any confusion on reporting that we have for water rights. And I understand Mr. Lilly's statement that it's not creating a right, but reporting the diversion as to someone that's diverting water coming from an irrigation district that supplies thousands of others, just concerned about any confusion. So I'd like to take a look at that as well.
Yeah, that's very nice, Chair.
I just want to concur. I agree. I'm not so concerned with the overall arching conclusions as it relates to the parties here. I think that it sounds like the proceeding was fair and very reasoned, and I appreciate Mr. Lilly's conclusions there. But it's truly the precedent that I'm most concerned about. And so I was going to recommend the same in pulling this from the agenda today. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other board colleagues, thoughts, questions? And then otherwise, we'll postpone a vote here, have time to rebrief and circle back. I agree with Board Member McGuire. I don't find trouble here with the rationale and good diligence of the office, but I think we're needing to unpack a little more the precedential. And we could proceed and saying as recommended, just not making the order precedential. But I think to Vice Chair's questions as well, there's more that we're needing to unpack here. So we'll hold off on this vote for now. Mr. Lawfer.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just wanted to make a couple house cleaning matters clear. While the board does have authority for closed session today, it's certainly the board's prerogative to go ahead and delay consideration of this item so the members can more closely consider the Chowchilla decision. Just to be clear, because I know it was an issue raised by the respondent here, the hearing is closed. The board has received multiple rounds of comments on the draft order. So at this point, I would, unless the board wishes to open things up, I want to make it clear for all the parties and interested persons that the record is closed in terms of written submissions. The other thing, just to provide some additional clarity, the respondent had expressed some concern about and drew an inference that perhaps the Office of Enforcement Director Yvonne West had been communicating with the Merced Irrigation District Council in this case. And just to be clear, Ms. West is serving as part of the prosecution team, is not part of the advisors to the board, which of course are walled off and not advising or conferring with the board members or the AHO on this office. And so to the extent that he has any concerns about that, it's not a due process issue for purposes of this particular proceeding because the board is sitting as the ultimate decision maker here. And the AHO is the hearing office that is walled off, separated from the Office of Enforcement. And whatever communications are going on outside by the enforcement team at the Division of Water Rights or the Office of Enforcement with other parties, including potentially with the respondent, do not raise those due process issues.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. If I don't see nothing further than from my colleagues, we'll just leave it at then. Mr. Gonzalez, are you? Yes. You should be allowed to unmute here.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't see you now. MID is good. They're crafty.
Mr. Gonzalez, I apologize. I do want to provide you space here, but I think at this point, the board has decided to postpone. We'll have further discussion and appreciate your time this morning.
Okay, the board members were all notified ahead of time, including Ms. West, an email. I have a list of that. So by MID, I'd just like to have due process where I get to comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Again, we'll be postponing a vote on this item here and having further discussion. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair Esquivel, I will point out that Mr. Berliner has also raised his hand.
Okay, I did not see that. Thank you. Mr. Berliner, did you have one last comment here?
Just briefly, point of clarification. We had no interaction with Ms. West or the Office of Enforcement on this proceeding.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that concludes again, we'll postpone here item number 2 and have further then discussion. And thank everyone for their patience, and the administrating hearing office here. Again, good work, but just going to need a bit more discussion. That brings us now to our tranche of informational items, and I want to thank everyone for their patience for allowing us to get through that item so that we can now have what I know is a very critical conversation here before the board. As many of you know, who have been following throughout this summer, we've used this standing drought update to get a discussion here amongst us to understand what the work we're doing on the drinking water side is, the water rights side, the communities we're working in, and additionally have updates from the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project and our state and federal partners, because it certainly is requiring us, the circumstances we face, to be incredibly collaborative. And I just want to thank then the directors here for joining us today for this drought update. We'll have a quick update from our folks here in the program in water rights, a sort of table setting, and then really hand it off here to Director Namath from the State Water Project, Director Conant from Regional Director from Department of Interior's Bureau of Reclamation. And we'll go into some of the details as to what we're looking at for next year, how we're anticipating continued dry conditions, and importantly, the work that we're all needing to do collectively together in order to best prepare for a worst case scenario and ensure that we have the right collaboration and coordination going on to adapt as the water year unfolds and we have to then respond to shifting circumstances. But importantly, preparing here for what we need to anticipate to be continued dry conditions. So with that, I'll kick it off first here to Eric Ekdahl. And again, just want to thank Director Namath and Director Conant. After they give their presentation, we also have here the California Fish and Wildlife Director, Chuck Bonham. We also have the Regional Director for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Paul Souza, and NOAA's Fisheries Regional Director, Barry Tom, to also provide context for the work that their agencies are doing. And just thank everyone for this opportunity to have continued discussion and collaboration. So with that, I'll kick it off to Mr. Ekdahl.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. As you've provided a pretty rigorous introduction and overview there, this is a combination of the drought update as well as some general hydrology for the Bay Delta and other parts of California as well. Before we go any further, next slide, please. We'll just do a quick overview of the outline of the presentation. We will do some watershed specific hydrologic and drought updates. With specific focus on the Bay Delta hydrology. Board staff will provide that presentation. And then we'll turn it over to Director Namath and Mr. Conant, and they will provide an update on kind of longer term conditions and scenarios for the upcoming water year, at which point they'll hand it back to division staff and we'll talk about some of the other watersheds in California where there are ongoing drought actions taking place, including Mill and Deer Creek, Russian River, Scott and Shasta Rivers, and then a very short enforcement update with some forecasting of a future enforcement information item at potentially another board meeting in the future. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Laird, who will provide the Bay Delta hydrology, and we can go to the next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
And good morning.
Excellent. My name is Jeff Laird, and I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights Bay Delta Sacramento unit. I'll be providing an update on the Bay Delta hydrology, including water year precipitation totals, reservoir conditions, drought status, and the near-term meteorological forecast. So we're starting with this slide, which is the precipitation in the Central Valley's watershed. This slide in particular is the Northern Sierra Precipitation 8-Station Index. That's the accumulated precipitation for the 2021 water year in the blue line right there. And despite a small amount of rain over the weekend, which was about 1/3 of an inch total, things have stayed relatively constant since earlier this spring. So the total for this water year is about 24 inches, which is about 46% of average. Next slide, please. We have a similar situation in the Central Sierra. We've had a very minimal amount of rain since our last update, and our total for this water year is 18.8 inches, or about 47% of average. Next slide, please. And in the Southern Sierra, in the Tulare Basin, there's been a total accumulated amount of precipitation just under 10 inches, and this is about 34% of the average for this state historically. Next slide, please. This map is something new that we're presenting. This map shows where we were this summer in terms of the temperature exceedance in the Western United States. The dark red areas on the map are regions in which the average June through August temperatures were the hottest on record. So as you can see, that covers most of Northern California and the Sierra, and a big swath of the Western United States. So again, the red area there having the hottest or warmest recorded summer on record. Next slide, please. This is the drought monitor for California as of September 7th. At the beginning of September, more than 45% of the state was in a condition of exceptional drought, which is the most drastic categorization, and almost 90% of the state was in extreme drought. Next slide, please. These dry conditions are not just present in California. Almost the entirety of the Colorado River Basin is also experiencing conditions that are abnormally dry or drier. More than 90% of the basin is experiencing moderate drought, and upwards of 70% of the basin is experiencing conditions of severe to exceptional drought. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of conditions for selected water supply reservoirs around California. Statewide, most reservoirs are well below historic averages, with some approaching the lowest levels since 1977, at the end of the driest year on record. With the exception of a few reservoirs, state and federal project reservoir levels are below half of what they've been historically at this time of year. And the largest levels, or the largest reservoirs, we'll talk a little bit more in detail in the next few slides. Next slide, please. In general, these figures show the storage over a water year for the current year and previous relevant years. The current water year, 2021, is shown as the dark blue line. The driest two years on record are shown as red lines, while the wettest years are shown in green. Last year's water storage is shown as the black line, and the historic average for the period of record is the light blue shaded area. Shasta storage is currently at about 1.14 million acre feet, or 41% of the historic average, which is lower than the 2015 storage for this time, and is approaching the end of September storage for the driest year on record. Next slide, please. Down at Lake Oroville, storage is at historically low levels, under 790,000 acre feet. This is 22% of total capacity and 35% of the historical average. Next slide, please. On the American River, the current Folsom storage is at 24% of total capacity, which is 40% of the historical average. Next slide, please. New Melones is holding about 865,000 acre feet, which is 63% of the historical average. Next slide. South and across the valley at San Luis Reservoir, storage is trending similar to water year 2015 at 12% of capacity and about 28% of the historical average. Next slide. Just to cover a couple of other reservoirs, for Cachuma Reservoir, we're at about 51% total capacity. Diamond Valley Lake is about 77% of capacity. And again, San Luis about 12% of capacity and 28% of historical average. Next slide. This map from NOAA represents the likelihood of the current drought conditions in the US continuing, that's in the brown there, improving or being removed entirely, meaning things would get wetter, and that's in the gray and green respectively, or the likelihood of drought conditions developing, which is in yellow. This current outlook for the period of September through November indicates drought conditions in California will likely persist. Next slide. Next, I'm going to show two significant components of the drought outlook. First, we'll look at the temperature outlook for the month of October. This map is another national scale map that shows the likely temperature in a region compared to that region's historical average for the upcoming month. Based on these projections, much of California could experience warmer than normal temperatures for the month of October. Next slide, please. Looking at the precipitation outlook in the same terms, most of California will experience a more or less normal October, which historically has not brought a lot of rain. Next slide, please. And lastly, an update on Term 91. Permit and license holders with Term 91 as a condition of their water right must cease diversions when the State Water Board issues notice that Term 91 diversion limitations are in effect. Term 91 is considered in effect when the delta is declared to be in a balanced condition and when natural flow is no longer sufficient to meet water quality and flow requirements and other in-basin demands. On this graph, when the delta flows available, that's the blue line, are not sufficient to meet water quality objectives, the line will be above zero in the red area. Term 91 is currently still in effect, and an update on other delta curtailments will be presented later in this presentation. Thank you. And I know I moved pretty quickly, so I'd like to open this up to receive any questions from board members.
Looking, I don't see there are any, and just thank you, Mr. Laird. Really appreciate the context setting here, and would kick it over, I think, to Mr. Echdahl, or I think we can actually go to our directors here, and we'll just again thank incredibly Director Namath and Director Conant here for joining us today. What has made the difference this entire summer has been the collaboration between our agencies and the continued need to see the same system and continue to respond in kind. And so thank you here for being here and presenting here to us what we're needing to expect for next year and what we've seen this last. So just thank you.
Okay, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the ability to appear before you at really the right time for drought planning. I'm joined by my colleague, Reclamation Regional Director Ernest Conant, and then as the board chair mentioned, we have our colleagues from the biological agencies with us today too to answer any questions. Director Conant and I are going to go through a PowerPoint. It's about 20 slides, and it really picks up on where the last presentation left off, which is, so, what do we do with this information as operators of the state and federal water project? What do we do at the start of a third water year when we saw such challenging conditions develop over a very brief period of time, really less than 6 months when you think about April 1st to September 21st. So next slide, please. Just key takeaways from the presentation. Spring of 21 was the warmest and driest on record. These extreme warm events are becoming more and more common. Soils are dry, runoff is low, and storage is low. This new normal is going to require conservative planning and aggressive multi-agency action really starting right now. Next slide, please. We're going to do a very quick overview of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, how and where water is moved across the state. It may feel a little bit remedial, but I actually think it's important to remind ourselves about, you know, what goes where, because when we're heading into something that is so with such limited conservation storage, carryover storage, and is so bone dry, we really do need to focus our attention on how the system is working. Then we're going to go into a 2021 water year recap. There'll be a little bit more information that was just presented to you relative to the hydrology, but also what happened with the projects and certain decisions that we made, and then head into what our proactive drought response framework is in planning for a dry 2022. For me, there's really two things that are coming into play, and it's at or near record low storage in the project's three main reservoirs, Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom. And this concept that we have these known unknowns in the system that are climate induced impacts that are layering on top of hydrology and creating different kinds of challenges than we've ever experienced before. Those two realities are really driving our drought response framework heading into this water year type. Next slide, please. So I'm now going to hand it over to Regional Director Conant for the next couple of overview slides. Over to you, Mr. Conant.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Pleased to be here and participate in this presentation. So here we, just for, again, general information, we have an overview of the service areas of the State Water Project and the CVP. And as previously indicated, the three major reservoirs that we are focused on that principally contribute to outflow requirements. Of course, other major reservoirs for the CVP are the Trinity, New Maloney's, and Millerton, and 45% of San Luis Reservoir. And for the State Water Project, of course, there's the San Luis Reservoir and several Southern California reservoirs, all of which play part in an integrated system of the two projects. But for these purposes, we're focused principally on Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom. Next slide. So this is an overview of our settlement and exchange contracts that the two projects have. These contracts were entered into many decades ago with prior water right holders, in part to help secure permits from the Water Board. I'm going to summarize quickly the provisions of our contracts, and then Director Namath will summarize those applicable to the state project. So for the CVP, we have the Sacramento River contractors. There's about 131 of them, and they accumulate to just short of 2.1 million acre feet. And we have the San Joaquin River exchange contractors shown down below here, with an entitlement of 840,000 acre feet. Those amounts are subject to shortage provisions, which are keyed off of what we refer to as a Shasta critical year. And a Shasta critical year is defined in those contracts as a year in which the projected inflow to Shasta Reservoir is less than 3.2 million acre feet. That 3.2 number increases during drought periods. So this year was 3.9. Next year, we expect it to be 4.0, approximately 4 million acre feet. So when there's a shortage, those contracts are shorted 75 or shorted 25%. So for a total of 75% that they're entitled to take under their contracts. The determination of whether it's a Shasta critical year is made per those contracts as of February 15th. But that number can change over time if conditions change. So as an example, in 2020, we had the unusual condition where it went back and forth between being a critical or non-critical year and ended up as a non-critical year. And I would also note that these shortage provisions, the 25% cut, apply equally to we have contracts with 19 federal and state refuges. Those shortages apply also to their level 2 supplies. So that's a quick summary of provisions applicable to the CVP settlement and exchange contracts. And Director Namath will now summarize those applicable to the state water project settlement contracts.
Thank you, Director Conant. So as you all are familiar with, the State Water Project has our settlement contractors on the Feather River, slightly different ways to go about dealing with drought and dry conditions. Their maximum amount is 955,000 acre feet. For the State Water Project, we enter into drought conditions based on an April 1 forecast. So that's our Bulletin 120 forecast. And essentially, based on that cumulative runoff at that point in time, the feather contracts can be reduced by 50%. And then over a 7-year period, essentially a total of 955 can be cut over a 7-year period. So for example, this past year, we did cut to 50%. If we entered, if this year, in all likelihood is another dry year and we cut 50%, then by contract, that's the extent of what we can cut in a 7-year period. We also have another contract with the North Delta Water Agency down in the Delta, which is just fundamentally different. It's really about a water quality objective in the Delta. And so that was not triggered this year. There are 3 water quality criteria that need to be triggered by drought. And if that does in fact happen where we cannot meet those water quality obligations, then the State Water Project financially compensates the North Delta Water Agency for that water quality degradation. That contract is about 400,000 acre feet. So this is all, I think, fairly important given where we are relative to dry conditions in the system, relative to uncertainties moving forward. And I'll hand it back over to you, Director Conant.
Well, thank you. So next slide. So here we're illustrating, the water availability and the obligations of the 2 projects collectively. So as you can see, the runoff from Northern California is extremely variable, from 5 million acre feet to 38 million acre feet. And then we show on this chart the water right obligations, and they vary between a wet condition and a dry condition when the shortage provisions kick in. Those are the kind of yellow bars on top and the 2 bar charts to the right. And then below that, we show the average delta standards and the large amount of water that is needed just to maintain salinity control, among other standards. What's not shown here is any additional ESA obligations, nor do we show allocations being made to the CVP and SWP water service contractors. But what is illustrated by this chart is that in wet conditions, we can fully meet the project obligations. But in dry years, we need to supplement with project storage in order to meet those obligations. And in dry years like 2021, it may not be sufficient. It's very challenging. So next slide. This is the slide that Jeff showed you just a moment ago that you've seen many times. let's go to and as you can see here, again, 2020 is in the top 10 driest years of record. 2021 was even drier. And if you look at the 2 years inflow for 2020 and 2021 water years, it's the second lowest of record after 76, 77. The next slide is just a different look at kind of the same information. Go to the next slide, please. This is showing a longer period of history, approximately 100 years. And as you can see again, 2020 in the lowest 10% of years in terms of precipitation. And then you see 21, 77, and 24 as kind of outliers. So hopefully we don't have another 21 for at least another 44 years, but we certainly cannot plan on that. So back to you, Director Namath.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And here's one reason why we can't plan on that is, as all of you know, a lot of our planning for the projects is based on the previous, 82 years of hydrology, certainly for the Department of Water Resources with our CalSim. And I think, one of the big things that we learned this year was there are other conditions that are affecting how hydrology translates into water supply. So I've got a couple of slides on, and so those to me are the known unknowns, where we know these things are happening, but we don't fully understand how they will affect the translation of precipitation into runoff into rivers and streams. So I think this slide is pretty interesting. This is from the department's forecasting center. And what you see here, this is rising minimum temperatures. So we saw that previous slide in Jeff's presentation about sort of overall warm temperatures. But what's also happening is the minimum temperatures are rising. And what I think is interesting about this is we've experienced these extremes before. You can see it looks like it was probably 1934. Then we had another 50 years before we experienced another extreme like that. And then we had suddenly starting in 92, you see those rising minimum temperatures become more episodic. And then really in the last decade plus, that we move from episodic to really common. So we're really moving up. The background trend is exceptional conditions becoming episodic conditions, becoming actually common conditions. Next slide, please. And so this is another way of looking at that. And so these slides show a picture about how dry conditions combine with hot conditions. So in 77, we were in extreme drought. And you can see what these charts show is the amount of moisture and water that the atmosphere takes out of our environment. And you can see when we were in extreme drought in the 70s, the pattern that emerged there. Then in 2014, where we had extreme drought and heat, you can start to see areas in which things are drying out a little bit more. Certainly in the sort of the foothill area of the Sierra. And then you take a look at 2021, extreme drought and even hotter, you can really see that sort of band of orange really in these areas that are so important to how we manage the state and federal projects. So just another look about how much I think climate is affecting precipitation in ways that while we don't fully understand, we need to be planning for. Next slide, please. This one tells a very similar story, but in a different way. The thing I want to point out here is in terms of runoff, 77, we had a lot less precipitation actually than we did this year. Yet our runoff was close to the same. And that in effect is the effect of these dry conditions, where we can now have significantly more precipitation, but given the hotter temperatures, it translates into runoffs that are much, much worse than we anticipated. Next slide, please. So that's effectively what happened this year. We had runoff much, much less than what we had anticipated. We had a pretty decent snowpack. We knew we were in dry conditions on April 1st, but we had a significant snowpack. And then we really saw that snowpack really melt in almost record time and generate much less runoff into rivers and streams and reservoirs than we had been planning for. So this just shows essentially our total. We started at the end of water year 2020 with about 4.2 million acre feet. And then our projected end of year storage for this year is 1.9 million acre feet. I wanted to sort of introduce these numbers because those are becoming sort of brackets for how we plan for potential dry conditions coming into 2022. But first, I'm going to turn it back over to Ernest to talk a little bit about how this past water year went, the decisions that we made, because I think it's instructive about how we make choices moving forward. So back over to you, Director Conan.
Yeah, thank you. So next slide. Yeah, so kind of a recap following up on some of the things Director Namath just referring to, what happened in 2021. So again, we had a warm and driest spring of record. We did have some cold storms, but they were on a dry watershed. The snowpack was okay, 70% of average, but the runoff efficiency turned out to be about 20%. Which is significantly less than what we normally expect to see. And this resulted in a significant decrease in the forecasted inflow from April to May. We had the lowest inflow lowest inflow to Shasta ever. With the irrigation season started early because it was dry. And then so moving forward, as Director Namath just alluded to, we started the year's storage with those three major reservoirs at about 4.25 million acre feet, and we're going to end up about 2 million acre feet. Next slide. So a recap of some of the actions taken this year by the State Water Project and the CVP. Some of these are things that we had not done before. So to start with, we of course reduced allocations to our agricultural water service contractors to zero, and to just public health and safety to our M&I customers. State Water Project reduced their allocation to 5%. On the CVP side, we implemented a Shasta warm water bypass to save approximately 300,000 acre feet of cold water for winter run for later. We carried out a meet and confer process with the Sac River settlement contractors in light of this very dry year as required in the biological opinions. That led to implementation of a groundwater substitution program to help bolster Shasta storage. Agreed to 2021 rice decomp deliveries to be restricted. For both the CVP and the SWP, we agreed to delay water transfers in order to assist with temperature management. The same also applied to the Yuba Accord water. So those were some of the actions taken. We requested the state board, and state board granted a temporary urgency change order to modify salinity and outflow standards. DWR installed an emergency drought salinity barrier. At CVP, we released water from New Maloney's reservoir for Delta outflow for the first time to help support Shasta, Orville, and Folsom storage. We implemented, which hasn't been done before, not very often, a single facility operation at Banks and Jones, where we operated just one facility in order to reduce exports during part of the summer. So those are a few of the things, actions taken in 2021 by the two projects. So next page. So lessons learned, in managing uncertainty, as Director Namath alluded to earlier. So climate change has probably resulted in long-term data sets that we rely upon, not necessarily being representative of what we can expect for future conditions. We have these antecedent conditions where warmer temperatures on soils have resulted in reduced runoff. We have ambient temperatures that seem to be higher and unseasonably warm and dry conditions driven by climate change, and in late spring, contributing to unprecedented losses of snowpack, at least as we experienced this year. And very important, in a very tight year like this, we have reduced flexibility with dry conditions and minimal exports. This results in limitations on our operational buffers and flexibility to reduce and adjust quickly to variations in tidal flow, tidal variations, and depletion changes. So those are a few of the things that we've learned this year and that we have to take account of as we move forward. So back to Carl, to Director Namath.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So here we are heading into October 1st, the start of the water year. We are planning for a third consecutive dry year. The priorities we've identified is health and safety, protecting endangered species, conserving our storage, and making water deliveries a priority as water becomes available. We really do need early communication so that we can plan better. We definitely want to take advantage of having more tools early in the water year and take steps that we can to reduce forecast uncertainty. I think as a general matter, our philosophy is we want to limit surprises so that communities can plan. We can plan to protect the economy. We can plan better to protect health and safety and the environment. And even though it's difficult and challenging, we'll all be better off if we do head into a third dry year, if we have an opportunity to plan in advance and take some steps to mitigate the effects of drought. Next slide, please. Many of you may have seen this before, but intuitive to those of us who are water operators, we know that at the beginning of the wet season, we have the most uncertainty relative to forecast. As the season progresses, we get more information, and that funnel narrows towards the end when we really know what Mother Nature is going to give us in terms of water supplies. What happens is we have more discretion for decision making earlier in the season, even though we have less certainty than we do as the season progresses. Next slide, please. So we have identified some guiding principles for us on a third consecutive dry year. In a nutshell, we're planning for the worst with off-ramps for conditions when they improve. So we're planning for the worst, but we are hoping for something better. We do need to be supporting the human right to water through health and human safety. We also need to be protecting imperiled fish and wildlife. We're balancing and protecting beneficial uses of water. We want to honor the water rights, very important underpinning for our system. We want to promote fairness and equity in policy decisions, prioritize effective and efficient strategies. So if we can meet multiple goals with how we're planning and scheduling water, we want to be able to do that. Focus on science and collaboration. And we are open to creative and extraordinary ideas. A couple of things to say here. One, our stakeholder community, our water contractors, the NGO community, our environmental justice community, they have a real understanding of what's happening on the ground. And one of the things that we want to do over the course of the next couple of months with this concept of planning for the worst, but you know, hoping for something better and having a planned response for something better. We really want to make sure that all of our stakeholder communities are understanding that information and are able to respond to the department and reclamation about what we can be doing to help mitigate some of the effects of a worst case scenario. So next slide, please. This is very similar. Our objectives, honing in a little bit closer. Again, we are looking towards how we maintain our minimum health and safety needs with the reservoir operations. Right now, the State Water Project has been soliciting input from our state water contractors. We expect all of that to come in by October 1st. We've asked them to plan for a zero allocation, again, you know, worst case scenario from the State Water Project, but also dig more deeply into their member agencies so that we can really understand if there is no water supply coming from the State Water Project, if we have a scenario, a dry scenario where the transfer market is not available to urban water users, then we really need to understand what human health and safety needs there might be. One point that I want to make is that for the State Water Project, we have not, you know, by and large, we have not met our water supply allocation for our south of Delta contractors with stored water in Oroville for the last 2 years. We had, I think, a 20% allocation in 2020. That was met out of San Luis. The 5% allocation this year was also met out of San Luis. It's possible that there would be a State Water Project allocation this year that is greater than zero, but at this point, that happens if we have warmer storm events that generate kind of this, you know, the Article 21 unregulated flows, where we're meeting water quality conditions in the Delta, we're operating to our endangered species permits, and we're storing that water in San Luis. They're really, for the State Water Project, with the exception of some of our South Bay Aqueduct contractors in the Bay Area, because of the configuration of our system, as a general matter, we're not using Oroville storage, and we haven't in a couple of years, to meet those south of Delta water export needs. So we are focused on maintaining the water quality in the Delta. It's the source of a lot of municipal drinking water. When we have salinity problems, if we did get salinity intrusion in the Delta, that creates a much more challenging and longer duration problem, because once you lose that control, you can't get it back unless you have a real booming year that pushes everything back. We do want to protect species by meeting environmental needs and then conserving upstream storage to meet future critical needs. Maybe Ernest, you know, I would invite you to say a little bit about some of the work that you're doing relative to understanding your M&I customer needs and other water supply needs from your CVP contractors, since your system's a little bit different.
Yeah, so we have a M&I shortage policy that's been in place for a number of years. We're going to be relooking at that, particularly if this is a very dry, critical year. Through the normal process, our contractors have to update their municipal needs. And again, we're going to be refocusing in on our M&I shortage policy if this next year turns out to be as bad as this year.
So next slide, please. Okay, so what we're looking at for you know, the worst end of the range is what we've essentially done is we've bracketed our carryover this year, about 2 million acre feet, and our carryover from water year 2020, which was 4.2 million acre feet, the 2 previous dry years. And what we're starting to do is explore what the needs would be, what kind of drought actions we would need to take to hit those carryover storage targets by September of 2022. Again, bearing in mind that the earlier we have more tools on the table to meet those storage targets if we're clear upfront what it takes to do that. And then as the season progresses and the hydrology changes, we can make adjustments from there. One of the things that we're doing is we're making more conservative forecasting assumptions. Typically, we rely exclusively on hydrologic data, as Director Conant mentioned. You know, one of the challenges is these data sets from previous hydrologies aren't necessarily holding up when you start to account for these other climate-induced conditions. So one of the things that we're doing this year in understanding how we might reach the 2 to 4.2 million acre feet of carryover storage is we're not anticipating really any rain events from October through December. We might get some. That's entirely possible. I mean, I think lots of us track Mr. Daniel Swain and the work that he does and what the models are showing. Maybe they're showing a little bit of activity in December, then there's concern over the stacking of a ridge. We just don't know. But given where we are with carryover storage and the challenge it's going to be to maintain or improve, we wanted to make some conservative assumptions early on. Next slide, please. And then we want to carry over robust multi-agency coordination. That's the only way we're going to get there with those these drought actions. So here's what we're looking at. Additional temporary urgency change permits applications to the board, and another round of at least one drought salinity barrier, maybe multiple barriers. Again, understanding that now, planning for the worst enables us to do much better planning than we were able to do last year, have much deeper discussions, you know, with the salinity barriers, with some of the water users in the Delta. It will really help us to know in advance what we're thinking about for next summer and how all these knobs can help us, you know, manage, you know, you remember the obligation chart that the projects have, you know, how do we manage? How do those knobs help us manage to that challenge? Our state water project allocation will be based on domestic sanitary and fire suppression needs. As Director Conant mentioned, they are taking another look at their M&I policy for their contractors. Conjunctive use of other reservoirs. So Reclamation did use New Melones this past year to help keep conditions fresh. That would potentially be on the table for next year, again, as we play out different scenarios. It's possible that we will reduce our settlement contractors potentially even further. Again, part of this is early assumptions, and then if the hydrology improves, identifying certain off-ramps, and for those settlement contractors, obviously with the most senior rights within our project operations, those would be the ones that are filled first. Use of terminal reservoir emergency storage, and then particularly for south of the Delta for the State Water Project, we're starting to look at transfers and exchanges, how our contractors can access stored water that's already south of the Delta and move that water around. Particularly if we're not, you know, using the California aqueduct to move water out of San Luis, it does open up some opportunities for what we call pump-in projects. We're working with Kern County and other places to get a jump on those projects should they be needed. I will also mention that we are working with our colleagues at the Water Board and the Water Rights Division and the Drinking Water Division to really understand if we have communities that are coming up against urgent human health and safety needs. Typically, and they have proximity to the projects. Typically, these are very small communities, but there are ways in which that we could account for them when we're thinking about what it means to meet this domestic and sanitary and fire suppression needs. So it really is an all hands on deck kind of scenario. One of the things we're starting to do at DWR is start to make some connections around increased groundwater pumping that comes with reduced surface water supplies. And when we have certain domestic well challenges, are there ways in which we need to think about the connections between the state water project and those acute water supply challenges that develop with domestic wells? All of this is a work in progress. All of this is learning from the last drought and really the result of the state's ability to pass the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that has generated a wealth of information. Even imperfect information is going to help us make better decisions. So those are some of the things that we're looking at relative to what would be happening south of the Delta to help our communities deal with the fact that there could be no allocation coming from the State Water Project. There are, of course, other actions that are very critical to making the system work. One of the big challenges this year was even really from June to July, the projects were releasing ever more water from the reservoirs, more than anticipated, even with the waived water quality requirements. And then once we had the drought barrier in place in June, we just continued to see this a challenge meeting water quality conditions in the Delta with planned releases from the reservoir. That suggests depletion challenges. We also had a pretty interesting challenge with king tides this year. Those are predictable, we plan for them, but the magnitude was greater than we'd seen before. So all of these things are happening kind of all at once in the system. So there are other actions that can help in the system that the board has started already this year. So in a worst case scenario, we would expect very close coordination with the board on curtailment orders and how we're measuring depletions in the system. We very much need to improve voluntary conservation. I think the board's going to get a presentation about that a little bit later today. For areas in which they need extraordinary work by the projects to meet basic domestic sanitary and fire suppression needs. Those are communities where we would expect the local water boards to put into place mandatory conservation requirements. So that's going to be part of what we do in the event of these very dry conditions persisting into 2022. And then certainly working with the governor's office on emergency orders and further proclamations. As I mentioned, I'll just say it's a new challenge, I think, starting in October to really embrace what a worst case scenario looks like between reclamation and DWR. It's definitely our view that risk management demands that we take this proactive approach, which will look and feel different to a lot of our stakeholders over the course of the next couple of months. One of the things we need to develop is make sure that as we're moving through the hydrologic season, if things improve, we have good communication with all of our stakeholders and water contractors, and that as conditions improve, there's a very clear off-ramp around these very intense plans that we have or very intense drought actions that we would be taking. We are going to continue our forecast and modeling improvement efforts. They are underway with the department and the Bureau of Reclamation, particularly out of their Denver office. They're seeing lots of similar trends throughout the West. But those longer term forecast improvements, they are going to require, a lot more science, a lot more public vetting and peer review. So that's going to be on a longer time frame. I think our real challenge now is, again, very low conserved storage heading into this year, a reality of known unknowns and a real challenge around managing risk to our communities, our economy, and the environment. And there's no way we're going to be able to do it without coordination with the Water Board and without coordination with our colleagues from the biological agencies. I do want to emphasize that even with these actions, it is possible that we won't meet that 2 million acre foot carryover target. But we think that this bracket is a good conservative planning estimate to help us between October and December come up with a real drought plan for next year. So next slide, please. So that takes us to next steps. So we've kind of targeted December 1st. That is typically the time that the department makes its first very conservative allocation, typically, but it also is the period by which we have anticipated providing the Water Board with another temporary urgency change petition. This would be, by definition, because things are uncertain, it will contain a whole suite of possible scenarios. But we want to be ready in the event that the projects need relief from February X2 water quality standard in the Delta. That's something that we did during the previous drought. We definitely want to be part of improved public process heading into this year. So our proposal is working with our stakeholders between October and December. And then we provide this temporary urgency change petition that's running a gamut of scenarios, but we have a better understanding of the drought actions and how they all might manifest depending on what hydrology gives us. And then that certainly would provide the board, as you've expressed to both Director Conant and I, a real desire for a robust formal public input process associated with that TUCP. So October 1, December 1, critical planning months. We're all going to be rolling up our sleeves, working with a lot of our partners in managing to this kind of worst case scenario plus off ramp for our ever hopeful hydrology. We are a boom bust, no question. We're going to continue to be a boom bust hydrology, but we do see these trends in the background for climate induced impacts that are really only going in one direction. So we're going to have this crazy variability into the future, but it's really that effect of these longer term trends that are, moving from, exceptional to episodic to common. What does that really mean in how we approach resource management decisions? Next slide, please. So I only have a couple of slides. There's a lot going on around us to really wrap around the drought. As folks may be aware, 50 of 58 counties are covered by the state drought emergency declaration. All Californians have been asked to voluntarily conserve 15% over 2020 levels. That was the request made in the middle of July. Our budget did include $5.2 billion for short and long-term water resilience. We have about $815 million for drought relief and response. We've been making some grants to these small communities, fortunately, that bore the brunt of the last drought in terms of real acute water supply challenges. And I'm glad to say that we're already getting dollars out the door, and we anticipate in the next week plus some more grant announcements there. Next slide, please. You all are familiar with the work that you're doing, the broader strategy, hauled or bottled water to homes with small systems. Where our biological agencies are monitoring and rescuing fish and wildlife. And we're expediting as best we can all these kinds of grant programs for drought relief projects. Next slide, please. We do have our Save Our Water campaign, which is getting a refresh and will be relaunched momentarily. We've had our diversion curtailment We'll continue to provide data, technical expertise, and other assistance to other water agencies. And then the federal government, through reclamation, has been reprogramming some federal funds to provide drought assistance here in California. Next slide, please. And here we are. For more information, visit drought.ca.gov. And that's the extent of our presentation. And I will just turn it back over to you, Chair Esquivel. And again, we're joined by our Biological Resource Agency colleagues if you have any questions there. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Director, for your leadership. And I know the good long hours that we've had to put in this last summer. I want to acknowledge that it's been a difficult summer for many communities throughout the state. I think of those in the Russian River watershed. I think of Fort Bragg. I think of folks up in Ukiah and throughout the state. And what we have is a model for what we're going to need to be doing next year. And so that is, as you said, Director, focused on improving the actual modeling so that we can prepare best for the scenarios that we can anticipate, but moving up here earlier in the water year, even before October 1st hits, here conveying, because we know that the real decision-making that goes on that makes a difference and helps weather through these tough conditions is at the local level. And we need to have a continuum of decision-making from that local level to the state and federal here in order to best manage through what we know are going to be difficult circumstances, even with a little water in the system. We're going to need to be really managing the system in real time and leaning on the lessons from the last drought and even of this last summer. So just thank you. I guess I know that there is a lot of coordination going on modeling in Denver, and wondering and know that we need to move expeditiously here in our decision making, but wondering if there is an opportunity to kind of open up that modeling discussion a bit and have a little deeper dive. I know it's been of benefit for us when we do say we did our curtailment work. We're really opening up the assumptions, the tools to that broader community in the state of academics and stakeholders can really benefit ensuring that we have our best foot forward. So just wondering if there might be opportunity to maybe workshop in joint some of the modeling work, the assumptions, the deep dive here. I think of what I know are terms like, runoff efficiency, which, had a huge impact this last year. And what we saw was a reduction of it and really meant it kind of a core root of some of the modeling challenges that the project saw. And I want to just acknowledge the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project are world-class operations here with teams and technical ability that is again, world-class. And so these challenges with our historic models and some of our previous assumptions not lining up and creating the challenges that we see in that risk mitigation, that could go on. Anyway, it just seems like an important space, and just wondering if there's any thought about particularly workshopping some of that.
I think that's a great idea. DWR is working. We have a couple of sort of workshops planned that are part of this whole forecasting world, which I'm getting much more familiar with. But that includes partnerships with the U.S. Geological Survey, NOAA, also NASA and others. And I would bet there is a way that California could host something to kind of open up that view, if you will, to a broader set of communities and stakeholders. It's really been kind of the purview of a real expert community, and that work is carrying on. They are certainly looking at all of this with a lot of vigor this fall, but that is some kind of a workshop we could design here in front of the Water Board, and we will want those kinds of partners to participate.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think too, just the decision making that the board will have to be doing in the face of water rights, the precision that we're going to be needing in the year ahead, as you as project operators are actively and transparently, managing the system, and then other water users throughout these our watersheds are also coordinated, understanding that the best available information is there and trust amongst our agencies and the decision-making, the joint decision-making space we'll be having. And again, I emphasize the local decision-making that is going to make the real difference here and is why we're looking to really bring out these discussions. So thank you. And just thank you for this. I know a lot of information that we provided to folks, but it's really laying out what is the important context of our activities around conservation, around curtailments and water rights, but importantly, the work that Division of Drinking Water will have to be doing to understand the vulnerability of systems throughout the state, whether or not there are alternative sources that will need to be permitted or contemplated permitting as local communities manage and adjust their supplies and manage their water resources in ways that help them get through, again, what we are signaling are going to be difficult circumstances if things remain as dry as they were this year. And even if we do get a bit of precipitation, it's going to be difficult to manage. Thank you. Fellow board colleagues, is there anything you'd like to ask the directors here before we maybe hear from our federal and state biological agencies and any input they might have as well?
I do have a question and
Vice
just
Chair,
want
please.
to, yes, like to kind of tee it off on or on what you already teed off, Chair Esquivel, on modeling. And so looking at, I think it was slide 21 and the actions that you'll be looking at, and then the following slide on sort of the time frame in between the October and December period. I think that it would be useful to have things, and I suspect you're thinking of this anyway, but to have those actions be populated with timeframes. Getting back to Chair Esquivel's question about modeling, looking at, worst case scenario and sort of drop dead timeframes that you all think would need to be implemented as part of that. Yeah, thank you. As part of that action plan. And then also just want to make a comment. I really appreciate how you framed all of this, that, limiting the surprises so that community can better plan. I think so that all of us can better plan and know when the appropriate time is, or the needed time, to exercise some of the decision making that we're all going to have to make. But then also the voluntary piece. I think that when water suppliers, water district communities, when they see this coming with greater detail that you're providing here, I think that it will also help to provide some of that creative space so that we can hear from folks and look at potential voluntary actions. I know in particular on the settlement contractors, just the importance of you all communicating with your contractors about how you see things playing out, giving them an opportunity maybe to put something on the table as part of the decision making.
Yeah, point well taken, Vice Chair, and that's certainly something we'll be doing, communicating with our settlement contractors as the year develops and developing some contingent plans how to deal with the situation if it turns out that it's another dry year.
Yeah, there's a lot of integrated parts in activities that all of our agencies will be doing across that space. Director Namath, were you going to add anything? Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. And I agree. I think it'll be helpful to further specify, have specificity around just dates around various actions. And here we know TUCPs expected to have and draft and then be able to have discussion for 60 days after on December 1st. And here from October 1st, these next 2 months, a series of discussions, but getting a little more detail in the dates there, and especially looking into next year, because there will be these natural moments in the water year where we'll have our gut checks, and some of them are tied by the allocation process and discussions there with reclamation, and then State Water Project, and then others are triggered by other activities, and just spelling those out and being specific so that we can again make sure that everyone on the outside here who is really a critical part of the decision making is aware of how to engage and when to, and best try to track what we even know internally for ourselves know is a lot to try to keep handle on. Director Namath.
I would just say, one of the things that we've embarked on is a root cause analysis of, really what happened with the forecasting from an operational perspective, meaning how we are, at our joint operations center, looking at the data is coming in and, really taking a look at how it was that, we weren't able to track quickly enough when we really saw the runoff tailing off. Some of it was because it just, everything kept, every subsequent week, it's just like, it's even worse. And, the following week, well, it's even worse. So I think that root cause analysis will enable us to really double down on our sort of operational approach to looking at that data and translating it into information. I think what's going to be crucial about that is sort of that kind of real-time communication to all of our partners. All of the modeling that we're doing now is planning modeling, and it is distinct from operational modeling that happens real time. And so part of the challenge is the planning modeling. I think in some ways, it can convey a degree of kind of false precision, right? And so what we need to be doing is thinking about that as a broad risk management tool and make sure that we have enough sort of, knobs to turn as we keep moving through the hydrologic year, and that we're bringing people along with what we're seeing in, these kind of real-time conditions as they develop and what all that data is coming out as. So much more to talk about on that front. And I just want to acknowledge the Vice Chair's comment about really starting to see some dates in there for timing of certain activities and decisions that the projects might be making. And I think that's an excellent comment, and that will be part of our planning over the course of the next couple months.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, it is that handoff between the perspective modeling, kind of trying to figure out what's going to happen, and then to your point, that real time. And we just want to make sure we're specific around that. And thank you for that. Fellow board colleagues, any other questions and comments for the project operators?
I have a question, and thank you. Also, just add the thanks to this whole process, both this summer and at these board meetings, and then going forward, and really helpful presentation. And I think sobering, open, transparent discussions that we're having this early and continuing. I had some questions. One was, we talked about in the presentation, end of year storage, that even with all of these strategies, we might not even get to 2 million acre feet. And my understanding is that number is that combined storage for all of the reservoirs with the state and federal projects? Is that above Delta?
That is Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom.
Okay. So I'm wondering with that, obviously this year we've had a second year of incredible mortality with winter run, and a lot, temperature management has really been a challenge. And I'm wondering, when we break down that 2 million acre feet, and maybe this is for Director Conant, is there something we're aiming for Shasta to deal with temperature management that we think is realistic this year, given that it would be the third year of really disastrous mortality?
Yeah, thank you, Member Firestone, for the question. And that 2 million is just a number of that, where we're ending up this year, as no particular significance other than that's where we ended up this year. Obviously, we're hoping to do much better than that next year. But if we had another year like this, we would really be challenged, as illustrated by the chart, on page, forgot the page number. By the chart on page 6, you can see that the tremendous, it takes a significant amount of water just to maintain the salinity barrier. And of course, that's an absolute priority of ours, as Director Namath outlined. We never want to lose control of salinity, because it takes a larger amount of water to get it back if you ever did. So that's an absolute priority. And, even with, that's why if we were in that kind of situation, we would be looking at further reductions to what's available, what water we have available for our settlement contractors, as alluded to in the options that Director Namath outlined.
Okay.
Exactly answer your question, but that's where we came up with that range.
Right. Okay. So, and maybe that's something that more specific targets, just given the sort of planning that's going on now, is that the kind of thing that would be developed, over this planning period earlier in the year?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And then other question is, and this is actually, this slide was so helpful. And I just, one of the things you mentioned was that this doesn't include ESA obligations. And I'm just wondering how you see that fitting in. I mean, as your point is, we don't have enough to meet all of these obligations, likely, if it's another dry year. And how do you see that fitting in?
So in a year like this, we really didn't have any additional ESA obligations with respect to the Delta. We were just governed by 1641 as modified by TUCP. So the ESA obligations we'd be looking at is meeting our obligations with respect to Operation Shasta and other reservoirs also. So in a very dry year, it's probably not as significant, aside from Shasta operations. Becomes more of an issue in wetter years where we have obligations for in the Delta.
So that goes to this, these same storage and operations with Shasta that you all will be developing.
Yes.
Going into. Okay, thanks
Yes.
for that. So so it sounds like then, in addition to, I mean, you all are throwing everything on the table for what to deal in this. So what it sounds like, especially given that there just isn't enough water to meet all of these, if we have another dry year, is that you all are looking at what might be necessary in terms of reducing contractual obligations below the 75% in this really extreme case that we're trying to plan for.
Yes, that's correct, along with the other items listed, I think it was page 21, including more aggressive conservation in the urban sector.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. I guess my only other comment, that's really helpful. That was really my question. And my other comment was just, I so appreciate kind of this flipping the seasonal water management assumptions on its head, and just trying to look kind of straight in the face of this reality and making much more conservative assumptions at the beginning, and then going, it's just, we've got this new normal. And I just seeing how you laid that out, I think really clearly was really helpful and necessary and encouraging. And I just to Director Nemeth, your comments on just taking a hard look at both communities that are indirect or direct contractors for surface water delivery for health and safety needs, especially these really small communities, as well as groundwater dependent communities and well owners. That, I mean, just looking at these numbers and the reality of what that's going to mean for south of Delta communities and pumping that we can anticipate over the next year in that case is really scary. And I think the more that we can be early, as you said, identifying both what can be done in terms of moving water around to meet those relatively small amounts, but really vital needs, as well as just communicating with GSAs and counties that to be planning for this. Certainly our Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance and all are, but you know, I think the assumptions that a lot of the GSAs have or had going in to these early years, it's going to really change. And I think the more that we can be really upfront and early, helping to sort of adjust those expectations and realities, the more we'll be able to avoid really catastrophic impacts on supplies and overdraft that I think we can see coming. So you know, there's so many implications here, really sobering, and thank you for really helpful presentation and planning and work together.
Thank you. I would just say, and I'm going to have to scoot fairly soon, but 2017 wasn't that long ago. That was a booming water year. We will have water again in California in the projects. In 2017, even with the failed spillway, the State Water Project moved more water in the history of the project. So we will have water again. And part of what we need to be doing in drought is this really hammers home the point that we need to be, you know, planning for that as well, because it's going to enable us to weather these kinds of deep conditions. And the overall goal, our drought resilience goal, is to get that in play so that we talk less about emergency mitigation and just more about resilience. So, you know, I'll be ready for a booming water year. It doesn't seem like it's coming next year, but it will come, and we will be ready for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. And yes, thank you, Board Member. You know, you look at this last year, and because the long lead time for ag in planning decisions and the lack of real information out there as to what the conditions actually were shaping up, and led to, you know, this risk being really shifted to other parts of our beneficial uses here. And what we're trying to do is really lift that discussion early on, acknowledge that there is a long lead time for folks in ag, and provide just the context for good planning and decision making here amongst us all. So just, it is a huge shift. It is not, it does not go unnoted. And what it means is really tough discussions these next couple of months, and really needing to, again, understand as a system how we plan for the worst next year. But as Director Nemeth said, importantly, keeping our eye on the full spectrum of the circumstances we know we'll find. We can't just have drought discussions and drought years and leave out the good resilience and planning that we have, thankfully, dollars for, thanks to the leadership of the governor and the legislature, to start investing. So it's really keeping our eye on all of it. And it's this collaboration that's going to make a difference. So thank you. Other board colleagues, I know, and thank you. It has been a long morning, I know already, and your time is precious and valuable. So thank you, directors, for your time. But any other questions from board members here?
No questions for me right now. I think everything has been asked and said that needs to be this morning. But thank you to both the directors for your just attendance today, the thorough discussion, just being, you know, coming and showing your cards, frankly, and showing us what we face here in the coming months and what the options are to manage the situation. So just really appreciate it. Just such an important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan? Okay, thank you. Again, thank you, directors. And we can pivot now to our biological agency directors here, Chuck Bonham from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Barry Tom with NOAA Fisheries, a regional director, and I believe Paul Souza is here with us as well, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Thank you all for joining us here. I know this cross coordination between the project operators, the biological agencies, ourselves, and of course, all the water managers and contractors here in the state is an important discussion. So thank you for joining us today. Director Bonham, do you want to kick off some reflection on what you heard here and the work that I know we've been ongoing this summer and will be in the months ahead with your agency? Just thank you for that, I guess, first and foremost. And so the floor is yours. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Barry and Paul and I did rock, paper, and scissors. I'll go first, then we'll hear from Barry, and then we'll end with Paul and back to you for Q&A. Good morning, board members, Chair. My name is Chuck Bonham. It's true, I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife in the state. I think Board Member Firestone said it best with the one word, sobering. I want to share a couple of the thought processes I've been going through on behalf of our department. I would then like to give you a few examples of actions we're expecting to take next year, and then end with a note about wild risk. So I think we are at a moment where we have to pause and deliberate on how we're going to handle our future. I appreciate the phrase that Director Nemeth introduced. I have been exploring what turns out to be a professional field, which is risk management. And I think we're in the moment where we think about our future more as risk management. And a pretty commonly understood definition for risk management is that it involves the evaluation of and preparation for your worst case scenario, your crisis. The one visual that I really connected with in the presentation a moment ago was the funnel visual that had a larger area at the top and narrowed at the bottom. I would actually submit that risk management requires us to invert that funnel. And we begin with our planning, assuming it's scarcity, not abundance. We plan for scarcity, and as it may cut to our advantage, we see flexibility will emerge over time while we hope for rain. But we can't plan for abundance and end up chasing scarcity by the end of the day. So it's that clarity that I really appreciate the 6 agencies, because unlike the last drought, what's happening right now is your executive director, Ms. Sobek, is part of this conversation between Carla, Ernest, myself, Barry, and Paul. That's unlike last drought. So we've expanded the involvement of the board, and we're planning for scarcity. And I think that's important clarity for you and for all the participants in all the different sectors in California. That's prudent. If the hydrology is as bad as it likely could be, we need to be ready for that. A couple of things that will shape how our department thinks about planning for that scarcity in coordination with everyone else. One is really temperature. Why is that? We have such rare and unique species across California, whether they're plants, whether they're mammals, whether they're fish, and they are dependent on suitable habitat, space, but also conditions. And particularly for our fish, temperature is an essential condition for survivability. The other thing we use to think about this coming year is migration. Many of these fish species specifically are highly migratory. They need freedom to roam. When they can't access habitat, they're at a disadvantage. the cascading effects of climate are really showing that species are left with a couple of choices. They can move to a better place. They can adapt, but evolutionarily that takes time, or they're going to go extinct. And because of the cascading effects, they are not able to avail themselves of space and time to adapt and rebound. So I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the situation we're in is having dire impacts for people. People that can't get reliable, clean water when they turn on their tap, people who grow food for a living, and our economy. But it is producing a similar existential crisis for our species. California has more animals and plants that are found nowhere else in the world than any other state in the union. We actually have more types of plants that are found nowhere else on the planet than all other of the continental 48 states combined, 49 states, 48 states, my math. So we'll be looking at temperature and freedom to roam, migratory, as two core kind of planning dynamics. So then what are some of our actions as we head out of this year into next? I think in some places, the Sacramento is probably our best example. We need to be working across each of the agencies and understanding how we're going to manage for temperature at certain moments in that river at certain times of year being met to avoid kind of consequences that are lethal. I think we will be looking at reservoir management in conjunction with our partners because there's a relationship between temperature and reservoirs. And then in addition, we'll be looking at our hatchery operations. Turns out when our forefathers and foremothers built hatcheries around the state, they put them at the base of the dams. The hatcheries are dependent on cold water. The reservoirs are not likely to have cold water. It will affect hatchery production around the state. Problem solving in this space can be pretty creative. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers owns the hatchery below Lake Sonoma on the Russian River. We face a hatchery challenge right now. We actually are holding the broodstock for our coho recovery program for the entire North Coast right now in a high school in Petaluma. That's not sustainable in the long run. It's also the case that the Corps, for the first time ever, is working with our department to access parts of Lake Sonoma that are cooler and they've never accessed before. So there's both risk and innovative opportunity at the same time. You heard the earlier presentation. The standard methods of analysis just aren't working anymore. So we have to bring the updated analytical tools into the discussion. We have to accelerate habitat projects around the state. There are countless projects we should be doing yesterday. And the budget just approved through the governor's leadership in the legislature sends about $1 billion to different parts of the state government to do that kind of habitat restoration. Fish passage. Right now, I think our best example of temperature and habitat impacts to fish is probably in Butte Creek. It's up in the Sacramento Basin. Our early season estimates of adult spring run returns is about 16,000 fish. But as of the 9th of September, we estimate because of our pre-spawn mortalities that pre-spawn mortality has been about 15,000. We have about 1,000 fish left. That's a loss of 93+%. The fish made it through the lower system earlier in the year. We worked with agricultural growers and water users to coordinate diversions. But when they got to the top part of the system, because Pacific Gas and Electric reservoirs are low and the natural flow is low, temperatures increased and disease has spread. We can make fish passage a remedy to that. As an example, in Battle Creek, where PG&E has surrendered their hydro project working with Barry's team at NIMS, the Fish and Wildlife Service, we've seen adult fish come back to a more free-flowing river and able to access cold water habitat. That's the same theory behind the Klamath Dam removal. And it's a way in which we ought to be thinking about reintroducing fish into the McCloud. We're going to have to truck more fish. This year, we trucked about 17 million to avoid an impact to our commercial fishing sectors. This week, I expect DWR and DFW will be able to go to our fishing communities and explain to them how we're going to increase fall run Chinook production at our Feather River facility as a mitigation strategies for next year. As you know, we've been intimately involved in appearing in front of you on emergency regulations around the state. But even with those emergency regulations, there's room for partnership. We know you took important but controversial action in the Scott and Shasta River tributaries to the Klamath. At the same time, we entered into our first ever, I think, in our history, forbearance agreements directly with landowners in the Scott River. 3 groundwater pumpers came to us. We did a drought emergency expedited contract. And in the week after they stopped pumping, our monitoring indicated that one of the wells had 4 more feet of water in it than the same time last year, and that Reach 9 of the Scott River had 4 CFS more than before the forbearance agreements. An example of knitting the emergency regulation with actual landowners who are willing to do something right now. Here's my last thoughts. We have to anticipate and manage risk by planning early. That's why we need you to keep calling us in front of you to give these presentations and force our planning. We need to do these things, but then debrief with each other and get ready for the next set of doing. I think it's important to know that uncertainty is not the same as risk. We're going to have uncertainty. What we're needing to do is manage the risk. And all the literature tells you to manage risk, you have to have a prioritization process. And you saw in the slides from the 2 directors, the priorities of health and safety, species, storage, deliveries. So here's where I'll end. It turns out in this space, there's something that's a distinguishing feature between what's called mild risk and wild risk. Turns out wild risk is literally the thing no one ever thought could happen. The problem with wild risk is it means you almost always underestimate the risk. We are in a space where we can no longer survive underestimating the risk. For species, it's extinction. For our economy, it's dismal. For the people that rely on water for health and safety, there's no other option. So I'm appreciative Mr. Conant and Mr. Nemeth have come forward to think about prioritizing our process and using risk management. Let me kick it to Mr. Thom, who goes to Mr. Souza. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long couple hours.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Escobar and members of the board, and thank you, Chuck, for those comments. I really do appreciate that, and you really laid out things very well. I also appreciate the presentation from Directors Nemeth and Conant this morning to lay out the water situation. I really wanted to just give a sort of a laser focus on winter run Chinook as a focus area. I might touch on a few of the other areas in the end, but I really did want to highlight why this upcoming year is so critical. And really the bottom line is we are going to have to do everything we can, really the best we can for winter run if we have any chance of digging ourselves out of what we've created as a pretty big conservation hole over the past couple of years. So, just as a reminder for folks, I know many people have been through this, but winter run Chinook salmon have a 3-year life history, as opposed to other Chinook salmon have a more diverse life history. So they're already limited going into the situation with a pretty limited life history. What that means is, well, 1 year brood year is returning from the ocean like this year, we've got 2 other brood years rearing in the ocean. And that's important for how we approach 2022 brood year, given what the fish have faced over the past 2 cycles. So I just wanted to review 2020 and 2021 for you. So if you go back to 2020, we actually had a pretty decent return of spawners. As Dr. Nemeth mentioned, 2017 was a good water year. We had a good return of winter run in 2020, the 3-year brood cycle. About 6,000 fish came back in 2020. We actually had pretty good in terms of the mortality related to the incubating temperature for 2020. That mortality was only about 9%, meaning about 91% of the fish weren't impacted by actual temperature in the system. But the survival to that downstream, that fry stage down to Red Bluff Diversion Dam was still poor, only 11%. Meaning we had good temperature management, but it wasn't enough to stave off other challenges in the system, like thiamine deficiency, which I'll cover in a bit towards the end. So then go to 2021, and this is where the drought impacts come in. So if you look at brood year 2021, we've also had a really good year of adult returns this year, over 6,000, similar to 2020, but even higher. But we've modeled the temperature dependent mortality about 80% this year, meaning only 20% even survived to make it out of the gravel. And we expect that survival to Red Bluff Diversion Dam to be even lower again this year. So, go back to 2014, a similar drought year. In that year, we modeled more temperature dependent mortality, about 77%. So similar to what we've seen this year. And that egg to fry survival was only 6% down to Red Bluff Diversion Dam. So we expect probably a similar year this year. So we've got 2 years, very low egg to fry survival. So when you go back, you look at the biological opinion in managing the system, that biological opinion states that in the event of 2 consecutive years with total egg to fry survival less than 15%, we need to basically pull everything we can across all the directors to do anything we can to avoid that 3rd year of low survival. It doesn't matter what caused the egg to fry for survival to be low, but the fact that it is low means we need to take action. And we've hit that trigger point, and it's critically important for the continued existence of the species that we address the drought-related impacts and do everything it can. I appreciate, the conversations, as Chuck mentioned and others mentioned, the conversations we had over the summer have really set us up well to go into this year in terms of risk management, having those conversations and manage the system conservatively to manage for that risk against winter run moving forward. And I think we can do it. I think we've got a good team in place to be able to do that, but recognizing it's not just the directors, it's everybody, it's the water users, communities, they're all going to have to work together to actually make that happen in the long run. As I mentioned, thiamine deficiency is an issue. It's not just a water issue that we're dealing with winter run. So I just wanted to highlight that for those that don't know about thiamine deficiency. So thiamine deficiency, vitamin B1, if you want to know what the thiamine is, it's impacting Chinook salmon in the Central Valley specifically. It's driven by changes in the marine diet of Chinook salmon. And we've noticed over the past few years with the increased abundance of anchovies in the ocean, they have a enzyme called thiaminase, which actually prevents the uptake of thiamine in the Chinook salmon. It's not caused by ongoing drought conditions. It is really an ocean issue, but it does affect that freshwater survival. So when we look at in 2020 at the Livingston Stone fish hatchery, those hatchery returning fish, 50% of the females had this thiamine deficiency. We're able to actually treat it in the hatchery environment by giving them injections of thiamine. There's nothing we can do in the wild environment for those wild winter run. If you look at this year, the current estimate's about 87% of the females coming back to the hatchery this year had thiamine deficiency. Our assumption is in the wild that those eggs are not expected to survive in the wild if they have that thiamine deficiency. And so that's another factor as to why we're seeing this issue. But there's also very little we can do about it. We basically, the only thing we can do is bolster the numbers, bolster the other survival in the other life stages of the fish in order to overcome some of those challenges. And as we learn more on thiamine, maybe we do learn more about how we can deal with it. But right now, we're just coming to understand with the variability and changing in ocean conditions, which is I think what we're all facing with climate change and other things. It's just another factor that we're having to face out there in the environment. So I did want to highlight that. One, I did want to put in Chuck for Director Bonham. Over this past summer, the actions that California Department of Fish and Wildlife working with us have taken with the voluntary drought initiatives, great work on fish rescue in the system. Like you said, the movement of hatchery fish coordinating together so we can actually move some of our conservation hatchery programs to areas with cold water. I'll just second his remarks that, and I said this to my DC leadership the other day, the fact that we're relying on a high school for the viability of a species is pretty sad. And one, hats off to the high school, I think, for helping us through that. But we've got to do better than that in the long term moving forward. I also just wanted to respond quickly to Director Namus' remarks in terms of the teams working on the forecasting. From a NOAA side, I work on what we call affectionately called the wet side of NOAA on the fish side. We also do have the dry side that works on the modeling. But if there's anything I can do as we identify gaps and bringing those sides of NOAA together to help in the modeling and the fish side, I also think we should call them the wet side of NOAA. Maybe there'd be more water on the system if we did moving forward. And then lastly, I did want to hit a comment Director Bonham made about fish migration, fish movement in the system. And I think that's one thing that we need to consider as the directors meet, as we think about actions. We learned some things from the drought in 2014 and 2015. Clearly, we haven't done as good as we would have liked to do this year going through that. Some of those long-term actions like reintroduction of winter run in the McCloud and basically doing things where we can both increase the diversity of habitats and basically manage our risk by putting these fish in some other pots is very appropriate and something we need to think of in the long term, because otherwise there really isn't any other modes of changing in terms of how we operate the system that can overcome those long-term climate perturbations that we're dealing with in the system. So I'll stop there and I will turn it over to Mr. Souza. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Chuck and Carla and Ernest as well. Just very much appreciate those presentations. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the invitation to join the board. We are all close partners in this very difficult issue of water management in California. And right now with the drought conditions, the tone has been set well. It's an all hands on deck moment. And we each have roles to play to make it through this next year. Like everyone, we hope for a terrific level of rainfall and snowpack, but it's been said well before me, we must prepare for the worst and act accordingly. If we do see a wonderful level of precipitation, it will increase flexibility. But unless and until that happens, being cautious for the benefit of fish, wildlife, and habitats is certainly the philosophy of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as it is with all of our team, I believe. The good news is I think our relationships have never been stronger. We're in daily conversations with the Department of Water Resources, with Chuck's team, with Barry's team, with the Bureau of Reclamation, and the State Water Board. The staff has been a wonderful partner as we're all trying to be as creative as possible and deal with these extraordinary times. We've heard a lot about the challenges that our species face. I'd like to talk about that to some degree, also talk about some of the actions that we're going to be taking. And we're open to creative ideas. We haven't come up with every idea yet that we'll need to undertake to protect these species, but we truly do have an extinction potential on our hands, and we need to be open to more creative thinking to do everything in our power to protect these species for the long term. 3 actions in particular that I'll mention. We've heard about the plight of winter run Chinook. We have deep concerns about the condition of this species. As Barry and Chuck said, this is the 3rd year of their cycle, and we need to do everything in our power to avoid the lack of survivability that we've seen in the last couple of years. We do have hatcheries, as have been mentioned, that are a central part of our conservation strategy. In the Fish and Wildlife Service on the federal side, we have doubled our production of winter run Chinook at Livingston Stone National Fish Hatchery. This is by Shasta. From 250,000 fish per year to over 500,000 fish. We will continue this increase in production for as long as it takes. Battle Creek was also mentioned by Chuck. We are fully committed to the Battle Creek restoration effort. We have another 200,000 or so winter run Chinook salmon that are being released at Battle Creek. This is an important and so far promising restoration effort where we're releasing the fish in that important location in the historic range of the species, and we're seeing notable returns. For us, it's a recognition that we need to accelerate the restoration effort in Battle Creek and continue our dedicated efforts to put fish back into that important part of the historic range. Chuck mentioned trucking. We too had to truck a significant number of fish this past year. We don't like to do it. We prefer for the fish to be able to have their normal life cycle through the system, but when we have to, we will. We have about 12 million fall run Chinook per year that we propagate in our Coleman hatchery, and we will be open to any and every idea that we need to protect the health of that important fishery. Moving on to Delta fisheries, we have great concern about the continued existence of Delta smelt, also longfin smelt. And truthfully, our boats on the water based out of our Lodi office are regularly searching for Delta smelt, and they are exceedingly difficult to find. I do think we have an extinction crisis potentially on our hands. We're taking some pretty significant actions in partnership with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. For the first time this year, we are conducting a reintroduction experiment of Delta smelt. About 40,000 or so fish that we've grown in captivity with support from the Bureau of Reclamation and the state of California will be released with a scientific framework in place to determine whether or not we can successfully reintroduce these fish going forward. Quite frankly, we wish we would have started this about a decade ago. So there's a lesson here to take action early before there's a crisis to create more flexibility. That will give us important lessons as we think about the moment at hand for other species. But we are hopeful that this is going to be the beginning of an effort around reintroduction of Delta smelt that will prove promising as we try to avoid extinction and set the species on a path to recovery. I also would be remiss if I didn't talk about the importance of our wildlife refuges. We have an important role to play with bird conservation. Our wildlife refuges, along with the state of California's, in tandem with irrigated agriculture, such as rice farming, is a foundation for the health of birds. It's a centerpiece of the Pacific Flyway. And we want to thank sincerely all the work that DWR has done. We understand about $8 million have been made available from drought relief to help us provide some semblance of water supply for our refuges. This is the Sacramento National Wildlife Refuge Complex, as well as San Luis National Wildlife Refuge Complex, and the Kern Complex as well, in tandem with refuges managed by the state of California, with grasslands, with many other partners along this important effort to protect birds. We understand reclamation also has something around $3 million of drought relief to help with refuges during this most difficult time, and want to give a big thank you to environmental organizations like the Nature Conservancy, Audubon, Ducks Unlimited, and many others as we try to do the best we can to protect our birds as well as our fish and the other biodiversity in this great state. So in summary, I'll just say all hands on deck. We're planning for the worst and always hoping for the best. With precipitation will come more flexibility, but right now we need to do what we can to avoid extinction, protect fish and wildlife and their habitats during this very difficult time for all of us. And I can just say with great pride that the relationship between the federal and state government is strong, and we intend to work daily to do what we can to help everybody move through this very challenging moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Souza, and thank you all the directors here for spending the time and helping us understand again the ways in which we're going to need to continue to see and joint the work in the coming year. It's not, again, sobering, I think is the best word to be said, and know that there are just incredible technical staff here amongst our agencies that are doing the good work day in and day out of responding, working with communities and stakeholders, and importantly, continuing to work with one another in helping best manage, again, across the local, state, and federal decision-making tree through this truly crisis that we're looking and facing here if another dry year materializes. Questions from my fellow board colleagues, please, or comments? And if there are none, then we can go to what I know are a number of comments, public commenters here as well. And then thank you. I really appreciate. Oh, and Vice Chair, are you waving or okay, just waving. Thank you very much, directors. I really appreciate you coming here and very, again, eloquently, and Director Bonham particularly, framing this in terms of the shift in risk management and mitigation, where here earlier in the year, we're planning for the worst case and moving from there, and as opposed to maybe sometimes having, because of historic modeling reasons and otherwise, a little caught off guard and otherwise surprised by conditions. So just thank you all for the great work. Next, I'd like to start to call up folks that have indicated they'd like to speak. I'll note that we have, I think, three commenters that were for item number 4, the hydrologic update, which we kind of gave at the very top of this. So Chris Schutz, Cindy Charles, and Thad Bettner. I will bring you into this tranche of drought commenters, and there may be some overlap there too. So,
Chair Esquivel,
yes.
we still have more staff presentation on this item.
Oh, we do. I apologize. And yes, thank you for flagging that. I apologize. We still have actually additional drought items that we want to cover quickly before we get into then the full discussion, and appreciate the presentation from the first tranche of federal partners. Because it is 12:14 already, I would say actually before we then get into then what will be additional comment and overview of Mill and Deer Creek, the Russian River and Shasta, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And then we'll be having a late lunch thereafter once we're able to actually conclude the item. So let's give ourselves a 15-minute break here, come back at 12:30, and then we can dive further into the work that we're doing in other watersheds, and then go to our commenters. And so thanks everyone for the patience. I know it's been already a long morning, but let's give ourselves a quick 15-minute break. See you here at 12:30. All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I can sometimes forget to give ourselves even a little break here. And so we will, just to flag, what I'd likely anticipate is we'll finish this item, have a quick lunch, and then come back and start on item number 5. So
Chair
would like to-
Escobar?
Yes.
Just for planning purposes, hold on one second. We have a number, we should not suspend this item, but we do have a number of consent items that may be good to take before we do a lunch break, just so staff can plan and otherwise. So when the board wraps up this combined items 3 and 4, I'd suggest you move on to the consent calendar and then break.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Loffer. Will do. Okay, and I think maybe Mr. Ekdahl, appropriately call you back, and just thank you. I know that there is a lot of work that's going on in the state here for the board, and appreciate the focused conversation we had with the directors, mainly on operation of the projects and that component of the watershed. There's a lot of other things as well. So thank you, and appreciate the updates here from folks.
Great. No, thank you, and glad we had the opportunity to have that longer discussion earlier. We'll try and run through these additional updates relatively quickly, although there is some detailed information, and some of it will be a little bit longer yet. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'd like to see if Connie Mitterhofer is on. I know she was having some connectivity issues earlier, and if she is, I'll turn the Delta curtailment overview over to her. If not, I'll pick it up for her.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Connie. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Connie Mitterhofer. I'm a supervising engineer and program manager in the Bay Delta and Hearings branch in the Division of Water Rights. I will be providing a brief overview of the recent curtailments in the Delta watershed, the compliance with the recording requirements, and what's ahead in terms of next steps for curtailments before I turn the presentation over to my colleagues for other watershed updates. So on August 3rd, the board adopted the emergency regulation for the Delta watershed. That regulation was approved by the Office of Administrative Law and became effective on August 19th. Very quickly after that, the following day on August 20th, and pursuant to the emergency regulation, the State Water Board issued an initial order imposing curtailment and reporting requirements. That initial order was sent out to all water right holders and claimants in the watershed, close to 17,000 water rights and claims. There are several components to the emergency regulation and the initial order. First, the initial order identified the priorities of rights and claims subject to curtailment for the remainder of August and September. Second, the reporting requirement. All right holders and claimants that were issued this initial order were required to submit a certification form, regardless of their curtailment status, indicating that they have and will continue to take actions needed to comply with the order. That includes reviewing information posted on the board's Drought webpage or subscribing to the board's Delta Drought email subscription list to determine when curtailments are required. Third, all diverters with an annual diversion amount of 5,000 acre feet or greater were required to submit an enhanced reporting form to provide information on prior diversion volumes and demand projections for subsequent months to improve the demand data set and inform future curtailment. Right holders and claimants could also claim exceptions to curtailments for non-consumptive and minimum health and safety uses, or submit proposals to correct water right priority. Proposals that curtailment is inappropriate, alternative water sharing agreements, and petitions to increase human health and safety diversions. To provide compliance assistance, staff held a compliance assistance webinar on August 31st. A recording of that webinar has been posted on the Delta Drought page. Also on the Delta Drought page are reference guides on both the emergency regulation and the required reporting, as well as step-by-step tutorials which again, were created to assist with the completion of the forms and the reporting requirements. Lastly, over a period of about a month, 10 staff in the branch were assigned to a dedicated Bay Delta phone line and email box. And to date, staff have responded to over 900 emails and phone calls. Next slide, please. So these next two slides provide a snapshot of the compliance with the reporting requirements to date. September 10th was the deadline to submit the certification form. September 17th was the deadline to submit the enhanced reporting form and any exceptions. As of yesterday, we really had a very good compliance rate. The compliance rate for both the certification form and the enhanced reporting form was 73%. That is based on a water right or claims basis. As of September 20th, the division had also received 744 human health and safety certification forms and 748 non-consumptive use certification forms. The purpose of these forms is for diverters to be able to seek an exception from curtailment, which may be authorized if either the water right or claim is used only for non-consumptive use, meaning all water is returned to the stream, or water diverted under a water right or claim is the diverter's only source of water and is needed for minimum health and safety needs. So next slide, please. So this slide shows the same information in a graphical format. This is actually an online interactive tracker that was created in Power BI, and it can be found on the Delta Drought webpage. The direct link to that tool and more information is also on the bottom of that page. So the colors in that slide really show a gradation of compliance with the certification forms. So the darker green means a higher compliance and the red means less of a compliance. When you look to the right there on the screen, you can also see that the user can perform an interactive search by clicking various boxes, and it then provides you kind of with a table format output that you see there on the lower right hand corner of the slide. Also on that page where that interactive tool is located, we have a table that basically summarizes the submittals as of yesterday. So the submittals really are, again, our water sharing agreements, any petitions for reconsideration, any petitions to increase human health and safety diversions, any proposals that curtailment is inappropriate, any proposals to correct water right type or priority date. And then lastly, on that page, there are also instructions on how to access the original submittals and any additional information that are related to those. So if we go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to jump to the third bullets here. So the current curtailments for the month of September, all rights in the Sacramento watershed, all rights in the American subwatershed upstream of Folsom are curtailed. All rights in the Calaveras subwatershed upstream of the Delta are curtailed. Subsets of the state and federal water project rights in the Sacramento River watershed and legal delta are curtailed, and additional rights in the Bear, Yuba, Puda, Cache, and Stony Creek subwatersheds are curtailed, and the priority dates are enlisted in parentheses there. On the San Joaquin, all pre and post 1914 appropriative rights and claims are curtailed. I want to just note that even though we are issuing weekly updates to the curtailment status, there have been no changes to the status since an update was released on August 27th. Additionally, standard water right term 91 curtailments have been in effect since April. Water rights with term 91 may be subject to two different curtailment orders and must comply with the more stringent requirements. So as I just mentioned, the division has been providing changes to the curtailment status on a weekly basis through the Delta Drought email subscription list and by posting the same information to the State Water Board's Drought webpage to provide for timely communication, including suspension of curtailments. The division has also created an interactive online curtailment status list for the Delta watershed. It's also located on the Delta Drought webpage. That reflects the current curtailment status of all water rights and claims in the watershed. So these communications will continue on a weekly basis or more frequently as hydrologic conditions warrant suspension or reimposition of curtailments. So in terms of next steps, we are in the process of evaluating compliance with the reporting requirements and the various submittals that I just mentioned. We are coordinating closely with the Division of Drinking Water on any drinking water supply needs that are potentially impacted by the curtailments. And we are working on the curtailment list for the month of October, which is expected to be released by the end of the week. And that includes considering precipitation and runoff tracking to inform suspensions of curtailments. Next slide, please. So this slide is on the Mill and Deer Creek watersheds. I want to just mention it because that's the subject of an agenda item that is going to be heard tomorrow. I am not going to be going into details. Next slide, please. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Sam Bull and Brian to provide an update on the Russian River. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sam Bull and Brian with the Division of Water Rights, and I'll be providing an update on activities and conditions in the Russian River watershed. And so going first through activities, as you'll remember, the regulation was adopted at the June 15th board meeting, and then was subsequently approved by the Office of Administrative Law on July 12th. And as part of that regulation, there were kind of criteria or circumstances for when the State Water Board would issue curtailment orders. And one of those conditions was storage targets at Lake Mendocino. Storage crossed below those targets at the end of July. And subsequently, the division issued curtailment orders to all water right holders in the Upper Russian River on August 2nd. The following week, division staff also issued curtailment orders to right holders in the Lower Russian River, where supplies were insufficient to meet demands. A noteworthy accomplishment in that process for the Lower Russian River is the use of the Drought Water Right Allocation Tool, or Drought, which is kind of an improved way of evaluating water rights priorities at a finer spatial resolution and kind of more optimally matches supplies and demands, which can vary across a watershed or subwatershed. So where we are now is roughly around 1,800 right holders. Water rights have been curtailed in the watershed during August, and the numbers for the Lower Russian River were updated in September to reflect kind of changing numbers for supply and demand. Another kind of ongoing activity that we've discussed at the adoption of the regulation and then kind of following direction in the resolution is to continue working with stakeholders on figuring out what can be done differently next year. We've brought in a facilitator to help the discussions and build a framework and momentum towards having something ready for 2022. Next slide, please. And so in terms of issuing those curtailment orders, water right holders were required to respond to the curtailment orders. We're seeing a response rate now of about 75% across both watersheds. We've received around 130 requests for exceptions to continue diversions for minimum health and safety needs, with the large majority of those being self-certifications that their use will be under 55 gallons per capita per day. Enforcement in the watershed is kind of ongoing with inspections that staff later in the presentation will discuss. And something I'm going to show is this interactive kind of response tracker that Connie mentioned. We have one for the Russian River watershed as well. And I was going to show quickly a demonstration of what that looks like, just to make the point that the idea here is to make all of this information more readily available to stakeholders so they can see also what's kind of happening in the watershed. So if you'll bear with me for 1 second, I'm going to show that. If I could, a head nod that it's visible on the screen. Thank you, Board Chair. And so this shows that same information of the people that have received a curtailment order, and then those that have responded and completed the curtailment response form. The information is interactive, so it's a little more user-friendly than just a spreadsheet. But you can kind of organize information by filtering it, or you can kind of click on the pie chart, say, to filter that way. And then on the right-hand side is a way to kind of filter the information by county or by water right type. And then we have also presented the same information in a map. And so we hope that this is a resource for stakeholders in the watershed to kind of see who's responding, who isn't, and then to help us maybe drive a bit of more collective action across the watershed. We also have information on the health and safety forums. And so these tables are interactive as well, and the same kind of filters on the right-hand side work. And so returning to the presentation, if we can pull that back up. Thank you. Next slide, please. And so here's just a screenshot of that same information. It's available through our website, and so anyone can kind of interact with it now. And it has actually helped us respond to questions of people who've noticed their name's still on there and it's an error. So it's actually helped us clean up our information as well, which is great. So now kind of getting quickly into conditions in the watershed, I wanted to return to a graph that we showed at the June 15th board meeting, which is describing reach losses in the watershed. As you remember, reach losses are kind of as water is released from Lake Mendocino into the Upper Russian River, it kind of slowly is lost, and then flows at Healdsburg are lower than kind of what is released from Lake Mendocino. This black line shows how much lower through time, and also kind of the points in time where we issue the emergency regulation, and then also where we issue the curtailment orders. And I think this is the type of graph where you could sit and ponder for a while about inferences, but I've also kind of been reminded by stakeholders that, you know, there's only so much inference we can take from one graph, but it is kind of a place to start and to guide the questions as we go forward. And then even as we unpack this graph, if we could go to the next slide, we can look at kind of where those reach losses are occurring relative to each of the USGS gauges along the river. So this isn't modeled information. This is just showing like what's actually measured in the river. But you can kind of see that, say, for example, that green area is reach losses that are occurring between Lake Mendocino and the first gauge at Talmadge, which is around 4 miles downstream. Or say the purple is kind of the reach losses that are occurring in the Alexander Valley. So these are the reach losses upstream of the Jimtown USGS gauge. And this doesn't give us certainly firm answers to the water management challenges in the watershed, but it does kind of help us understand how the system is behaving in response to our activities, and then, you know, other conditions in the watershed, and where to focus as we work with stakeholders on what to do next year. And next slide. And so looking ahead, we have one last graph to show the conditions at Lake Mendocino continue to be dire. So this graph kind of takes what the drawdown rate has been over the past 7 days and just projects that forward. This is conservative because, as the last graph showed, reach loss conditions tend to improve from here to the end of the year. And so that projected empty date is likely further out. But it is, you know, important to close with a note that there remains a real possibility that Lake Mendocino could be empty by the end of January or in February if the wet season has a late start, which is what we saw in 2013. And so there remains this possibility, and we are kind of really hoping for rainfall. And unless there's any questions, I'll hand it over to Eric for updates on the Scott and Shasta rivers.
Just thank you. I know that there's just been an amazing amount of coordination that's been going on with the community, and I really appreciate the leaning in on these data tools to help just, you know, further daylight and create transparency around the information we have and the information we're making decisions off of, but importantly, how that can benefit local decision making as well. I think of the Russian River and its watershed as one of the strongest places where we have a preview into the sort of work that we know we need to be leaning into going into this next year, and an emphasis on the administration of the water rights system in a way that empowers water rights holders to understand the system, to work with us, to trust us in that space is just so paramount. And just thank you. And I know all of the folks in the team that are just part of that ongoing day-to-day work here.
Thank you. And the stakeholders too have committed a lot of time to these discussions, so I appreciate that.
I'll jump in and quickly run through some notes on the Scott and Shasta River. The regulation adopted on August 17th by the board was approved and became effective August 30th. Curtailment orders were mailed out on September 10th. All told, we issued about 2,600 curtailment orders, about 109 in the Shasta River for appropriative groundwater and surface water users, 391 to known surface water right diverters in the Scott River, 89 adjudicative groundwater rights in the Scott River, and then the largest bunch, about 2,000 to landowners not served by municipal services. There's been a lot of questions about those 2,000. Basically, they went to all parcels within the greater Scott River watershed because we don't have records of other groundwater extractions. We don't have records of the wells or the location of wells outside of the adjudicated area. And so those 2,000 are really asking for more information and noting that if the well is used for certain types of uses, primarily irrigation, it is curtailed, whereas domestic uses less than 2 acre-feet are exempt. And so we have an upcoming workshop on September 23rd for folks to listen in and hear a little bit more about who's covered, who's not, and encourage everybody to tune in then to hear more. Next slide. One thing we did want to flag, it looks like, and again, you don't want to read too much inference into any one particular graph, but it does look like the curtailments in the Shasta River have already had the desired effect. The curtailments were issued on September 10th, and by September 17th or so, flows in the watershed rapidly increased above that 50 cubic feet per second threshold that was described in the curtailment, all the way up to about 80 or so in the last couple of days, such that we actually issued a partial revocation, or sorry, maybe revocation is not the right word, a partial lifting of the curtailment order for one very senior right holder in the Shasta River. And they have in fact been able to start diverting again to some degree. We haven't seen the same response in the Scott River. It just, again, illustrates that the Scott and Shasta are very different hydrologically. The Scott River is still seeing flows around 10 CFS, which is below the 33 CFS target that we were hoping to hit in September. And so the curtailments will continue ongoing in the Scott. Next slide, please. Just 2 more slides, and I think we'll turn it over to our colleagues in drinking water and financial assistance. But Roberto Cervantes, if you would like to jump in and talk about the enforcement highlights.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. Can everybody hear me? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, all right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Robert Cervantes, and I'm the program manager for water rights enforcement. So far, our curtailment inspections have been focused mostly in the Russian River watershed. We've inspected over 300 points of diversion, many of which are the largest facilities in the watershed. It represents approximately 1.4 million acre-feet of permitted and riparian diversions. And please note that riparians were only curtailed in the upper Russian. We're currently ramping up efforts in the Scott River watershed, as well as planning fall and winter investigations in the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds. We've recently added 12 limited term staff to our enforcement team and intend to conduct additional on-the-ground desktop investigations using high-resolution imagery and virtual inspections. Next slide, please. In July, enforcement staff issued approximately 450 notices of violation covering over 700 unique water rights in curtailed watersheds. We continue to provide compliance assistance, including screen-by-screen walkthroughs of our ERIM system for diverters who need to revise their annual water use reports in an effort to comply with these SB 88 notices of violation. With the severity of the ongoing drought, staff have launched a searchable SB 88 deficiency list. It's a shiny app, and will continue to pursue formal enforcement on SB 88 in the coming months. Staff will provide additional detail on this and the overall drought enforcement strategy at the October 5th board meeting. Thanks for your time today. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Really appreciate the update on those activities.
No problem.
I think that largely wraps up the division's side of the presentation. As always, we like to end this part of the discussion with some additional links, the Drought webpage and the various email subscription lists for diverters and other interested parties to follow along with the various activities. And we do then at our next slide, check in with our Division of Drinking Water colleagues to see if they have any updates of their own. And we'll turn over to Darren Polhemus if he's on.
And thank you, Eric. I wanted to give a brief update on the informational orders that the Division of Drinking Water has been issuing. We've issued a total of 104 drought monitoring orders at this point. That represents about 51,580 service connections and an approximate population of 235,000 people under those orders for the communities that receive those orders. 15 orders have been issued in the last 30 days, so we're continuing as we see the need to issue those orders and collect that information. We do have upwards of 11 systems that we need to work with to get their reporting up to speed and in the portal, the reporting portal that we provided. So we're working with those systems. So continuing to gather the information and use it to guide our work and monitor systems for problems as we move forward. So that's it for my report. Thank you. Next slide. DFA, I believe.
Good morning. This is Megan Tosney. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Financial Assistance, and I'll keep it brief. I basically just wanted to mention that we continue to have very regular coordination with the Department of Water Resources. We specifically recently had a joint public workshop on September 16th regarding drought funding opportunities, and there are around 500 participants, so that's a great turnout. We're also continuing outreach efforts to encourage counties to consider applying for funding to support countywide assistance programs that can be implemented in partnership with nonprofits. And there's more information about both of these items and other funding resources on the Drought webpage that was already mentioned. That's it for today.
Thank you very much. I know, as we discussed earlier, the conditions that we're going to be facing next year are going to require us to really have a handle on the water rights side. I'm glad to hear that here in the Scott and Shasta, we've already made some adjustment, obviously tracking and seeing that the hydrology is providing for some level of diversion by water rights holders. And so that granular community, very watershed specific work is going to be what we'll need to carry on into next year. I guess I do have a question for Mr. Ekdahl, and I know that work carries on not just from water rights, but to the Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance, and it's that continuum of overview that is so important here. But on water rights, at least, Mr. Ekdahl, I know that when we adopted our curtailment orders for a number of the watersheds, there were still outstanding questions sometimes and need for some further discussion or investment, maybe on on the data side, getting additional more real-time information from diverters, or perhaps questions, and I think here too, are curtailments in the Bay and the Delta around Delta Pool or other questions that we didn't have all the answers to this summer as we proceeded through curtailment. But we did say as the opportunity to work on them as we prepare and move into next year. Do we have a real list and or understanding of what those projects are, or where we need to be focused, or what answers we need to try to get to most urgently here in these next months as we prepare for another dry year? Do we have that yet? And if not, would recommend we start to develop.
I know that's a great question. As you correctly noted, there were a number of things flagged throughout the various adoptions of the emergency regulations in both the Russian River, Scott Shasta, and Bay Delta. Delta pool theory, some questions regarding what other curtailment approaches might be there. There's something that we've referred to variously as a term 91-like approach. So there are a number of outstanding questions, and there are a number of, I think, outstanding needs related to data, better real-time monitoring. I think in the Russian River particularly, we can see the benefit for that type of approach. The long and short of it is that we don't have a comprehensive list yet. We're kind of, internally when we talk about where we are in terms of the drought response, the phase one was the emergency regulations, right? We had this immediate need to push these topics forward and to get them in place. Now we're kind of in phase two, which is implementation. Phase three is really going to be the development and the review of what happened in phase one and phase two. And we can't wait very long for that to occur. We're very rapidly, as we saw earlier today, going to be in a scenario where we're going to need to have those kind of discussions ready or have happened already. And so I think that's something that we're planning to do in the near future, potentially as soon as the month of October, at least internally, and so that we can begin those conversations both with board members and with stakeholders in the public before really even the start of the rainy season begins.
Thank you so much, Mr. Echdahl. Really appreciate that. Board members, questions for Mr. Echdahl or Division of Drinking Water Financial Assistance? I know, again, there, I want to acknowledge the incredible cooperation and coordination that is going on with locals and acknowledge the partnership and the work that the Vice Chair and Board Member Firestone have done to help bridge to local decision makers and drought managers the resources and discussions that we're having here at the state agency level, the amount of coordination and pass through of even projects, looking at the drought projects that DWR is funding and knowing that many of them were actual safer projects as well. And that it's that continuum of response and support to communities that is so important between our agencies as DWR focuses their drought dollars on drought response, and we continue to have safer for that longer term perspective for our program. So I want to thank everyone for their good work and continued due diligence. It's going to pay off as we continue to need to have these conversations around drought, water supply impacts, management decisions, and what we should all be anticipating collectively throughout our programs. Colleagues, anything you'd like to add, please, and or questions for folks?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would just like to emphasize, well, first of all, thank you. This is a huge lift. These past 6 months have been incredibly challenging for everybody, and just really appreciate the updates today and the progress that we've made. We're light years beyond where we were, though our challenges seem to get bigger and bigger every time we have these conversations. So, on that note, I just really want to say I appreciate the commitment to come back here with an update, a deeper dive on enforcement approaches, and your investment in additional staffing, temporary staffing to help spin up our boots on the ground, getting out into the field and really seeing what's going on, better understanding and being more transparent with our data about compliance rates and what we're seeing there. I think those are all very encouraging steps. At the same time, this morning even, we're considering and discussing an item of a enforcement matter from the last drought, which was 6 years ago. And so we clearly, our processes are good, are transparent, robust, but they take time. And we don't have time here. I think we heard that from the projects this morning. This is an urgent and dire situation, and we need everybody. It's all hands on deck. We need everybody to participate in upholding the water rights system. And so what I really want to hear, not today, but at the next check-in, is what are the ideas and what are the needs to accelerate our enforcement and compliance efforts? What do we need to do? What tools do we need? Where do we need to go to help ensure our best put forward that we're doing our jobs as regulators here, as stewards of our water resources, and that we're able to ensure to the extent we can that this system is still going to work come next spring. So I know that's a lot, and I know there's only so much that we can do within our authorities and with the tools and resources that we have. I get that. Let's talk about that. But I'll look forward to the discussion next time. So thank you for teeing this up.
Thank you so much, board member. Other colleagues?
Yeah, I just asked one question for future board meetings, just for the drinking water orders that we're sending out with and receiving data. As we get things squared away with our data systems, the ability to share what that data is telling us over time, I think would be a really helpful supplement to a lot of these, overall hydrologic drought updates, just so that we can see what that data is telling us over time. So to the extent that that's possible, I know we're early, so that's really for future meetings. Just wanted to throw that out there as a request.
Yeah, I echo that, board member. I know that there have been a number of orders, and there was, data management needs, I think, for the Division of Drinking Water as they suddenly accepted all this information. To your point, and especially as we start moving into anticipated dry conditions, we need to have a pulse and better have a bit of a synthesis and information flow coming from those here to the board, and importantly to the public, so that we all understand the scale and scope of the challenges that communities are facing. So thank you. I echo that as well. And Mr. Polhamus, I don't know, any comment there?
Yeah, we're definitely planning to do that. And we've still been working through some QA/QC and building the portal. So, but full intentions of being able to share that soon. So we'll make that effort.
Thank you. And thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
And for me, I'll just keep it brief. I'll just say ditto to the comments that my colleagues made already. I'm just mostly looking forward to a strategic sort of a game plan. So the presentations that we received today, and knowing that we'll be receiving additional modeling information and action items that'll come from our state and federal sister agencies, but then looking internally on what sort of game plan on some of those questions, Chair Esquivel, that you posed, looking back at some of the curtailment orders that had been adopted and commitments that we made for additional workshops, and then teeing up those issues. And so just looking for how all that would integrate along with the game plan that was talked about today, or the framework that was discussed today.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Hi, I'll just say, ditto also to the comments already made, and just wanted to thank everyone for the presentations today and the collaborative approach. And the only other thing I would just say is, thank you also for taking a step back to learn from the past and looking at how it can inform the future, and utilizing the data we have, but then also understanding where the gaps in the data are, and looking to fill those gaps so that we can make informative decisions as we move forward.
You're here. Thank you so much, board member. Yeah, it is, even you look back at the last drought, and I just have to commend for all the requests I know that you hear here still of us, of additional desire for information in our planning. You just look at where this board was, where we were as an institution in the last drought, and just the progress that has been made, and just the transparency. I look at the BI tools, I think of just even our approach, the level of sophistication that we've had to just rise to here, and importantly, all of our technical folks that do the actual work day in, day out in the programs, I have to acknowledge and thank. It has not been an easy summer. I know it will not be an easy fall. And it won't be an easy year ahead either way still. But the learning that has gone on, the listening and the reflection then of in even just our approach around curtailment, but also as we've responded to communities without access to drinking water, as we've also just understood the other myriad ways in which droughts are impacting our communities. I think of the water quality challenges that are certainly out there as well right now as well, are just incredible. And so thank you. I really do appreciate all that work and know that there's still a lot more to be done, and just am incredibly appreciative of the spirit. Let's go ahead now and move to comments. We have a number of commenters, and I think we first have up Eric Oriana from Community Water Center.
Good afternoon now, Chairman and members. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Eric Oriana, Policy Advocate with Community Water Center. And as we can all recognize, the drought is having severe impacts throughout the state. And as usual, I'm here to highlight the impacts to communities' drinking water wells. The Department of Water Resources Household Water Supply Shortage Reporting System shows that the state is experiencing a similar number of domestic well outages in this quarter as the state experienced during the peak of the last drought. We also know that the Department of Interior's United States Geological Survey's latest report that increased pumping during drought dramatically worsens the groundwater quality in the Central Valley. Without a doubt, working communities are bearing the worst of this drought. We're encouraged by the letters that this board's groundwater management program has submitted to the Department of Water Resources in response to the Chowchilla, Eastern San Joaquin, Merced, and Tulare Lake sustainability plans, especially in those letters mentioning the importance of GSPs to consider how proposed measurable objectives and minimum thresholds may affect beneficial users, and a determination whether proposed minimum thresholds would cause drinking water impacts that rise to the level of an undesirable result. Additionally, we are supportive of the draft groundwater management principles and strategies for minimizing impacts to drinking water wells that the Department of Water Resources has released in coordination with this state water board. We also highlight the draft groundwater management principles and strategies include the need to develop programs to support and protect the reliability of wells and the need to apply the principle of holding responsible entities financially responsible for solutions to drinking water impacts. Such a principle is essential to protecting existing funding for programs like the SAFER program, which is essential to ensuring every Californian's human right to water. Additionally, we are concerned about the potential for an increase in groundwater pumping as a result of low surface water supplies next year. We recognize the need to curtail surface water deliveries when the water isn't there and support a clear statement that water is not available early in the year to prevent water users from making decisions based on water that won't be delivered later. What's not being addressed is that there will still be an increase in groundwater overdraft to satisfy the needs of permanent crops in the valley, and small communities will suffer a loss of drinking water as a result. We urge the Department of Water Resources and the Water Board to continue to work together to expedite drinking water solutions to at-risk areas and consider solutions for this pervasive problem. The governor has tasked both the Department of Water Resources and the Water Board to ensure that impacts of drought on communities are anticipated and proactively addressed. We hope more work is done to proactively address these issues over the winter and spring. Lastly, we're grateful for the opportunity to provide public comment and look forward to continued collaboration with the State Water Board's work to protect drinking water for all Californians. Thank you, Chairman and board members.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Really appreciate your good comment and constructive engagement here, as always. And thank you. We're gonna continue to need to have an understanding of community impacts and responsive and here planning ahead. And so just really appreciate that. I believe Chris Schutz is not on the platform with us, and I have to just thank everyone for their patience and acknowledge how long this morning's discussion has gone on, and acknowledge that we may be missing a few folks here because of that. So Mr. Schutz, if you are still watching and can get back on the platform, would gladly put you back in line here. Next, we have Mr. Doug Obigi. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity today, and I appreciate the board spending so much time on this topic because it is really important, and it's important to make these decisions now because all too often decisions about managing our reservoirs and meeting delta salinity requirements has become a bit of a Cinderella problem. It's never the right time. It's either always too early or too late, but never the right time. And really now is the time to be planning for a dry year. And with that in mind, I'm here today to request that the board require DWR and Reclamation to prepare a drought contingency plan that would require them to reduce their deliveries to their settlement and exchange contractors and their contractors, except for health and safety, sufficient to actually meet D1641 requirements and to maintain Shasta storage that's sufficient to protect salmon. What's been discussed today by DWR and Reclamation really falls far short of what's necessary to protect fish and wildlife and plan for a dry third year. Ultimately, the water project operators made the decision to drain the upstream reservoirs this year, leaving California with really bad options. And that's why it's critical to set requirements, not just targets, but requirements for end of September storage in upstream reservoirs. First, I just want to take a moment to just express my disappointment that the lack of acknowledgement by DWR and Reclamation about how bad a disaster 2021 was for fish and wildlife. It really was an unmitigated disaster and a repeat of the last drought. NIMS estimates that 80% of the endangered winter run Chinook salmon are going to be killed by lethal water temperatures below Shasta Dam this year. And that's just the fish killed by lethal temperatures. With additional mortality, both man-made and natural, we expect that there will probably be only 4 to 6% of the fish that actually survive down to red bluff, what's known as egg to fry survival. And even fewer, if any, will actually make it all the way to the ocean. We're also expecting a really bad year for fall run Chinook salmon that spawn in the Sacramento River, given how high water temperatures are expected to be later this year. And it was a really bad year for native fish in the Delta. You heard that the Director of Fish and Wildlife Service is really concerned about the extinction of Delta smelt. Longfin smelt is also in deep trouble. And the Central Valley Project and State Water Project blatantly violated the Delta inflow and outflow requirements of D1641 earlier this year. Those requirements are not just required under D1641, but they are essential elements of the protections required under the Endangered Species Act and the California Endangered Species Act, of the BIOPS and the ITP. And the failure to meet those requirements, as well as the failure to meet temperature standards on the American River for steelhead, is having huge impacts across the watershed on our fish and wildlife. And these impacts were not simply the function of hydrology. It was the decision of the state and federal projects to prioritize water deliveries to their settlement and exchange contractors, allocating more than 4 million acre feet of water this year, rather than maintaining water temperatures to protect salmon under Order 90-5 or to protect fish and wildlife, including meeting D1641 requirements. And while the board has issued curtailment orders, those orders are not limiting diversions by the settlement and exchange contractors because they're diverting under Reclamation's water rights, not their own. Their own water rights are curtailed. Second, I'm deeply concerned that DWR is already talking about seeking another temporary urgency change petition before curtailing their settlement and exchange contractors. And that really puts the cart before the horse. The priority needs to be about first curtailing those diversions to actually meet D1641 in a dry year, because those protections are necessary for salmon and for Delta smelt and longfin smelt. And the board should consider using its authority under the reasonable use doctrine, like the curtailment orders on Mill and Deer Creek and on the Scott and Shasta rivers, to prohibit all diversions as a waste and unreasonable use unless D1641 and Shasta storage targets are met. Third, the proposed storage targets that DWR and Reclamation mentioned today are wholly inadequate to protect fish and wildlife. Given the really two very bad years for winter run Chinook salmon, even the blatantly unlawful 2019 biological opinion from the Trump administration would be violated if we don't achieve 21% egg to fry survival of winter run Chinook salmon in 2022. And that's going to require a lot more carryover storage in Shasta than what Reclamation is talking about. So again, we'd like to see the board require Reclamation and DWR to prepare a drought contingency plan that requires them to meet the requirements of the 2017 Shasta RPA amendment that NIMS proposed, which would include an end of April 2022 Shasta storage requirement of 3.5 million acre feet, an end of September Shasta storage requirement of 1.9 million acre feet, maximum temperature dependent mortality of 30% for endangered winter run Chinook salmon, and water temperatures sufficient to achieve that. 2 points, if I may go just briefly over time. I'm really disappointed that DWR and Reclamation haven't presented their modeling to the board and to the public. Reclamation has modeling from July that shows that Shasta storage next year would be 750,000 acre feet lower than it was in the disastrous year of 2014, largely because they're, at least in that planning model, they were still making large allocations to their settlement and exchange contractors. And we understand that DWR has also presented modeling on operations for next year that they presented to their state water project contractors, but refused to share with us. We had to file a Public Records Act request for that, and they still haven't shared it with us. The board recognized in the last drought in Water Rights Order 2015-0043 that the failure to maintain water quality standards in the Delta and to meet water temperature requirements under -90-5 was, quote, not sustainable for fish and wildlife, and that changes to the drought planning and response process are needed to ensure that fish and wildlife are not unreasonably impacted in the future and ensure that various species do not go extinct. Accordingly, as it discussed above, this order requires a drought contingency plan that includes a margin of safety for fish and wildlife. We strongly agree that the same is true today. Given how bad things are for our native fish and wildlife after 2 bad years and with species on the brink of extinction, we cannot continue to prioritize deliveries for settlement and exchange contractors over meeting these basic water rights obligations to the public. Providing a 75% allocation to those contractors when they're not meeting D1641 or Order 90-5 constitutes a waste and unreasonable use of water, and we urge the board to actually require Reclamation to DWR to plan to curtail those water deliveries to their settlement and exchange contractors before seeking to waive protections for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. OBG. I appreciate your patience in sticking with us today and for your good comment here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cindy Charles. And
Good afternoon.
Your audio is a little, you're breaking up a bit. You may want to turn off your video to preserve your bandwidth just for audio, Ms. Charles.
Thank you. I will do that. I'm in a rural area. All right. I am Cindy Charles. Is that better?
You're still breaking up a little bit. Let's, yeah, I can hear you okay now. Try just going forward.
All right. I am Cindy Charles. I'm a board member of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Chris Schutz sends his apologies. He was unable to stay on for the duration of this meeting. So these are the comments I'm delivering on behalf of CSPA. We are here today to discuss what the board will require the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources to do with the Central Valley Project and State Water Project facilities in the future to better protect aquatic resources and water supply. To start, the board should start now to keep the present condition from getting worse. Specifically, the board should act now to end the ongoing water transfers that Bureau of Reclamation is making on behalf of Sacramento River settlement contractors from water sourced in Shasta Reservoir. According to the Bureau and DWR's August addendum to the 2021 Drought Contingency Plan, these transfers will total, by the end of October, about 200,000 acre feet. This board did not act to limit deliveries to these settlement contractors during the spring and summer of 2021. As a result, the condition of storage in Shasta Reservoir is grave. The board should not allow it to get worse by allowing the Bureau to complete these transfers in the balance of September and in October. The August addendum currently anticipates Shasta storage to be 728,000 acre feet. That storage level is reckless. The board should prevent the Bureau from digging this deep hole. Starting water year 2022 from a better place is the single specific action the board can take today to start drought planning for 2022. The board should act to stop transfers from Shasta Reservoir in calendar year 2021. That concludes my comments, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Charles, and please apologize to Mr. Schutz. I know, again, today has gone long, so I appreciate you sticking with us and providing your good comment here and point.
All right.
Thank you.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Next, we have Thad Bettner.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you. Chair Escobar, thanks for this opportunity. I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day and you have lots on your agenda. I just want to touch on three things really. Just first, kind of this year's operations. Second, looking forward, and then third, maybe just provide a little bit of positive news. Given that I know it's been a tough year, but I think there are some positive things to touch on. First, this year, we did send a letter on August 3rd to your executive director, to Carla Namath, and to Ernest Conat, requesting just an evaluation of this year's operations. And I think that also pivots into next year's operations as well. Previous speaker provided some, I think, criticisms of current storage in Shasta, and I think that there's a number of reasons of that. I think there's a lot of interest by some of the communities to say that at least actions by some of our contractors in the Sacramento Valley may have caused that, but I think there's been numerous decisions that have impacted Shasta this year. I think it's unfortunate. It's not where we would like it to be, obviously, and I think we took actions both voluntarily and upon actions by our own landowners to try and reduce diversions this year, and we were effective. We also pumped groundwater to make up some of those shortages, and also been sued by some of those same organizations. So we're kind of caught in a catch-22 at times. But that being said, again, I think this year sort of pivots into next year, and certainly we look forward to the conversations with both the agencies, both DWR and Reclamation, on what we can be doing for next year. We do understand it's going to be difficult, and starting to have those conversations early will be important to keep our boards and our landowners engaged on what needs to be done for next year. So we certainly understand where things stand and are willing to have that real conversation when the time is needed. Lastly, I did want to just touch on some positive news. I know there's been some statements about just the state, particularly of Winter Run, and I guess I would just implore folks to really look at data versus maybe getting texts from people or trying to talk about lack of specifics. But if you just go to some of the data that's being reported by the agencies, we know particularly the last two runs from the last 2 years from Winter Run migrating out of the system have been at record highs. Last year, there was over 2 million fish that left the Sacramento system. And the year before that, over 3.8 million fish that left. So while folks want to say there's been year-class failures, I beg to differ. And again, it would be nice to set up a forum to have that sort of conversation. And, we've heard a lot about 14 and 15 droughts. 15, if you count this year, this is a second cohort from the 15-year fish, where we said there was only, I think, 4% survival. Yet we have 9,000 returning adults into Winter Run adults returning to the upper Sac, which again is a record for this century. So there's some positive things to talk about. And I guess I would just really prefer that we have an environment to be able to talk about those positive things. Again, to touch on some of what good things that are happening, actions that we're all doing to contribute to that. So that'll just end my comments, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bettner. And I know what will be really important is just that cross-agency discussion with the operators, but also as we contemplate water rights curtailment, and know that we all just need to circle around the data and the information around the system, and yes, acknowledge that there are places where we're seeing good work and response, even in the face of incredibly difficult circumstances and a lot of concern. It's important to make sure we're understanding it all. But here, I think we're really seeing a lot of concern for next year, but the point is taken. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rachel Zwillinger. Good to see you, Ms. Zwillinger.
Hi there. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Zwillinger with Defenders of Wildlife. And as you've heard from many of today's presenters, this year has been disastrous for wildlife, and particularly for endangered species in the Bay Delta and its tributary. Among many other consequences of this year's water management decisions, it appears likely that we'll lose almost an entire year class of the gravely endangered winter run salmon. And so today I just want to briefly underscore the need to do better next year, particularly if it's dry. And I really appreciate today's discussion and the focus on planning for another dry year. And if others, as others have said, that we're having this discussion now rather than several months from now. And one of the things that I heard from the water management agencies was an articulation of dry year priorities that I thought was important. And these priorities included human health and safety, the environment and endangered species, Delta water quality and meeting Delta water quality standards, which we all know is important for species like Delta smelt, longfin smelt, and others, and also for avoiding harmful algal blooms. And then fourth, water deliveries for senior water rights holders. And the agency's presentation also made clear that in dry years, there isn't enough water to meet all of these needs. And I think what happened this year is that we prioritized delivering water to senior water rights holders over these other obligations. We delivered millions of acre-feet of water to senior water rights holders, but we completely failed to protect winter run from temperature-related mortality. We waived water quality standards in the Delta and thereby reduced habitat for Delta smelt and other species and increased the likelihood of harmful algal blooms. And next year, I think we need to do better and we need a different approach. That the extinction of winter run, as we heard from our fisheries agencies, is a real possibility, and conditions in the estuary are dire. So the consequences of not improving the situation are profound. I think we need to prioritize water for human health and safety, for species, including temperature control for winter run, refuge water supplies, and habitat in the estuary, and third, meeting water quality standards in the Delta, and that these are foundational obligations to the public. And we need to be meeting these before delivering water for other purposes, including to senior water rights holders. And so it's really distressing to hear today that we're starting the drought planning conversations with concrete discussions about waiving water quality standards in the Delta through TUCPs, rather than starting with a conversation about reducing other water supply deliveries before we waive these really important environmental protections. And so, I just end by saying that this board has the legal authority, I think a legal obligation, and I think a moral responsibility to ensure the continued existence of winter run and other Bay Delta species, and to meet water quality protections that are important for communities and for wildlife. And I hope you'll all commit to protecting the public's interest in California's water system and prioritizing public trust resources in 2022.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good comment, Ms. Zwillinger. Reminded of something Director Bonham said earlier regarding risk mitigation, and part of that work is prioritizing. And I think that is what we'll needing to do in discussing these next 2 months as a TUCP is developed and brought then to the board for further then consideration. And I think I'll just say it's clear what, for me, what I'm looking for is the comprehensiveness of our understanding of the system, and knowing that if this board is going to be asked to relax water quality standards, that there is that balancing that's going on, that not just the board is here called to do, but the water code calls us all to do in our capacities. And so that balancing is one best done specifically with information and numbers and data, and knowing that what we're doing is trying to prepare for scenarios for next year, and wanting to know that we'll need to manage that system in real time. And again, by being honest with our endeavor here and prioritizing, we can prepare ourselves best for that decision making in the teeth of what will be difficult circumstances. So thank you. I appreciate your comments. Next, I believe we have Todd Manley. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I appreciate this opportunity today to discuss an additional drought issue that we're addressing in the Sacramento Valley. Currently, we are transitioning water management in the region from the agronomic season to the bird season, as the birds traveling along the Pacific Flyway are beginning to arrive as part of their annual migration. This year, that water management has a heightened level of importance, as the birds that are arriving have traveled through a flyway that is in the middle of a west-wide drought. And so in anticipation of this, for almost a year now, a partnership of water managers, refuge managers, and bird conservation organizations have been meeting to discuss actions that could be taken to prepare for this winter. The following items I'm going to mention are what we collectively are implementing now and into the future to create flyway habitat in the Sacramento Valley. So just to start off, surface water deliveries, which are traditionally the lion's share of the habitat is created with surface water. This year, as to be expected with just the critically dry situation that we're in, there's very limited surface water supplies available this fall to irrigate habitat. For the refuges and the refuge water deliveries, the National Wildlife Refuges and the state wildlife areas in the Sacramento Valley received reduced water supply this year in accordance with their contracts, but have been busily working to get that water out on the ground now where it could be providing the benefit to the arriving species. With landowner actions, the California Waterfowl Association and Ducks Unlimited, working with the California Rice Commission, have distributed an informational flyer to rice growing landowners in the region that really allows them, without having a water application, to try and maximize habitat values, including actions like replacing boards and water control structures to retain water in fields if rainfall occurs. And so we're hopeful that, even if there isn't ability to divert water, at least if there is rainfall, we could create some habitat within those lands. Then in groundwater, the California Rice Commission has implemented a reverse auction program this fall in the Sacramento Valley to incentivize the pumping of groundwater to create flyway habitat on harvested rice ground and managed wetlands. And so this is a new program, especially with this breadth of acreage that we're looking to put under it, and really exciting for the region. And then with regulatory actions, we'll be looking to collaborate with you, the board, again this year, and staff, as we did in 2015, to support the timely lifting of Term 91 during rain events and the suspension of water right curtailments when appropriate to provide additional flyway habitat. In 2015, this was truly just a lifesaver for the flyway and for the region. It really got a lot of habitat out on the ground and really did help the species. And so just to wrap up, in a dry year like we're currently experiencing, the impacts across the region are severe, with limited water supplies available for all beneficial uses. And so we hope by implementing these actions, we can make the best of a bad situation, working with the resources we have to benefit birds and other Pacific flyway species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. I appreciate the comments and the perspective when it comes to not just focusing here on in-river impacts, but also the terrestrial ones as water moves across the landscape, and important to remember. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have Wilfred Everts.
Chair Esquivel, I do believe that individual is no longer on the platform.
Okay, thank you. And looking like then our final commenter will be Barry Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for such a meaty discussion today. I just want to remind folks, I represent the Golden State Salmon Association. I just want to remind folks that our industry depends for its survival on healthy wild runs of salmon in the Central Valley. If you look at the years in which our industry has thrived, those are years where we have decent wild production. We need to return to those days. That's an issue in addition to the very real extinction threat we're facing today. want to thank Board Member Firestone and the fish agencies for their comments today, raising the importance of those issues. A lot of that discussion was around winter run, but there was some mention of the fall run, which is absolutely critical, and spring run on Battle Creek. All of those runs, for various reasons, are critical to the fishing industry. And we can't let the sort of disasters we've now seen in 2014, 2015, and this year become business as usual. That's 3 out of the last 8 years. We have seen catastrophic losses of listed runs and catastrophic losses of fall run. And this year, as Chuck Bonham mentioned, a similarly catastrophic loss of spring run on Butte Creek, even before the spawning season begins. We have to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. And we're now at the 11th hour. We've seen 2 bad years, this year being a truly disastrous one. It is absolutely essential that the board use all of its authority this coming year if this coming winter is dry, which is certainly a distinct possibility. I'd like to reiterate 2 comments that Doug Obigi offered. The first is that DWR and the Bureau should offer drought contingency plans that are not based on assumptions of TUCPs. The Bureau, the State Board should direct the Bureau very clearly with regard to what you expect to see this year. That includes transparency on modeling. To be blunt, the Bureau has a terrible record of modeling their own future performance with regard to Shasta Dam temperatures. The State Board should ensure, both for its own purposes and for transparency in the public, that modeling be disclosed absolutely as rapidly as possible to the board and to the public. And the board should ensure that the Bureau is doing everything it can to achieve temperature protections at Shasta that are adequate, similar to the RPA that was proposed by the National Marine Fisheries Service several years ago, I believe it was 2017. We need to see dramatically improved survival of winter run and fall run this coming year. And that's going to be a challenge if the year is dry. And frankly, it can only happen if the State Board utilizes its authority forcefully and does so early. We're also developing at GSSA, we're developing some additional recommendations. We expect them to be ready soon to present to the board and other agencies, designed to prevent the sort of fish kills we've seen recently. We'd like to be able to present those to the board and to other agencies. We urge you to consider a workshop soon focused on Bay Delta management in the coming year. The board has taken action on the Scott and Shasta. We saw some discussion about that earlier. Frankly, we need to see that level of action on the Bay Delta this coming year. This is crunch time. This year is crunch time, and we think it would be wise for the board to have a lengthy workshop discussing options, presentations by DWR with more detail regarding their modeling, and opportunities for the public to comment and offer our own suggestions for how we make sure that the coming year doesn't include the sort of disastrous years we've seen for salmon and endangered species in now 3 of the last 8 years. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Mr. Nelson, appreciate the comments and thank you for the patience, everyone's patience here. I know the day has gone long, and thank you though. I really appreciate everyone's comments and contributions today to the discussion. Fellow board colleagues, I don't think I have anything more really to add, other than it's about the work up ahead. There's going to be a lot more certainly going on and to be briefed on and discussed. So just, I think, teeing off of, I think, some of what we've heard, I will just recommend what we do is, as a board, follow up with a letter to the projects, kind of encapsulating some of what we've heard here today. I know Vice Chair has said, it's important to have dates to really have some detail and specificity as to what we're anticipating here in the months and the year ahead, and a friendly letter, if you will, just really emphasizing what we've heard here from all of our sister agencies and commenters and the feedback importantly here of board members around expectations for the months ahead to help just create a framework, if you will, of continued engagement, knowing that there's a lot of moving parts, and it can be helpful to kind of get it down in writing for our own sake and sort of ensuring that we're viewing the work ahead in the months in the right way. So I'd recommend the development of that perhaps here as a board. But otherwise, any comment or thought or questions here as follow-up? Okay. Well, thank you, board members and everyone for the very good engagement and discussion here. It has been a long morning. We've needed to make sure we do this here before we enter the water year so that we're setting the right expectation. And just thank you everyone for the incredible work that's been ongoing these last months. With that, I will just note that item number 4, we've actually kind of hit at the top. We've combined item 3 and 4. So item 3 and 4 are closed. Let's move to our uncontested items quickly before I give us what is, I know, a late lunch here. And then still a couple of significant items there afterwards. Before I take up or ask fellow board colleagues if there's a motion for items 6 through 9, Mr. Loffer, is there anything you should consider?
The only thing I wanted to point out on the consent calendar is we do have 2 commenters on item 7 who requested to speak if necessary. And I would just suggest that we briefly pull them in to see if they have any comments. Otherwise, we should be able to move the calendar in its entirety. So if I could check, we have both Karen Cowan and Gerhard Hübner. Gerhard, I'm going to unmute you for a moment just to see if you needed to speak on this item at all.
I do not. I'm just here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Terrific. Thanks. And we're going to do the same for you, Karen.
Yeah, same for me. Was just here in case it got pulled.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So with that, all the speaker cards have been exhausted for the consent items and you're free to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer, for the due diligence there. And thank you for Ms. Cohen and others for being here for the item. And thank you everyone for the good work on these items. Taking them up here as a tranche uncontested doesn't reflect here at the board meeting what I know is the great work that's gone on to these. But would, with that, open it up to the board members for a motion.
I'll move to adopt items 6 through 9.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, board members. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. That brings us up now to item number 10. So good progress quickly, everyone. Thank you. We will take a lunch though before we get to item number 10, which is yes.
Just to provide clarity, we did skip over item 5, the urban water conservation update,
yes.
Which we'll take as soon as we get back from lunch.
Yes, we will. I apologize. It doesn't actually get us all the way up through 10. I spoke too soon. We still need to hit item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Loffer, for helping me on my agenda here. So we will take up item number 5 when we get back and then proceed to 10, 11, and 12. Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day. It will be a long day before we finish off. I will even note, our board member and executive director's report, maybe we will leave to tomorrow. But for now, we have a 30-minute break. We will be coming back to item number 5, which is an update on our conservation numbers, an important discussion to have here, followed up after we've heard what we should be expecting for next year. And then again, 10, 11, and 12, we will then do after. Okay, have a good 30-minute break. That means we will be back here at 2:20. And thank you everyone for their time and patience so far this morning and afternoon. See you soon. Okay, everyone, it's 2:20. We can begin to gather back, and we will start back and gather here with item number 5, which is our update on monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban retail water suppliers. And Ms. Marielle Pinheiro, good to see you. And thanks for your patience as well.
There we go. I almost got away with not presenting. Okay. Well, hello, good afternoon. And here are the numbers for July. So we've been waiting on this one for a while. Let's just dive into it. Next slide, please. So just a reminder, on July 8th, the governor signed an executive order calling on all Californians to voluntarily reduce urban water use by 15% compared to 2020 levels. Overall progress is going to be measured statewide, but the data sets that we'll be releasing will also be providing per supplier savings. So this month is the first release of the savings data set. In preparation for the final data release, I've spent the past couple of weeks trying to get final confirmation on 2020 baseline values from all agencies. This baseline data set uses the monthly data when available, and the gaps are filled in with electronic annual report data otherwise. So this month's data is just a straightforward comparison of July 2020 to July 2021, but next month will be the sum of July and August for both years. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of why we sort of came up with 15% in the first place. We believe that 15% is achievable because we've gotten down to these levels of statewide water use before. So this chart just shows 2020 production as a cumulative sum from July to June, with the orange dashed line showing what a 15% reduction from the 2020 baseline would look like. So we can see that the reduction does track very closely with the blue line, which is the 2015 to 2016 cumulative total production for those same months. So 15% voluntary reduction by urban water users from 2020 levels could save as much as 850,000 acre feet of water over the next year for future years or enough to supply more than 1.7 million households for a year. Next slide, please. All of the data shown in this presentation, as well as the drought response data set, can be found at our conservation reports webpage, which is located at the URL that's at the bottom of this slide. Each data set comes with a corresponding data dictionary, and the latest release is generally put out after the board meeting is over. There's also a Tableau dashboard that summarizes certain key figures from these reports. Next slide, please. Previous presentation item number 3 already provided an excellent overview of current conditions, so I won't dive too deeply into it. Just a note that the colors here is the Palmer Drought Severity Index, which combines variables like temperature and soil moisture into a single number that can then be used to quantify things like drought risk. And in the summer months is more useful than rainfall in describing just how we're doing relative to average. So July continues a trend that we already saw in June, where the Palmer Drought Severity Index ranked second only to 2014 of July. So this is a statewide average, just a reminder, and some areas have been more severely impacted than others. Statewide RGPCD at 116 GPCD continues its slight decrease relative to 2020, even given drier conditions. So we're starting to see the impacts of conservation messaging and other measures. And now, the moment that everybody's been waiting for, statewide savings. Next slide, please. So we saw 1.8% savings for July relative to 2020 numbers. These numbers reflect submissions from 376 agencies, which is about 91% of the suppliers on our list and represents about 95% of the population served. While it's not 15%, it's not entirely unsurprising. The call went out on July 8th, and it takes some time for conservation to be reflected in the numbers. So I do still need final confirmation on some of the baseline values. I've reached out to all the agencies on the list, but I do know that some of them didn't see the email for various reasons. People were on vacation, it bounced, it went to the spam box, or it even got sent to somebody else in the agency. So I highly encourage anybody that hasn't yet confirmed the 2020 baseline values to double check the numbers that are going to be in the data set released today, since it will impact resultant savings calculations. As we continue to track this data over time, I'd really like to emphasize that it's more important than ever for reports to be submitted by the deadline of the 28th of the month. When I did the data poll on Friday, we were still missing 9% of July reports. And these reports are mandatory and have been so since October of 2020. And we do allow reporters to provide preliminary estimates of their data if the final billing data is not available by the deadline. Next slide, please. When we break the savings down by hydrologic region, things get a little bit more interesting. So the North Coast region, which as we know is the first area to fall under drought declaration and be impacted by curtailments, they've actually surpassed that 15% target already as of July. The San Francisco Bay region was not subject to similar restrictions, but nonetheless is down about 8%. However, we are measuring things statewide, and more than half of the population served by urban water suppliers is concentrated in the South Coast region, which saw savings of 0.1% for July as a whole. So conservation messaging is going to be a big part of achieving our 15% savings goal. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to Ryan Bailey at this point from DWR to talk about the Save Our Water campaign. So next slide.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Bailey. I'm the Water Use Efficiency Branch Manager at DWR in the Division of Regional Assistance. And I'm very happy to join you briefly this afternoon to highlight some of the high points here with this Save Our Water campaign. And I'd be happy to follow up with any details that might be needed afterwards. So I really just want to start out by saying we're excited about getting the message out with a lot of how-to information and resources that will help engage all Californians in saving water. And before I advance slides here, I just want to make a few acknowledgements. DWR collaborated with several partners in the development of the program or the campaign. The Water Board's Communications Director, Nefertiri Cooley, Director of Media Relations, Jackie Carpenter, and other key staff in the Water Board's Office of Public Affairs, along with ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies, all gave us valuable support and input as we built the new campaign. Also, the campaign was made possible by $8 million in funding that was part of the governor's drought resilience proposal in May and was approved recently by the legislature as part of the budget. And I think we can go to the next slide. We did utilize surveys to help inform the campaign to make sure that we were crafting this in a prudent fashion and having the intent that we hope to have. So here are a few key statistics. A high number are concerned about drought conditions. There's a sizable number that can be motivated, understanding the larger context, and that they can do more. So that helped inform our campaign. And I'll ask for the next slide. So the campaign is launching now. You can see the new logo, which has been released, and a number of things are coming out immediately. And I'll talk about a little bit about that. So we, consistent with our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, are making a concerted effort to reach a wide audience. And we're doing that through a number of media channels and venues. We're even leveraging community outreach events and a youth conservation program. You can see that the logo is available here in both English and Spanish. The September 20th launch is just the beginning. If I could ask for the slide to be moved to the next one. So this is where everything is beginning to be uploaded and released, and there'll be more and more content. So this launch started with the logo. There will be more information in these areas, including the partner toolkit, so that the campaign can be leveraged to have as much reach as possible, both through state efforts and through partners and partner agencies. What is planned is that starting in October, there will be more and more content rolled out. But if you go to saveourwater.com, that is the landing page, that is the home of all the activity, and you'll see that populated more and more. So that's really what I had to share today, just at a high level. If there is any questions, I'm available to answer questions. And if it's about specific details, we'd be happy to connect you up with our program staff that know the most about what is planned.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
All right, so we always try to end things on a helpful note. So let's talk about some tips. So everyone can help conserve water for the places where we need it the most. That's including, firefighting, hospitals, public health. So this slide outlines just some of the simple steps that we can all take. And we've talked about a lot of them before, but I'd really like to emphasize the last one. So just follow the rules, know what's going on in your community. Visit your water supplier's website to learn what water uses are restricted in your community. So for example, here in Sacramento, irrigation is limited to 2 days per week. People with even numbered addresses can water on Wednesday and Sunday, and people with odd numbered addresses can water on Tuesday and Saturday. Next slide, please. So during a drought, responsible water use includes watering urban trees, because trees make our communities healthy, beautiful, and livable. And trees and water are both precious resources. And without watering through the dry seasons, we risk losing the benefits from urban canopy, because it will take, 10, 20, or even as much as 50 years to grow back mature trees. So for mature trees, just slowly soak the root zone out towards the drip line, which is that area that's under the farthest reaches of the branches, until the water is about a foot below the surface. Don't water close to the trunk, as opposed to young trees where the roots are much closer to the trunk. They need about 5 gallons of water 2 to 4 times per week. And so you can minimize waste by creating a small watering basin with a berm of dirt, drill a hole near the bottom of a 5-gallon bucket, place it near the tree, fill it with water, and allow it to drain into the soil. And finally, just use mulch. 6 inches of mulch or leaf litter can help retain moisture, which will then reduce water needs and protect your trees. There are some local programs that are providing free mulch. So for example, Sacramento Municipal Utilities District offers free wood chips for residential use. All you got to do is bring a truck. That is the presentation. I will now stop here and pause for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pinheiro. And I just want to acknowledge the good work that has gone on into these reports and how important the data really is to continue to be able to circle back around and understand how best we're conserving, given what we know already has been a very dry summer and dry water year in the preparation for another. It is important to note that conservation takes time to boot up. We saw that certainly in the last drought as well. where Governor Brown's voluntary calls took time to start to see a reaction. And I think importantly, we're wanting to make sure we're supporting communities as they pursue really important conservation goals. I think you look at the Russian River and you look at the watersheds where we most earlier on in this summer were very intentionally and focused on and working with and helping communities manage through difficult conditions, and the response there from communities and has been encouraging. And we see that here in the numbers with 17% reached in the region there. And I know locally even higher numbers, but it's clear we need to be doing a lot more. And coming into, again, importantly here at the start of the water year, a discussion around how we can emphasize, importantly, the Save Our Water campaign and support all the ranges of sizes of water agencies. It's not lost on me that here the reporting is our 400 largest urban water agencies, but there are many agencies out there who are smaller, less resourced, and more, and just as importantly, need conservation to be an important strategy moving into the dry year. So continuing to emphasize their support here, couching, yes, a 1.8% decrease, thankfully not an increase, which could have been seen as well, but at least, and regional variation in the targets being reached is good to see. I'll be anticipating and wanting to see what August is looking like, and importantly, how right now all Californians are being aware of the hydrologic circumstances we find ourselves, the fact that drought is, we're preparing and needing to and act as if it will continue. And importantly, we have, as we saw earlier in our discussion, in that whole water year operational, decision-making funnel, right now, the best options, the most water and the best opportunities to begin conserving. We know actually though, as we move into our winter months, the opportunity for that outdoor conservation, which is the larger component here of our ability to conserve, is less. And so it is really booting up the conservation engine machine that all Californians are used to. And we saw, again, and helpful to know, we've reached deep into the need for conservation in the last drought, and we'll continue to need to do so here. So again, the data is what it is. And importantly, we are able to see it and continue to manage and make sure that we're circling back around how specific communities are doing and how we can all support each other here in the year ahead. I'll stop. Board members, please, thoughts and questions here. And I want to thank the Department of Water Resources, Mr. Bailey, for joining us as well. This is a continuum of effort when it comes to conservation in the state, because we do have long-term conservation legislation in place. We're in the middle of adopting and setting budgets for water agencies, these larger urban water agencies, for conservation long-term. And so I think all that data and all that conversation provides us a really critical space to make sure that we're driving conservation in the state, and as we say, making conservation a way of life. So appreciate both DWR being here and our folks and all of this work. But board colleagues, please.
I'll comment. Sorry,
yeah,
I was just seeing if other people did. Thanks.
Thank you, board member.
So just echo what you said. I do, we just saw what a huge crisis we're in, and we are far from even where we voluntarily ask folks to be. And so appreciate that it takes a while to ramp up, but we're asking and requiring a lot of folks for public health and safety to go to 55 gallons per person or per capita per day. That is tiny. That's basically indoor, a tiny bit for outdoor, hopefully for your trees. But we don't want to have to go there for the rest of the state. We don't want to have to have the kinds of impacts we're talking about potentially for next year. And it means everyone has to do their part. And that means now. And I think treating this like the crisis that it is requires us all to step up far and above what we're seeing in this first month's report. So hopefully look forward to getting more in the future and just echoing your calls, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Others?
Yeah, thank you. I ditto all the comments 100%, but just, thinking about, the report this morning about the complexity of the projects and how they operate and how we're all trying to think through our priorities strategically and how we meet our needs in the coming year. And part of that is conservation. Part of that's supply augmentation and diversity. And so, Mr. Bailey, I'm glad to see you here today because you brought to mind the urban water management plans and the work that we've done there to invest in improving on that drought planning process here, looking at 5-year intervals, and now I think the annual supply and demand assessments, which I believe are not due yet, that may be early next year. But I was wondering if you could just touch on, I believe the plans were due this year, if you've seen anything, any trends or takeaways, because for me, it really, we are all in this together. This is all hands on deck. But at the same time, there's unique circumstances that apply to so many of our urban water suppliers, and Chair Esquivel, as you mentioned, all of our many hundreds of small water systems out there. So I sorry to put you on the spot, Mr. Bailey, but if you have any thoughts or just observations about what you've seen so far, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Board Member McGuire. I would just comment that we've been very busy with the efforts around study and analysis for the indoor standard and also the outdoor, the commercial, industrial, and institutional. So those efforts are in full swing. We should be in a position to be able to, have drafts available for comment for the potential recommendations to the Water Board, as was required by statute. And I think at this point in time, I would just point out that everything that we're working on is we're relying on work groups, public and stakeholder input, and trying to make sure that we are, considering everything that we should and not missing anything. So I think, certainly we would like to be in a better position to say that we're, much further down the road, but we are on a pretty good trajectory, knowing that we don't want to outpace the time that it takes to make sure that we're engaging. So that's really what I would like to say there. I think that, those efforts are part of long-term solutions, but I don't have anything in terms of deliverable to report on today. But I do appreciate the question, and I agree with you that is part of the collage here of what's going to be needed in terms of a remedy.
Fair enough. Thanks for your feedback on that. Appreciate it.
Board member.
Thank you, Chair. Do the comments that have been made, and I would just like to, thank staff for the presentation and DWR, Mr. Bailey, for being here. I am appreciative of the, where we are today, and that the ask for conservation came in July, and that these numbers that were presented today by staff are preliminary. I thank Mr. Bailey for being here to give us an update on the Save the Water campaign. I think that this is, a key element of the Water Board and Water Board staff working with DWR on this to roll out this campaign to get the word out about the need, the great need for conservation throughout the state. And believe that as we get that word out, that we will start seeing the numbers elsewhere within the state as we're seeing on the North Coast. So, we just want to thank staff for working with DWR to get this campaign off the ground and now rolling out, and looking forward to seeing how the numbers improve in upcoming reports.
Thank you so much, board member. Vice Chair.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
I appreciate the comments that my colleagues made.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's I think important to remind ourselves that in the last drought, we saw an incredible response from Californians, and that 16, 17% conservation that is still held from that period is a testament to Californians embracing conservation in their daily life, in their homes, and being more water conscious, but also the investments and collaboration that went on to help get that done. That's going to be the continued spirit that we're going to need in the months ahead as we continue to look at these numbers, as we continue to ensure that our communities are taking serious the threat of this drought and responding accordingly. And I think here now we can go to commenters. I see a number of leaders here and look forward to their perspectives and to hearing how things are looking like on the ground and what folks are seeing. So I think first here, I believe I have on my list, Lanaya Alexander from Eastern Municipal Water District.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Linnea Bowles-Alexander, and I am the Assistant General Manager of Planning, Engineering, and Construction at Eastern Municipal Water District. My comments this afternoon are in response to the request for a 15% voluntary reduction in the water use compared to 2020. More than a decade ago, EMWD's average water use from 1999 to 2008 was 197 gallons per capita per day. To proactively encourage water use efficiency, EMWD implemented individualized water-based tiered rates in 2009. Currently, households are allotted a 55 gallon per capita per day indoor use, and irrigated areas are allocated for 50 to 80% of ET based on the age of the property. When the drought emergency was declared in 2014, EMWD's per capita water use averaged 151 gallons per day. This represented a 23% reduction in water use since that 2008 baseline figure. Throughout the last drought and beyond, EMWD has continued to focus on water use efficiency through its budget-based rate structure, permanent water waste restrictions, ongoing rebates, and improvements to customer billing systems that allow our customers to get real-time water use data and also alert customers of potential leaks. We have also invested significantly in recycled water, desalination, and water banking programs to continue to offset demands on our drinking water supplies. Since 2017, EMWD has remained in a stage 2 of its water shortage contingency plan and continues to encourage customers to voluntarily reduce water use. In 2020, EMWD's per capita water use averaged 125 gallons per day. This represents a 37% reduction since that 2008 baseline figure and a 17% reduction since the start of the 2014 emergency drought declaration. For the first 6 months of 2021, our customers have continued to demonstrate this reduction in per capita water use. And in addition, though, in response to the state's current drought condition, EMWD has taken additional actions, such as partnering with regional water agencies for drought messaging to encourage additional water use efficiency by our customers that are within their budgets, but also focusing on water savings for customers that are exceeding their budgets. We have also invested and introduced a new outdoor water use efficiency program that we call Landscapes for Living for customers to help find rebates, tutorials, and other information about how they can be more efficient with their outdoor water use. As of September 5th, we have 426 of our customers that have signed up for participation in that new outdoor water use efficiency program. Given all this history, an evaluation of our 2021 water use data compared to 2020 figures is not truly representative of the investments that EMWD has made or the efforts of our residents. And I appreciate the time and your consideration this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. I think it's important to remember that the 15% reduction from last year's usage is a helpful way for Californians to understand how best to contribute to this voluntary call across the state, and understand that there are a lot of historic investments made and continue to be made at the local level, particularly by leaders like Eastern Municipal. I think of the investments in water recycling as well and other sources as Board Member McGuire said are important to also the conservation components of the work. So thank you. I appreciate that, and know that we more than want to continue to make sure we are understanding the full suite of investments and the work that I know our agencies, particularly the leaders here amongst you, are doing to help ensure and manage through difficult and not the first drought, not the last certainly, and know that it has allowed us to be iterative as we've approached each drought unto itself. So thank you. I appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Next, I have Gary Arendt. Oh, I apologize. I believe Mr. Arendt may not be here on the platform. I know there are a few folks that dropped off, and I know today's gone long, so I appreciate everyone's patience. And I think instead we have Mr. John Kennedy next. Oh, you are unmuted, but we still can't hear you. You may need to adjust. There you are.
Yeah, here we go. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm John Kennedy, Executive Director of Engineering and Water Resources for the Orange County Water District. I'm speaking for my boss, General Manager Mike Marcus, who could not attend this meeting. I just wanted to quickly update your board on two significant projects we have implemented to create more local water supply, to become more efficient, and to reduce our dependence upon imported water from Northern California. The first project, as most of you are aware, is our groundwater replenishment system. The project was originally constructed in 2008 at a cost of $481 million. The project allows Orange County Water District to recycle 70 million gallons a day of secondary treated wastewater. We expanded the project to 100 million gallons a day in 2015 at a cost of $141 million. This year, the groundwater replenishment system reached a milestone by having created over 1 million acre feet of new water supply for Southern California. Now, we're currently constructing the final expansion of the groundwater replenishment system, which will allow us to recycle 130 million gallons a day. This work is currently ongoing and will be completed in about 16 months. And upon the completion of the final expansion project, Orange County Water District will be recycling enough water for approximately 1 million people annually. Two, we will have invested $925 million in the groundwater replenishment system. And then three, we will be recycling 100% of the recyclable wastewater available from our partner, the Orange County Sanitation District. Second project I wanted to update your board on is the Santa Ana Regional Conservation and Conjunctive Use Project. It has an acronym of SWRCB. This $128 million project will allow local agencies in the Santa Ana River watershed to store up to 180,000 acre feet of water locally to be used during drought periods. So in closing, Orange County Water District, we're very grateful to the state for financially assisting in the funding of these two projects. Projects like these will go a long way towards improving the water reliability and security of our supplies in this region of the state. That concludes my remarks, and thank you for your time.
You as well. I appreciate the comments and reemphasizing at Board Member McGuire's point around conservation, a really critical component, but so is expanding our supplies. And just had the honor just yesterday actually of opening the water reuse conference down in Southern California. And glad that this board has been able to invest $1 billion over these last years in water recycling projects throughout the state. Many of those mid-construction, and meaning that's 62,000 acre feet a year of reliable water that's being produced by those investments. It's the type of 21st century investments we'll be needing to make. So I appreciate the points on water recycling. We're here as partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have Melissa McChesney.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Melissa McChesney, and I'm here today on behalf of Potter Dam Municipal Water District. We're a mid-sized agency providing water, wastewater, and recycled services to communities in East San Diego County. And I'm here to share with you the significant efforts our community has made in reducing water use over the years that's not simply seen through a year-to-year or month-to-month comparison, and what our agency does to ensure reliability and local supply. Padre Dam customers have long taken water conservation seriously and have responded through significant savings during the last 2 drought periods here in California. Prior to the drought of 2009, water use in our service area exceeded 17,000 acre-feet a year. Over the last 3 years, our average service area use has been approximately 9,700 acre-feet. This is a 40% reduction in water use. Our customers are using only 59% of the water that they used a decade ago, and 14% less water than the use that they were using during the last drought and the 2015 timeframe. This is with added population, housing, and businesses within our area. In addition to the efforts during drought periods, our agency has water use restrictions in place at all times and continues to encourage customers to water efficiently while providing incentives and classes to help them with that. In planning for the future, Padre Dam, along with Helix Water District, the City of El Cajon, and the County of San Diego, are collaboratively working on a potable reuse project that will develop a new water supply for East San Diego County. The East County Advanced Water Purification Program will further increase water reliability for our customers and the San Diego region by providing 30% of our local drinking water supply. This project has been moving steadily forward and will be producing water for our communities in 2025 and will provide water to a population of over 400,000 people. I ask the board to just keep in mind these water supply reliability projects and the considerable efforts of our customers to use water efficiently while changing habits and looking for solutions for the future. All of these efforts need to be considered when looking at how California is doing on an overall water basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your time and comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Joe McDermott, who will be followed by Chelsea Haynes.
Good afternoon. Let me pull up my notes here real quick. If I can. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members. My name is Joe McDermott. I'm the Director of Engineering and External Affairs for the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We serve over 70,000 residents in the West Los Angeles County area. Our water consumption in 2020 was about 18,000 acre feet, and that's 17% less than 2013. So it dives pretty closely to what this state is seeing today. The new 15% call from the governor would put us at about 32% less consumption than in 2013. And that's pretty close to what we were able to achieve during the last drought. Our focus has been and will continue to be to get customers to reduce outdoor water use. We have and continue to offer rebates for weather-based irrigation control devices and encouraging customers to transform their lawns into drought-tolerant and climate-appropriate landscapes. We are currently deploying over 21,000 smart meters, which will automatically detect leaks and will help customers be more aware of their daily water consumption. And that project is at a cost of about $10 million. Between these programs, increased messaging to our customers to conserve, and with enforcement, identifying and addressing wasteful water use, our confidence is high that we can achieve the 15%. And it's really more of a question of how soon we could get to that number. Messaging at the state level via TV ads, electronic message boards on freeways, digital advertising on popular social media and internet websites would be very helpful and can help achieve the 15% goal sooner rather than later. I will mention our board did adopt a resolution and enacted our water shortage contingency plan back in June. So one of the first in Southern California. So we've started accelerating our messaging with regards to the drought and water savings. And I think as the first your presenter mentioned, I think Californians generally are just a little slow at getting the message, and I think it's going to take a little bit of time, but I do think that we could get there. I also wanted to mention that we too are embarking on a $256 million potable reuse project. Unfortunately, with going through CEQA and all the planning and design that has to go into these types of projects, that will not be online until the year of 2028. So we are investing heavily, both our time and resource, near term, midterm, and also long term. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the good comment and the leadership and activating things early, being responsive. I know there is, just candidly, we know the tension between what is a statewide mandatory conservation target versus voluntary versus all the good activity that I know goes on at the local level. And as I said earlier in the board meeting, the difference really is in the local leadership to manage through drought conditions. And we're here to support that. And so just thank you. I think what we can all continue to be focused on are the outcomes that we're really needing to see in our communities as we continue to respond to drought conditions, but also plan for that long-term efficiency, but also the long-term investments in our water systems that build the resiliency to drought and flood to begin with. So just thank you. I appreciate the points.
Thank you.
Ms. Haynes.
Hi, good morning, members of the board, or I guess afternoon now. It's
Yeah,
been a long morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on this information item. My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager at the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents 460 public water agencies that collectively deliver approximately 90% of the water used for residential, commercial, and agricultural purposes in California. ACWA and our members take the drought and the governor's call for water conservation very seriously, and we're engaged deeply as well on the mission to make water conservation a permanent way of life. As Mr. Bailey mentioned, ACWA's been working collaboratively with the state on the Save Our Water campaign, and will work hard to amplify that effort to educate Californians about the need to use water wisely. Lessons learned from the last drought have remained on the top of the mind for ACWA member agencies during the last 5 years, and drought and climate change planning is at the very core of what our member agencies do. Currently, we're seeing agencies throughout the state activating water shortage contingency plans. Those plans were submitted to the Department of Water Resources earlier this year. Additionally, as described from the previous speakers, agencies are implementing a host of local resiliency projects that will help ensure a water resilient future. And Chair Escobar, as you mentioned, the state agencies have technical staffs looking at this day in and day out, so do the local water agencies. So we strongly believe that the path forward in responding to the drought is through a continued partnership between the local water agencies and the state and federal agencies, and have really appreciated the administration's engagement with ACWA and our members to understand some of the local challenges and local opportunities. Looking into the next few months and the state's ongoing efforts surrounding conservation, we really think that partnership empowers and builds on the local planning efforts that are underway, and rely on those local plans to make informed decision-making, and where the state can build on and complement those efforts with additional resources, funding, communication, streamlining efforts. I think that will really be helpful to further conservation efforts and local projects. We're available if you have questions about water shortage contingency plans and those efforts underway. We're happy to connect you with some of the agencies that are doing on the ground work. We think that this month is a promising start for more to come, and just appreciate the opportunity today.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I appreciate the comments and continued work in this space. Conservation is such a critical component of California's success from the last drought, and then now going into this one as well. So I appreciate the collaboration and leadership. Next, we have Laura Heides.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Laura Heides, and I'm the Director of Water Resources at the Alameda County Water District, or ACWD, speaking today on behalf of my agency. ACWD is a retail water provider serving over 357,000 people in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in southern Alameda County of the Bay Area. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today and share what our agency is doing to respond to the drought. ACWD has been intensifying water conservation messaging since early spring with our One Saves Water campaign, which focuses on individual actions each community member can take to save water. We've asked our customers to save 15% to support the state's voluntary conservation goal. While our customers are very efficient, attributable to the success of our conservation program over 25 years, and they've invested in drought resiliency with a portfolio that includes multiple water supplies, a brackish water desalination facility, offsite groundwater bank storage, and most recently a $40 million project to implement advanced metering infrastructure for all customers over the next 3 years that will help to achieve additional water savings. We recognize the severity of this drought, and ACWD's board has taken significant further steps to encourage conservation. In June, we doubled our turf conversion rebate to $2 per square foot, and participation has increased by 6-fold for this and several other programs this summer. We have recently enhanced our Water Savings Assistance Partnership Program for income eligible customers to include leak detection and repair services. We've increased overall funding and outreach related to all of our rebate programs and water use efficiency measures, expanding water conservation kit eligibility and device distribution, strategically posting drought signage in high traffic areas and parks, and fast tracking early implementation of new programs from our recently adopted Water Efficiency Master Plan. Conservation is happening in our service area, and we can see it in the program participation numbers, but it does take time for some of this response to show up in production and demand. Compared to this time period last year, ACWD water demands are down about 8%, and we will continue to encourage and to help our customers do even more. We've also recently updated our water shortage contingency plan and are preparing for a dry 2022. Finally, ACWD greatly appreciates the efforts of the California Department of Water Resources in working with us and others across the state to address this critical drought and in planning for 2022. We also appreciate continued statewide outreach and statewide programs that can help us achieve conservation. A strong message that water waste is not acceptable in the state would also support our own water waste enforcement program. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment today and for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heides. I appreciate you sticking with us here today. I know it's been long, and for delivering your good comment. Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Davis.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Davis, and I am with the City of Oceanside. The City of Oceanside is a mid-sized agency in North County, San Diego, and I wanted to provide an update on what Oceanside has been doing for the last 2 decades on water conservation and local supply enhancements. In 2010, Oceanside had a GPCD of 167. Today, we have a GPCD of 116. That is a 30% reduction in water use over the last 2 decades. We have implemented a wide variety of water conservation strategies to ensure our residents continue to implement water use efficiency measures even in times of non-drought. And it's important to note that we have developed and continue to update our water conservation master plan. We just updated that in 2020 with efforts to include outreach throughout the years with workshops, rebates, and resources for our communities. Since the 2014 drought, we have also expanded Oceanside's local supply efforts. Our city council implemented a 50% local water supply goal by 2030. And at the end of this year, we will have built and will be the first fully operational indirect potable reuse agency in San Diego County. We are also expanding our recycled water use, and we are implementing advanced smart water meters for our entire agency. This will continue to allow our residents to view their own water use and better implement water saving strategies. And we thank the board for the opportunity to talk today and hope that we can continue to work together in improving our water efficiency throughout the state.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Definitely feel we'll have much opportunity here to continue to make sure we're coordinated and appreciate the work that's going on here at the local level. Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Lovestead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Chair Escobar, members of the board, I'm Elizabeth Lovestead. I'm the Water Resource Manager at the San Diego County Water Authority. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate the comprehensive view of current state hydraulic conditions that were presented earlier today and all the impacts that this current drought is having. I realize this is a challenging time for both the board and the state as we deal with this drought, as well as many other things that are happening. About 5 years ago, we were in a similar drought with many other things with situation, and we made it through that, and we'll make it through again because in part of some of the actions that have been taken since that last drought. In many areas, we are better prepared to face this current drought. After the last drought in June of 2017, the PPIC released a report titled Building Drought Resilience in California Cities and Suburbs. This report includes a review of the state's response during the last drought and lessons learned. It also includes recommendations on how to proceed in response to the current drought now that we are at this point. I urge everyone to read the PPIC report as we move forward to address this drought. Also, since the last drought, the governor has released his water resilience portfolio approach, which provides a blueprint for the state on how to better prepare for future droughts. This takes a comprehensive approach to develop resiliency and supports the implementation of existing legislation. The Water Authority and its member agencies have made significant investments in both water use efficiency and reliable water supplies to improve the water resiliency in our region. You've heard from several of our agencies today kind of talking about some of those existing and proposed projects that are in the works. Considering those investments, I request that current unique supply and demand conditions for the Southern California regions of the state be presented at a future board meeting as we plan for potential continued drought response. Conservation is an important part of water management at the Water Authority. In 2018, legislation was adopted to address both drought and long-term conservation standards. SB 606 and AB 1668 provide a framework for making conservation a California way of life, including a roadmap for efficient water use standards and improvements to urban water management plans and water shortage contingency plans to address droughts. In the San Diego region, a long-term commitment to conservation and water use efficiency has led to a 50% reduction in per capita water use since the early 1990s. This has been achieved through education, incentives, and a focus on the value of water within our region. The Water Authority embraces water use efficiency as a way of life. As we meet the latest challenge, the Water Authority continues to offer a broad portfolio of water use efficiency programs to reduce water use for now and the future. These programs include water use efficiency landscape classes for both residential and professional landscapers, rebates for numerous indoor and outdoor devices and turf replacement, direct install of water-saving devices for low-income customers through a partnership with our energy provider, San Diego County Gas and Electric, assistance for professional landscape customers that want to help their customers, for professional landscapers who want to help their customers save water and money. So they can get a rebate directly to them, and then they can pass that savings on to their customer. We've also implemented outreach efforts this summer to encourage customers to reduce their water demand. Efforts include an advertising program asking residents and businesses to keep their water efficient habits up and remind them of rebates, classes, and programs that can help them be more water efficient. Providing a toolkit for our member agencies to communicate with their ratepayers about ways to be more water efficient, and engaging with community organizations to ensure that they are aware of the drought and steps to be more water efficient. We hope moving forward, the tools and lessons learned from the last drought will be utilized as we face this new but similar challenge. We encourage a complete picture of supply and demand conditions across the state to be presented here, perhaps at a future meeting. We would also like to avoid any unintended consequences to the economy, and that investments in long-term water resiliency be considered as we move forward responding to the drought. The San Diego region will continue to support the call for water use reduction, and will continue to work with our 24 member agencies that together serve 3.3 million people to promote water use efficiency as a way of life. Thank you very much for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Lovestead. Appreciate the comments today. Next, we have Fiona Sanchez.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm the Director of Water Resources for Irvine Ranch Water District, and we really appreciate the opportunity just to provide some comments on our water efficiency efforts and our drought response. So water efficiency has been a way of life for IWD and for our customers since the 1991 drought, and we've really achieved some significant success. We far exceeded the 20% reduction that was required by the 2020 legislation. We actually achieved 53% reduction. And we have not rolled back our savings just from the last drought. In fact, our overall water use has remained 11% below those levels, even though we have growth in our community of about 4% a year. We've also made significant investments in climate and drought resilient supplies, including recycled water, potable reuse, and groundwater storage. We remain committed to water efficiency. So we continue to offer cost-effective rebates for high efficiency plumbing fixtures, for turf replacement, irrigation upgrades, industrial process improvements, and workshops for all our customers, drought or no drought. Our recent intensive 5-year drought risk assessment that we just completed in our urban water management plan shows that due to our extensive drought planning and our investments into water efficiency and sustainable supplies, that even with climate change, and if we have 5 more years of drought like this, we would be 100% reliable. So although we're not experiencing any current or projected shortage, we take the statewide situation, and we saw the information this morning, and the governor's call for a 15% reduction very seriously. We expect our board to formally declare a level 2 drought on Monday. So that's not captured in our monthly reporting, but the actions that we have been taking already are consistent with a level 2 shortage of 11 to 20%. And to do that, we have increased outreach and awareness efforts, including water saving articles and tips. We've launched a brand new landscape program to help our customers reduce leaks and improve irrigation efficiency. We've launched a drought response 15% savings sweepstakes to encourage our customers to do their part in helping achieve the 15% reduction. We have prohibitions on waterways permanently in place. In fact, we just didn't rescind them after the last drought. And we have expanded and intensive drought messaging now throughout our service area. We are a little concerned that the monthly report data could be a little bit misleading, just since some of the context may be missing. And so a few comments just related to our data. So in 2020, our production data was artificially low. And the reason for that is our commercial and industrial use was significantly reduced due to the lockdown. In fact, it was down by more than 10%. And so now our commercial industrial use is back up to pre-2020 levels, which is great because of the economic recovery, but it may influence when you're comparing to 2020. And residential use is less of a factor than CII in our service area. Also, we're not going to be fully built out until 2035. So we're increasing and have a growth in number of accounts of about 4% over 2020. The other thing, and I heard your staff acknowledge this, and I appreciate that there is a time lag from when we roll out these programs and the messaging to when we see the changes. So we don't think all of our actions are really reflected in the data. And in our case, there's definitely a time lag with billing data and reporting. So we bill every single day of the month, and we do our billing by end date. That's how we report to you. So if we have a bill that covers a period from June 1st to July 1, we would report that based on the end date of July 1 and say that's our July data, even though all of that use occurred prior to the governor's call. So there's definitely a lag in reporting. And then I just want to close with, we just request that any actions that the board might take to respond to the drought situation recognizes and incentivizes the types of actions that we have taken to be resilient. And then also just consider some of the data limitations in the reporting data that doesn't necessarily present the complete picture. So we appreciate you considering our comments, and we hope that we could be a resource to the board and staff as the state deals with this significant drought emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate the long leadership of Irvine Ranch in water recycling as well, but certainly and all of this work. And so just thank you for continuing to be leaders. And yet we want to be honest with the data, and that includes where it is not, again, here a lag. We're reporting on July, and certainly takes time to see a response, let alone when we're even able to report out. And I know that some agencies have reported out what their current and in August numbers are even looking like, which is helpful. Again, I know that folks have more real-time information. This is at least just our moment as we synthesize across all the agencies what that data looks like. And again, doing our best to be nuanced and fair with the information. So really appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And I believe this will be our last commenter. And again, I apologize. I know a few folks had to drop off, but Miss Amy Talbot, good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Hope we're doing well.
Just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to comment today and to close out comments. I'm Amy Talbot, Water Efficiency Program Manager for the Regional Water Authority. We represent 20 water suppliers in the Sacramento region, serving around 2 million people. I just want to start out saying that we understand the severity of the drought and our region suppliers and customers are responding. We are now seeing a declining water use from June to August 2021 compared to 2020 numbers. This decrease is happening when we typically see an increasing trend in use during the summertime. Our region's summer use is typically 2 to 3 times our winter use. Compared to 2020, in June 2021, use was up by 6%, followed by a leveling off in July, almost exactly the same as 2020. This was around the same time the governor declared drought and we started our drought messaging. And then that was followed by a 6% decrease in regional use for August 2021. This is exactly the use pattern we would expect to see once we ramp up and start our messaging and declare a drought. You know, as has been said before, drought response is not like a white light switch. It takes time for the message to sink in. It takes time for customers to respond and for that response to show up in local and regional data. We are anticipating increased reductions as the year progresses. We know that 6% in August isn't 15%, but we are just getting started, so please be patient with us. This decreased August use is encouraging as it is happening even with the presence of several challenging conditions. For example, as has been stated before, our regional use is already 13% less than use prior to the 2015 drought. So we're asking for more savings on top of prolonged savings while we're seeing a population growth. As was explained in thorough detail earlier today, it's hot and dry, and weather heavily influences our water use, most of which is outdoors, especially this time of year. We know California is experiencing record summer temperatures in 2021, in order of 5 degrees above historical mean and almost a degree above previous record. Looking at this particular region, both Placer and El Dorado counties experienced 6 degrees above the mean, and Sacramento County 4 degrees above the mean. With the combination of hot and dry weather and reduced water use to respond to drought conditions, we want to make sure we're not causing long-term damage to our landscape, specifically our trees. Grass can bounce back after a drought, but trees can't, and they can be lost forever. And we saw a lot of tree mortality after this last drought. And this is really concerning because trees are our most necessary and highest value climate change landscaping. We need more trees, not less trees, especially in our under-canopied communities. So we have to ask ourselves, how can we get the savings but protect our climate change adaptation assets, primarily our trees? So what we're doing is we're working with partners like the Sacramento Tree Foundation on tailoring our drought messaging to account for the complexities of implementing drought response in such an environment. We're taking a stress lawn, save trees approach. RWA has tripled our regular public outreach and media budget with help from state grants. Thank you very much. You may be already hearing our radio ads on Cap Radio and saving tips on ABC News 10 with Monica Woods. You'll be seeing both static and digital billboards in high traffic areas focused on the tree message all around the region. And we're all over social media and news and weather related online ads as well. And we've expanded our messaging to include Spanish language radio and TV markets this year. Furthermore, RWA has released $1 million in rebate funding for use by local suppliers in their own local rebate programs over the next 2 years. And what we're seeing is customers are responding. We're seeing the start of a downward trend in August, right on track. We're seeing increases in water waste calls and rebate participation across the region. Placer County Water Agency saw a 600% increase in rebate applications in August 2021 versus August 2020. The city of Sacramento has seen a 235% increase in water waste reports coming in compared to the same period last year. What we need from the state right now is support as we ramp up our savings. Support means encouraging and promoting local funding for local and regional drought-related programs and messaging. These programs will be based on the implementation of local water shortage contingency plans. We heard from the Save Our Water customer survey that 42% of residents said that local water officials would be the people that would influence them to save more water. That was the #1 response. followed by friends. So we know that local entities are very important in implementing our drought response here. Lastly, we understand the need for savings right now to respond to the immediate dry conditions this year and likely next year, but savings alone isn't going to save us in terms of climate change. We need everything on the table, including longer term measures like alternative supplies, groundwater banks, infrastructure related flexibility, and conjunctive use practices. To that point, many agencies already have these assets in place across the state. And our region has implemented over 17 infrastructure related projects since the last drought, and we are currently working on developing a regional groundwater bank. So I believe we are better off this time around compared to 2015 with all these investments and the experience that we have now. So we need short-term water use reductions for immediate drought conditions, and we need long-term planning so we have less of a need for these short-term immediate saving situations in the future. And then I just wanted to briefly comment on what Marielle talked about earlier. She mentioned the city of Sacramento has a 2-day-a-week watering right now. They do go down to 1-day-a-week watering starting November through February to further match the reduced watering needs of plants during the wintertime. And she also mentioned mulch, and I would be remiss without mentioning that we are having our Mulch Mayhem event this weekend in the Sacramento region with agencies all across offering a whole truck full of mulch. All you have to bring is obviously a truck and a shovel, and the locations are all over the region. You can go to bewatersmart.info for more information about that. And with that, just wanted to say thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you as well, Ms. Talbot. I appreciate your good comments and a good way to round them out. I also appreciate the emphasis on tree canopy, and you heard from us here, and I know Vice Chair has been an incredible champion in making sure we aren't allowing conservation to harm, again, these other benefits we know we're needing to have from for our communities, like tree canopy, and needing to do better in making sure we maintain it, knowing that there were unintended consequences ultimately from the last drought, and folks need to be able to make sure we're maintaining these investments in tree canopy. It's not lost on me, being a relatively new Sacramentan these last few years, though, that the city motto used to be City of Trees, and it is. I think we have one of the densest tree canopies, even that rival Boston or other East Coast cities, and it is of great benefit to all of our communities and need to be expanded across the state. So thank you for that note and the good work, and the note as well about Mulch Mayhem. Hopefully other Sacramentans here in the region can go manic on mulch and get themselves some really good resources here to help continue to conserve in difficult circumstances. So thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I don't have anything further. I think we've heard a lot. I've probably said too much at this point. Please, anything further though from folks, either things that we want to emphasize for further brief here in the conservation space. I again appreciated DWR joining us. I think it's important that, and yes, we have long-term efficiency legislation that we're enacting even as we do work here in this year and needing to respond to the drought emergency and the importance of conservation in that discussion. So just appreciate DWR being here, but board members, any questions, thoughts, direction? Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. First of all, thank you all the commenters for sharing what you've been doing. Of course, we know all too well that the best way to achieve these conservation targets and to go further is to have strong local programs. And so this was just a great opportunity to hear from folks throughout the state about some of the exciting things they're doing. And so I think, as we move forward, trying to partner with the agencies on better messaging, seeing what, our role is to collect the information, distribute it so that the agencies can undertake their own drought planning and voluntary actions. And then, as we proceed forward, looking for that space for us at the state level as well, whether it's similar to what we did last time or, a newer improved program. And so I'm very open-minded to how we best can achieve that. And just also really want to thank Amy Talbot and others and Chair for you as well the leadership on tree canopy. I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to say that I have been spending some time with our staff and some of the stakeholders on this issue, and really wanting to make sure that we hit things right as we move forward with urban water use efficiency. So I don't have anything more to say other than it can be very complicated because all trees are different. Evapotranspiration needs are different, but of course, there's benefits beyond tree canopy, of course, greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration, heat island effect. So I'm really enjoying this opportunity to just learn more about those issues so that we can hit the right target when it comes before us.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, that you were here in the middle of what was the board's response and the need to go to mandatory in the last drought. And again, we can speak honestly here around, I know what is the tension sometimes around that work, but I think that what we have is when we last left off mandatory was a stress test, was a range, wasn't one size fits all. And what I keep hearing from water users, which is important, and a consideration for the local investments and where they are. And I think to the data that we have now as well, because of the long-term efficiency work we're doing, outdoor efficiency, indoor, and water loss standards. And so we have the basis to best understand even more granularly where savings are for communities, and still leave by, again, ensuring that we're understanding of those various places a district could go, a more budget approach perhaps, and allow the district themselves to be making the investments where they think they appropriately they can drive toward a goal. And I think that that's really what it is always about, is setting here collectively a goal. And the governor has done so with 15% voluntary call. We're still at the start of this. It's just July numbers. And what we're needing to do is all, again, focus on the outcomes and needing to continue to prepare our communities for these drought conditions. So anyway, thank you, Vice Chair. Really appreciate your points. Others? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time and attention on this. I think that wraps up item number 5 for us, our urban water conservation update. And now then we can skip ahead now actually back to we're on item number 10, which is consideration of a proposed resolution approving the 2020 Safe Drinking Water Plan for California and authorizing the executive director designee to submit it to the California legislature. As we wait for folks to appear here on camera, note that we have our Safe and Affordable Fund. We have that program. We have an expenditure plan that's part of it as well. And then we also have this larger requirement from the state legislature around safe drinking water generally. And these things are all complementary to each other, and they're actually really feeding off each other in incredible ways, and appreciate that we still and have then this plan here as well, and would kick it over then to folks to present from the Division of Drinking Water. Thank you guys for joining us.
All right, thanks, Board Chair. So in the essence of time, I'm just going to keep my introduction really short. And I just wanted to say that Division of Drinking Water is proposing that the board approve the 2020 Safe Drinking Water Plan. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Ashley Doomer, who's a senior staff with us in DDW. And she has led the effort to get this document completed, and she knows all the details. So I'm going to turn it over to her. Ashley.
Thanks, Randy. Next slide. So the purpose of the Safe Drinking Water Plan, as Board Escobar mentioned, is really to assess the overall quality of the state's drinking water, identify specific water quality, and analyze the known and potential risks that may be associated with drinking water contaminants, and provide specific recommendations to improve water quality. We do submit this report to the legislation once every 5 years. This is our second time coming to the board with this item. Previously, we came here with a draft, and during that time, we solicited public comments. We received a good number of public comments, and we have incorporated a number of those public comments into the final plan before you today. Next slide. So some of the updates that were made were things like we added an executive summary, we added page numbers, we provided some clarifying text, and added images to better illustrate concepts. A number of the comments that we received was that it was extremely text heavy, and so we did try and find ways to make the information a little bit more accessible to not only the legislators, but also public. Next slide. In addition to making improvements to the overall safe drinking water plan, we are in the process of developing 4 fact sheets for the 4 major themes of the Safe Drinking Water Plan. And that includes emergency preparedness, sustainability, equity in the human right to water, and program action. In addition, we will be posting the executive summary in translated in Spanish, and all the fact sheets will be posted in Spanish as well. Next slide. So here's kind of just a brief timeline of where we are. So we are today for the board adoption, and our next step will be to submit to the legislature. Next slide. And if you want to take a look at the final Safe Drinking Water Plan and fact sheets and stuff when they're posted, I did post the link there, and then my contact information if anyone has any questions. That's all.
Thank you very much. I know when we last discussed the plan, yes, there was a good bit of feedback from folks that it would have helped to have a little more graphics to, kind of break up some of the content with images as well. I appreciate that the work was done to do that. I know that your shop is not primarily a graphics shop, and importantly, you had we're getting the information out there that is the critical part there. But I think being reflective and having a more accessible document here has really helped. And I just want to say, just thank you for that responsiveness, and let alone the real great content within the plan itself as well. And appreciate that it provides the overarching framework by which we're pursuing safe drinking water here in the state, even as we have, I know, very needing to and have very focused programs that are supporting smaller systems, the smaller failing systems that we know are a challenge, and like how it is appropriately all context and nested all in there. That reminds me of the just incredible amount of work that the Division of Drinking Water is doing in setting and continuing to track things like emerging contaminants of concern and other MCLs that I know are coming up. So just thank you for that good work and synthesis on the document. It really is reflective of the quality there. So thank you. Board members, we don't have any commenters on this item, I'll note. And so is there any further comment from or questions from folks?
I know we have a lot on the agenda and it's late, so I'm not going to spend too much time other than echo what you said. Thank you to staff. There's so much amazing stuff in here, and I really look forward to digging into the riches of information and ensuring that they can get out there and be used and help shape things for our state. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Do I have a motion to adopt?
I'll move to adopt.
Thank you, board member. Second.
Second.
And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Diadamo. Excuse me, Vice
Aye.
Chair Diadamo. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Again, thank you for the good work to everyone on the Safe Drinking Water Plan. Next, we are now moving and coasting along to item number 11. And just, I continue to provide a lot of thanks, I feel, over and over again. It's because there is so much incredible work going on at the agency right now. And on top of everything, we have an Arrearage program here that I just have to acknowledge the Division of Drinking Water, the Division of Water Quality Finance folks, everyone. It was an all hands on deck effort, still is, even as we are running to discussion here of this item, which is consideration of a resolution for the Arrearage program. And I will just kick it over here to Darren Polhamus.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. Could bring the slides up for me. Thank you. I'd be remiss at this point if I didn't clearly state that the reason we're here is the incredible effort staff put forward. Literally, we've had staff working weekends, 9 and 10 o'clock at night. When we talk about public service, this is the kind of effort that generally the public doesn't appreciate state employees putting forward. It's been remarkable. I quipped a joke at the beginning that this was, people have heard the saying that we build an airplane, while it's flying. This was more like a rocket ship with an explosion lit under our feet. And we've been trying to build a rocket on top of the explosion ever since. But I'm so proud that we're here at this moment in time. We've met our schedule every step of the way. It's been a collaboration of divisions between the Division of Financial Assistance, Division of Information Technology, and my own staff in the Division of Drinking Water. So while I'm here presenting, the real heroes are the staff that put the work in behind this. So thank you. Next slide, please. So just a very quick background. Obviously, just for those that are trying to catch up, the board members are keenly aware that this program was passed with the budget of this year, $985 million for this wastewater and water arrearage program that we're implementing. This is the first phase of it for drinking water that we're talking about here today. The legislation required us to survey community water systems. I'm going to go through the survey results here in this presentation in a very summary fashion. I will note that a very detailed analysis of all the data we collected from that survey is up on the website on our program page. And we did launch our survey for this effort on August 10th and did complete it on September 10th and gave everybody 30 days to do that. Next slide, please. So we opened this up. This was 282,871 water systems. And in paren there, as you see 44, because things change while you're working on things. And actually, it's now 2,844 water systems that are eligible. So part of the effort of keeping track of things is stuff changing under your feet and able to track that through our systems. They all got 30 days to do the survey. We worked really hard to make sure that we communicated with water systems multiple times, giving them 6 different emailed contact to multiple levels of water systems, both from administrative to water quality components. We had listservs and hosted 3 informational websites or webinars, that were very well attended by people, and it was a big effort. And on that response side, the water community themselves responded well to working with us and trying to get this through. But it was a huge, huge effort to make sure that we contacted the water systems. We made personal contact through redirected staff in the division to over 2,504 water systems. That's an amazing amount of number that was done to make sure that we touched everybody. We tracked and knew who we had talked to and hadn't talked to and talked to multiple times to make sure that we put a big effort in. So the results of this survey and having such a high level of participation are a direct result of all of that hard work from staff that really made an effort to reach out to water systems, that make sure that they didn't ignore the emails or it didn't go to a spam folder, and that they were eligible and working with them directly. Next slide, please. So we also were working with technical assistance providers to help our disadvantaged communities and smaller systems. 93 requests were put in. Of those, 88 had the ability to complete the survey with that technical assistance. There was 5 that didn't make it. We're working with those to make sure that they are able to come in. They're smaller systems. They won't change the results of the survey dramatically, but we will make sure that they have every chance to participate. Next slide, please. Into some of the results. So a couple pie charts here for you. On the left side is the universe of 2,844 water systems that are technically eligible under the trailer bill language in this program. You can see there a slice out of that on the left side is water systems that don't charge for water. As a consequence of the way the trailer bill language was written, it did restrict this to water systems that charge for water as being eligible, as they need to be able to credit their customers directly. So that part of the component is 2,128 community water systems. When we look at the results of the survey and how many systems we were able to contact, you can see that we got 86.7% responding to the survey of those water systems that are eligible to participate, and only 13.3 or 283 water systems that didn't do that. Next slide, please. Interestingly, this does cover 97.5% of the responding folks. So basically, the water systems that we were able to get to answer us represent a very large portion of the population of the state, which is, of course, an important measure to take. Next step, please. Next slide. We do often show you these freckle graphs across the state, and this one is about the most homogeneous scattering of data I think I've seen. So clearly, each region had both responders and non-responders in what seemed to be about an appropriate level of distribution. Next slide. Now, if we look at from the responders and trying to break those down, interestingly, from that level, we do get to, of those that were eligible, of the 87%, about 50% or 921 community water systems claim to have arrearages or wanting to participate in the program with some level. So the no arrearages could be both water systems choosing not to participate or technically not having arrearages that they would make them eligible. We didn't separate those out, so that is included in that other 50%. Next slide. This graph takes a little bit of unpacking, and it's a little deceiving, but it does show you by water system size across the bottom. Our large ones are on the left, so 10,000 or greater service connections are obviously our very large water systems. 3,000 to 10,000 of medium, large, and going down from there to the small ones, 0 to 500 connections on the right. So you can see we had great participation of our very large water systems, which of course cover the largest populations of the state. That was very important to make sure that we tried to accomplish that, and we got that done. You can see also as well on the right that the non-responders, the largest number of those were the very small systems under 500 connections, as well as systems that claim to not have arrearages and not participate. Not sure exactly why that's broken out that way, but small systems tend to have poor demographics of spread. They tend to be one neighborhood type of or another, and therefore it is very plausible that a lot of them simply don't have arrearages because that wouldn't represent their demographic that they serve, and others definitely do. Also interesting to note is if you kind of turn this around and say, what's the population covered in those larger systems, the 207 and the 152, you quickly get to about 80% of the residential service connections in our water systems responded in some way that showed they had arrearages and a level of participation. So that also is a very high number of participation and very confident building about the data we got from the survey. Next slide, please. This one is another freckle graph showing reported arrearage or didn't report arrearages. Sorry for the blue and gray, they're hard to distinguish there, but again, a very even distribution across the state from water systems that responded to that. Next slide. Now looking at reported residential accounts in arrears, total residential arrearages, looking at those, you can see that we have basically a broken out of again, by the system size. It is representative pretty evenly across through the first two there. The small system 0 to 500 breaks down. So in essence, about 30% of the residential customers that were in those that reported arrearages to us showed that they were about 30% in arrearage. This is summing them together, so it's not as simple to say that everybody was at 30%, but of course, as a group that represents in those different bins about the same across those. And then it does not hold true in the smaller systems. Next slide. This is commercial accounts, very similar approach there, although you can see a little variation now between how many in arrearage and how many different in a couple of the different size categories. Next slide, please. Now, let me get into reported arrearage excluding late fees. So next, please. This is the magic number at the end. Of course, everybody will remember that the board during our November survey had projected about $600 million last November when we reported to the board in January of 2021 was a rough estimate of arrearages based on a statistical survey that we had done of a sampling of water systems. Obviously, a lot has changed since that time, so we wouldn't expect that number to hold, but of course, I didn't expect it to be this different either. Lots of possible scenarios as to how that happened. We'll work to try to continue to unpack that to some extent. Economic conditions changed during that time. We also did the survey at the probably the peak worst time between both of the federal assistance programs. The other one had ended prior to our survey, and the second round of federal assistance hadn't begun. Also noticing some debt trends. When I look at consumer debt during the summer, it has dropped dramatically. So I guess the good news, bad news is good news. We have customers maybe not as bad off as we had early predicted. But of course, we're happy to have this program and have plenty of opportunity to be able to help them with this assistance program, having funds of this nature to do that. This does leave us very easily to say that we can offer 100% coverage of their arrearages. We don't have to invoke the proportional rule that was in the trailer bill language if we were underfunded for the amount of arrearages that there were. Next slide, please. This one does now show you when we exclude late fees, the amount of residential and commercial arrearages. You can see that obviously residential far and exceeds the commercial arrearages reported to us, as one would expect. Certainly the larger systems that have the largest population have the largest dollar sum there as well. Next slide. Here we have, again, excluding late fees, accounts under 600 and accounts over 600. This was an important question, as some of you may remember. We're struggling with the interpretation of whether this is federal taxable and whether water systems has to issue 1099. The state is seeking guidance from the federal government on that. We do not have an answer at this point. So this does provide information about consideration of looking at it. You can see that this one here is the number of counts. And next slide, please, will show you the dollar amounts. And of course, the dollar amounts flip when you, because the over would add up to a larger amount. So there are quite a few of arrearages over $600 in dollar amount to adjust for. And I will discuss when we go through some of the policy changes, we are suggesting to help accommodate that. Next slide, please. Here's our summary slide of basically all I went through. So participation was very high, as you can see. Community water systems that participated, we had a great number there. The total arrearages for reported were 315. When we go through an estimated amount for non-responders using the summary of the data we have, we would basically increase that to about $333 million approximately in arrearages we would expect to expend on the program. Still obviously able to provide 100% arrearages there. Next slide, please. And next. Going through the comments we received and the changes we made to the guidelines, I'm going to go through basically the main comment components and a staff recommendation that is represented in change sheet number 1 that was posted for this item. First off was a comment about auto enrolling and opting out of payment plans and requiring a 12-month payment plan, as was written in the original draft guidelines. Staff recommended removing auto enrollment and the 12-month payment plan, largely from the standpoint of we're offering 100% reimbursement at this point. That certainly helps remove some of the need for payment plan. We do understand, though, that customers will be in arrearages outside of the COVID payment period that we're able to pay for. So we will still work with water systems. I think the water systems expressed a great commitment to trying to reach out and do direct contact with their customers, largely around the programs they have in place. So we will also work to endeavor to make sure that that continues on. Late fees were requested. Staff did do a continuous analysis on this. You can see that there were reported to us about 16 million late fees. I would caveat that that amount, though, is probably underreported. Our draft guidelines did say that we were anticipating them to not be eligible. So I think we believe a lot of water systems probably chose not to actually report late fees at all, just anticipating that that might be the case. So don't take that one as a solid number. We basically are recommending retaining late fees be eligible. Part of this is because we are able, with enough funding now, to offer 100% plus the 3% administrative allowance on top of the full arrearage amount. That should assist water systems in the administrative costs they need to do the program and do that forward. So that would be a staff recommendation, and that's represented in change sheet 1. Delete collection of income data for large systems, but refer customers to bill credit notice. Staff is making this a recommendation, but not a requirement for sharing utilization of customer data. We do believe strongly that, we'll basically be coordinating our program with CSD as a follow-on and working with water systems to try to get them to utilize the information that CSD will get from investor-owned utilities under the non-disclosure agreements from the power utilities about what customers are already enrolled in assistance programs, and try to make appropriate referrals and get information to the right customers to sign up there. Next slide, please. Basically prioritization. So there was a tier system in their proposed draft. This was in case we needed to we're not going to have 100% coverage of funding. Because we have 100% funding coverage, we're able to basically eliminate that requirement, since it would be really wouldn't make any sense, since all arrearages will fully be covered. Tax issues, as I mentioned before, the 1099 issue is still present with us until we get further guidance from the U.S. Treasury. We're working hard to hopefully get something that we can do, and as soon as it comes out, we'll be blasting that out if we're able to. However, we have basically allowed within our program that water systems can split their bill credits between 2 tax years so that they can stay under the limitations required around the inclusion of a 1099 to customers, following the normal federal tax rules they would normally follow regarding that. We believe this will be hopefully a benefit to water systems to be able to increase the coverage. It is unfortunate that that means some customers may have to wait for a second credit after the new tax year begins, but this does seem to be better than just getting it capped artificially underneath that amount. Expanding the definition of commercial customers. This was a request to include the broadening of that. Staff recommended retaining the definitions we had to not include some of the larger water users in that, so that remained the same. Require water systems directly pay third parties for transfer debt. In this instance, what we've done is we've tried to open this up to make it all possible ways of consideration. So the policy now allows for a water system to do 3 methods. The one that was originally in the draft guidelines was that the water systems would create a positive balance on their customers' accounts, and those customers would then wear down that positive balance with future bills as those came in, accruing in essence the credits from the program. What we included now is 2 other methods. Certainly the water systems, if they're able to and willing to, can do an agreement with the tax entities in order to create a way to pay those taxes directly and cancel it off of people's property taxes after they've been transferred into the TEETR program. And then there's also a third option. Some utilities probably have internal rules about how much credit they're willing to carry on a customer, and they may issue refunding checks if your balance gets too high. I personally have had that happen occasionally when you pay that bill twice when you didn't mean to. And so certainly we're not requiring it, but water systems can also opt for that option and issue refunding checks to their to basically, after the credits applied to their customers, drop that down. So we hope with those three options, water systems will consider the best outcome for their customers and work diligently to make that happen. Next slide, please. These are the more quick ones. There was a request to replace some places where we had used forgiveness with bill credits. That was a good catch, and we did make those changes. Incorporate the timing of the disbursement priority. We did make that change as well. Remove cross cutters. Our attorneys did go through each of those, and the way we've structured the program, we were able to eliminate all the cross cutters. So those are no longer in the policy as well. And I hear a round of applause from water systems out there about that one. Backfill costs of water rate assistance programs. So staff did agree that this may be an eligible program, but this will take some direct contact with us to make sure that we can figure out how to do that. It's not going to be easy since the legislation does require that water systems must credit their customers' accounts. So there'll be some reverse posting required, but we do think we've identified a possible way to make this happen for water systems that do want to participate in this way. And administrative costs, as I mentioned, we do agree that we have funding enough that we can cover directly the 3% on top of the additional costs, and we'll be providing some template material in order to do that. Next slide, please. Water revenue shortfall definition. We will be covering 100% of the arrearages, so no need to change the definition of water revenue shortfall from that comment. Report non-participants. Staff did agree with this. We have been all along posting the participation of water systems on our program page, so interested people can look up and see that from there's a spreadsheet that lists who participated and who said they had arrearages and didn't. Clarifying discontinuation of service. The trailer bill includes extending the moratorium cutoffs to December 31st. This is a trailer bill that's been passed by the legislature but has not yet been signed by the governor. We will obviously update the guidelines to reflect that once that change happens. There is an authorization in the policy that is before the board for approval that does allow the Deputy Director of Division of Drinking Water and the Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance to make some non-substantive changes. I would consider that to be catching up with those, and we'd be able to make that change there. And wastewater program, set aside money to start surveying. Staff agrees. We've already started our wastewater program, knowing that there will be funds remaining from this effort. So that will be there. And extending relief to utilities and collect payments through property tax rolls. So this is another tricky one. We're trying to make it possible for that to happen, but any system that wants to participate in that will also have to consult with us directly. There will be several conditions that are going to have to be met to see whether we can make that an eligible component. So we made some adjustments to see if we can work through and make that fit under the trailer bill language. Next slide, please. I believe that concludes those, and I'm open for discussion with the board members or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. And I just am incredibly impressed by the work that folks down in the divisions have been doing and the stakeholders that have been engaging with us. This is an incredibly complicated program, the first in the nation, let alone here, the first in the state that we've had to quickly assess, try best to understand how to implement. And it's been because of the coordination with so many of the water agencies out there, but importantly, environmental justice advocates and communities that we need to ensure are the recipients of this benefit. And so here, again, understanding how best to ensure that the benefit gets to households and understanding where maybe some of the debt that we had previously identified ended up necessarily going toward, understanding that the economy did improve, and it was likely the case that many of a household and interested even in care dollars where they may end up having played a role. But I think the benefit here is we have enough to cover all the debt that we've found so far. We want to just make sure that we're providing the maximum benefit to households and to systems, which we know that this is a support to as well. As we make those other, $1.3 billion investments in the infrastructure side, et cetera, this will ensure that those dollars are put to their most maximum beneficial use. I'll just acknowledge as well, importantly, the incredible leadership of Board Member Firestone in this effort. She's been putting in many an hour, I know, along with staff on these discussions and the program design. So thank you, Board Member, for your good leadership in all of this. It has been truly a team effort as a state and as an agency here to stand this up.
Chair Escobar, I
yes,
neglected one thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
I cut myself off a little too soon. I do have one change I want to read into the record, if I may. It's
yes.
basically it's in the eligibility section. It's the second bullet, and I will describe what it is first. I'm going to insert eligible customer between the words collected and revenue, and then append the end of the sentence with the following: if they are able to identify drinking water arrearages and can directly credit customers' accounts. So let me read the whole bullet as it would be proposed to change for board consideration. It would read, under the eligibility section, second bullet, community water systems that collect eligible customer revenue through property tax rolls are also eligible if they are able to identify drinking water arrearages and can directly credit customer accounts. So just trying to clarify that change. It was a change we added in the first change sheet, and so I do want to put that before the board for consideration as well. It just further defines some clarity as to that in piece amount. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polhemus. Board members, and we have, I think, about 10 commenters, but it would be good to get folks' questions now as well.
I think I'll go ahead. First of all, I just want to say to Darren and the whole team at the Water Board that I am really floored at what folks were able to do already. This is unbelievable number of staff that, like you said, we're putting in so many hours to be able to get this kind of response in a month, and really have this state-specific, system-specific information across the state on this need. I am just floored by the work that folks put in and the data we were able to get and the quick analysis. This is really a sprint. And so for all of the agencies that, took on trying to fill this out quickly and figure out exactly what we were asking and how to fill it in, just really, really amazed and impressed and grateful. I also, these guidelines we're running forward to try and make sure this money can go out. I am beyond thrilled that it will cover 100% of arrearages. That's just the best news. I look forward to being able to do the wastewater program next, now that it looks like we'll have funding. I know we're moving fast and got really good comments from folks very quickly on turnaround, and all the changes that staff made to this, and the additional change in both in change sheet 1 and 2 are great. There's a couple things I wanted to request or follow up on that are just little changes, and so I'm wondering maybe it makes sense to talk about them now, and that way as people comment, they can comment on those. Include that in the things that they can comment on. So I'll just go ahead. A couple, and I shared some language. I don't know the best way to do this because it's always hard on the fly with language change. But basically, these are changes to starting. There's 3 different ones. One is in the definition section, and under arrearages, I just think we should leave it at arrearage. Just delete the last couple clauses. So at the very end of the second sentence, so just end it at arrearage does not include late fees and interest on outstanding balances, period. I think we are trying to, as we said, enable as much as possible flexibility to use this program for credits to customers that were able to benefit from customer assistance programs at those water agencies that were able and willing to do that. And so just want to make sure we can not create confusion there. Second one is for section on the combined bills, section D3. And we use throughout the definitions and at the beginning of this section, just terms around water related charges, water service charges, that kind of thing. And then later in that section, we add the word drinking before water. And I think we should just be going ahead and deleting, just consistently using water service charges and not specifying drinking water. And that is not to suggest that it would include wastewater, since we are doing a wastewater program after this. But I know that agencies have different types of water-related charges on their bills, and it may, I think we have enough money to cover any of the water-related charges. I think that is consistent with the trailer bill. And, one example of that was something we were able to add explicitly, but that Santa Clara brought up around source water protection charges for groundwater users. I think just making sure that we're not overly restrictive than we need to be in terms of water related charges on drinking water bills. And the last one is in the customer notification section. So under F.2.1. And this is really an opportunity, I think, to enable folks. We're going to be able to cover 100% of debt for these particular dates, which is amazing, and I'm so grateful for. I think we know a lot of folks, both before and after, have accumulated debt that aren't eligible for this program. But they are eligible for benefits through other programs, and specifically CSD has federal funds for this for low-income customers and renters that pay directly, or renters that can get funding through the HCD program. And so what I'd like us to do is try to make it as easy and clear for folks to be able to get those benefits. So in the second to last paragraph, just changing it to, let's see, after Department of Community Services, CSD, change it from or to and, other low-income assistance programs, and then comma, including a contact number for appropriate service providers or other program hotline to help with enrollment in those programs, period. And that would be the end of the sentence. So again, there may be better language in this, but I'm just trying to make this easy. So just ensuring that water systems are able to provide contact info for those programs to make it easier to enroll. It's really hard for folks to be trying to navigate all these different programs. And so I think that's something we could provide kind of easy information for water systems to be able to include in their bills or in their notification to customers that they're already having to do. And the last change, or the last paragraph in that section, what I propose is really the purpose is to, sorry, I'm making sure I'm getting the right The purpose of that last paragraph is to, so the second to last paragraph is saying what we're notifying customers around. And the last paragraph is basically saying, these are recommendations we have, they're not requirements, but recommendations for water agencies so that it can facilitate the best coordination between the programs. And so what I suggest in language there would be that, again, this is a recommendation that we could provide information to water agencies around. So the language would change from, so it says State Water Board recommends that water systems, and then delete consider coordinating, and instead insert enter into agreements, and then keep with CSD, and then add and other appropriate agencies, and then keep and local service providers to share appropriate information, and then delete and then keep to identify and target assistance to customers at risk of being shut off. And then add, this is a long sentence, but and then add so that eligible customers receive benefits through those and any other assistance programs. And then I have another sentence after that, but I just want to go over what I just read. So basically, in order for customers to be able to benefit from those other programs, they have to, the water system itself has to enter into an agreement with the state agency administering that program, CSD, or if they're participating in HCD, then that's the case. And so in order to facilitate that and enable their customers to participate, they have to enter an agreement. So I just think recommending that and providing information around that is important. It also, part of that agreement would also include, and I think is being developed around just being able to share information to target assistance, both so that the water system can share information with the local service providers on who's at risk of shut off. So there's both a data piece and just a agreement so that their customers can benefit and participate. And then the last sentence, again, these are recommendations, would be that a state water board further recommends that water systems that offer local customer assistance programs consider entering into data sharing agreements with IOUs, investor-owned utilities, I guess investor-owned utilities, parentheses, IOUs, participating in the CARE program, capital that's CARE. We should probably, I don't know if we need to specify what that stands for, but it's the Energy Utility Low-Income Ratepayer Assistance Program. So back to the language. So consider entering into data sharing agreements with IOUs participating in the CARE program to support ongoing enrollment. Again, this is just a recommendation, and I think an opportunity for the water board to just provide best practices and information about how water systems can start to how public water systems can start to build out what the IOU Class A large privately owned water systems already do, which is the ability to identify who their low-income customers are so that they can target and increase enrollment in their local customer assistance programs to the extent they have them. And local assistance programs could mean various things like different structures and payments and such. So again, that last paragraph is really recommendations so that we can provide kind of best practices and facilitate information for water systems on what they can do to help their customers, because it's hard to navigate all of this. Like we've been trying to navigate, what all these different state programs are, how data sharing is possible. It's all difficult, and folks are still trying to figure it out. And so to the extent that we as the state board can be providing that clear information to systems through this program when we're providing this funding, I think we want to do that as much as we can. So those are my what I think of as relatively not huge adjustments, relatively small adjustments, but I think really important. I just, I look forward to hearing if folks have thoughts on those and discussion with the board and hearing from stakeholders. But mostly, I think the big changes are what Darren, you already went over. And I think really, I think we're ending up with a great program, and again, mostly just grateful that we can cover 100% here.
Thank you so much, board member. I appreciate the refinements. And I think that again, the spirit here is ensuring that the maximum benefit is getting to households. And importantly, we're helping bridge them to what are longer term programs and discussions that are out there, as opposed to having to navigate it themselves. And if we can have a requirement or adjustment here too to do so, I'm supportive of doing that, and look to Mr. Blahamis and others, as they develop what I'm sure will be an additional sort of change sheet or otherwise read into the record some of these changes here. So any other colleagues with thoughts, changes to be seen, or context before we get into comments? Okay, hearing none from my colleagues. Mr. Bishop, would you like to reflect on the board members' requests?
Yeah, I just think that the first one might be more than just a slight clarification, because I believe that would change from allowing to not allowing late fees. And I just think that the board, maybe I'm wrong about that, because I was trying to follow it along. She's shaking her head, so I got it wrong. But I think that the easiest way to move through these would be after the discussion that we could propose amendments and make sure we read into the record what those are and get them voted on, so that it's clear that what we're doing, and that at that point. And I apologize, board member, if I misunderstood what you were saying about late fees. So.
Board member, did you want to refine what you were requesting there on the first?
Yeah, no, I think I was just, I wasn't trying to do anything different on the late fees. I was just trying to delete the portion of the definition of arrearages that talks about customer debt that's been forgiven by the community water system or credits applied to customer accounts from other assistance programs. So just clarifying those two pieces.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, and we will, of course, do a further synthesis here as we get close to a vote on what all we're agreeing to. But thank you, board member. I again appreciate the refinements. Okay, I didn't hear or see any indication from other board members they'd like to speak at this time, so we can go to our commenters. And the first is Jared Voskuhl.
Actually, Chair Esquivel, it is Sandra Jacobs who is first. She has.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, then sorry, Mr. Voskuhl. One moment, you'll go second. And Sandra Jacobs, please do go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I have another meeting at 5 o'clock I'm trying to get to. My name is Sandra Jacobs, and I'm a board member at the Santa Margarita Water District. Thank you for your efforts to address this difficult situation so many water districts find themselves in. We participated in the survey, and we're glad to see that the state taking this initial step. Santa Margarita Water District serves about 56,000 households in South Orange County. Our district is facing arrearages totaling nearly $1 million. While our districts across the state are facing greater amounts of arrears, this amount is still significant and poses serious challenges for us and our customers. Our district currently provides opportunities for customers who fall behind in their bills to manage those arrearages in a number of ways, including payment arrangements. We did this well before the state instituted similar requirements, and we routinely take great pains not to disconnect a customer's water service. At least 30% of those customers who are behind in their payments are in payment arrangements or deferral programs. Nevertheless, a number of customers have simply been unable to participate. The last thing we wish to do is disconnect a customer's water service. We know from experience that it is far more fair and certainly more efficient to provide to our customers. The rules and timeframes outlined in 116773.4 are, in our view, appropriate and reasonable, and we appreciate the effort the board and staff have put into developing the program. It is concerning that the funds provided for this program may not be sufficient to meet the total needs of water providers across the state. So we encourage the board to find ways to ensure that water providers are made whole from this process. It is crucial not only that customers suffering legitimate financial hardships are able to be brought current in their accounts, but that water providers who have diligently followed the state guidelines and requirements and assisted customers do not suffer further financial hardship. I thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jacobs, and thank you for your patience. I know it has been a long board meeting and amongst a lot of important discussions, but this support, the collaboration and coordination across the agencies to support households through the economic downturn, and importantly, as we go and tackle big things like drought and really address very difficult issues in the water sector, these relationships and importantly, the support is important. So thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
You're welcome.
Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl.
Hi, I think you might be able to hear me, but not see me. There we go. Hi, good afternoon, board members. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. I know that we're here on the water program right now, but we were very excited to see the report about there being 100% funding. We know wastewater comes in second the way the statute was structured, but we don't feel that we're second, that there's a human right to water and a human right to sanitation. And we think that we should be right there with you. I'm certain your staff is exhausted. DFA has to be commended for what they've just pulled off and getting this all wrapped up so quickly and getting it prepared for that November 1st launch date for the disbursements. So we don't want to impinge on their time and bandwidth, but as soon as possible for them to get rolling on the wastewater survey, we would like to see that happen. And I think there's a February 1st statutory deadline to have to get it done, but we think the way we read the statute, you could at least do the survey part ahead of time so we could collect that information. But very relieved to know that there will be full funding for all these parties and all these entities, and especially for our members. And again, great job to the DFA staff on getting this done. And I think Darren's analogy was a great one with the rocket ship exploding and building an airplane on top of it. So certainly don't want to expect more from you all than you've already done, but as soon as possible on the wastewater survey, we'd be more than happy to collaborate, meet with your staff on it. And I think we've had pretty good success with surveying our members in collaboration with you all. So as much as we can do to help you out on that, we're more than willing to pick up the ball there and help you out. So thank you all for the work, and long meeting today, but see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl. I appreciate that. Wastewater isn't number two in my mind. It's co-equal there with drinking water. We just have a lot more data and data points, it feels, on the drinking water side. But importantly, we have that opportunity, as you said, with wastewater sector, not just on arrears here, but continuing to, I think of the sanitary sewer general order and the digitization of place as continued, example of the work that we continue to need to do and have here to be done on the wastewater side. So thank you, and look forward to, yes, already a shifting to even that survey and that work as soon as is humanly possible from our incredible staff. Next, we have Tim Shaw. Mr. Shaw.
Thank the board for the opportunity to comment. I'm Tim Shaw, General Manager for Rio Linda Alberta Community Water District. We serve about 15,000 customers in the unincorporated area of Sacramento. And my concerns are on the program requirements, page 8 of your clean draft, and particularly on the waive the strings attached to the requirements that we must waive customer late fees for any arrearages accrued during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the problem we have with that is that we're not an investor-owned utility, we're a community-owned utility. And so we're prohibited from charging some customers for the benefit of other customers. And so we're not talking about late fees. By the way, late fees don't seem to be defined in the definition section. So we have charges associated with sending out notices that the bills are delinquent. And even though the executive order by the governor declared a moratorium on shutoffs, that's a temporary situation. A more long-term situation are the existing statutes that require, before you can shut somebody off, that you abide by all of the prerequisites, including sending them late notices. So if we're required to eat the late fees, we put our elected board members in the position of having to decline this funding. And when this becomes kind of a widespread information put out by the media or what have you, and they'll wonder why our board did not take advantage of this funding. And it's like, well, we had to waive the late fees as a condition to participating.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I appreciate the good point. I will kick it over to Mr. Polhamus. I think it's maybe, and especially hearing you describe what the charges are here, maybe not a late fee necessarily, but it seems to be as part of your operation and how it's necessarily accounted here within what's being reported. I don't know, Mr. Polhamus, any thought?
I can give you a couple points that we investigated. First is that there's no uniformity between water systems on what they do or don't charge for late fees. It's certainly, each of them has derived it in some fashion, following their own accounting principles. We do recognize, and I would mention to Mr. Shaw, that we are offering the 3% on top. Maybe he can consider that in exchange for the late fees. He has up to 3% of the amount that we're paying for the 100% of the arrearages. That would cover administrative costs associated with it. Our thought was that this does offer just compensation, understanding that they're taking extra effort to do the program for us and do that. It may not be a complete amount there, but we do believe that would go there.
You've got late fees as such a pivotal term in this document. It's a condition, it's a criteria, but you didn't define it. So I do understand that some agencies, and there are codes that are relevant to the agencies practicing this, but have a system of charging interest on the outstanding balance. And we're not talking about, we don't do that. We don't charge interest on the outstanding balance, but there is a cost associated with mailing somebody a late notice. And you're telling us we have to eat that in order to be eligible. There's a cost associated with.
Sorry, Mr. Shaw, go finish your point first.
There's a cost associated with sending the people a 48-hour notice, actually hanging a door hanger, as we call them, on the service address that tells them they're very near a consequence that they're not going to want to endure. And we have to do those things. And you're saying in order to get this Arrearage funding, we have to eat those. And I
don't think Mr. Polhemus was saying that. And again, the 3% administration, being able to tap 3% of that, of the late fees for that sort of administrative work, and here left to the agency to determine what those activities are. We're pointing out is where some of that then costs can be recouped, and we're not saying you can't recover those costs. We're saying when it comes to, and here understandably we don't have a very comprehensive definition of late fees because none exists amongst the agencies, that I think we'd still have to spend a couple more weeks, I think, trying to figure what that is. I want to make sure we have the right touch when we interpret what we mean by late fees, and I think we are mainly meaning here when you're charging interest, right? You know, there is a just, it is not because of any performative, needing to recoup costs from something that the agency itself is doing, but instead is simply a punitive late fee. It is it is purely, what we, and I think the common English interpretation would say is late fee, not necessarily the work that you do to administer what are then arrearages here. And I think again that's why we've put the 3% in there to allow agencies to say, yeah, we have to put door hangers out. We have to do things that will effectuate this program and need to be able to get somehow. But I know it will be, I know we didn't hear from all agencies. I imagine there's some agencies that are deciding not to participate. I know we're trying to be just clear and communicative, and I don't want you to feel that what we're saying is that you can't, again, be able to recoup the costs of the activities that your agency would do just in the space here of administering the arrears, and not completing that, and know that here you're saying, well, it's somewhere in your late fees that you guys do that calculation or get recompensated for that staff work. And we're saying there's a 3% here that you can tap and see it hopefully similarly there.
The 3% won't cover it, so then we're still faced with that issue. And I get the absence, but at least a general exclusion of the late fee, and that doesn't exist today, and it didn't exist during the survey. So when we do the survey and we enter the values of arrearages without late fees, we excluded the charges associated with sending them notice. And we've separately quantified those in another part of the survey as charged late fees. So, I mean, our numbers that we put in are wrong according to this realization.
Okay, well, what I encourage is you working with staff then, Mr. Shaw, if you feel that, what was reported and the way the questions were structured now don't best capture what your point is here, because I think that may be where best we can try to address it. I don't think we're going to be able to have a comprehensive definition of late fees then here for the program that would suit both your circumstances and likely other agencies we're going to be hearing from here.
Would have to, you just could say that late fees do not include charges associated with noticing the customers required by statute.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that suggestion. I'll leave it to Mr. Polhemus and the program managers to think what that might do here, but it might be a way to address it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up, we have here Andrea Abergel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Andrea Abergel, and I'm the Senior Regulatory Advocate at the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA represents over 50 public water agencies that provide drinking water to nearly 75% of California. And in the interest of time, I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. CMUA has been intricately involved in the development and now implementation of the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program. We would like to thank the State Water Board for quickly developing the program and thank staff for the enormous time that they've dedicated to putting these guidelines together. We also appreciate that staff has taken CMUA's comments into consideration, and we support the revised version of the guidelines. Specifically, we appreciate the revisions to section F.2.1 regarding payment plans and notifications, and we support the removal of section I on cross-cutting requirements. One last point, after seeing the survey results, we're very thankful that there's sufficient funding to cover the arrearage need for drinking water and that there will be enough for wastewater as well. But even with the wastewater arrearages added to the total drinking water arrearages, we realize that there may be a surplus of funds. And we know that there is need outside of the pandemic relief period. And CMUA is very interested in being part of the dialogue on finding a way to get the money into as many hands of people of California as possible. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you to everyone's work on this program. And CMUA is very appreciative. And I will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that this affordability discussion writ large in California has been one that many of everyone here has been contributing to and part of. This is a huge opportunity. We need to continue to see it as the ability to advance that affordability discussion here in the state, and look forward to just what future discussion we'll be bound to have there. So thank you. Next, we have Adam Quinones from the California Association of Water Agencies. Hello. Association of California Water Agencies. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, board members. Adam Quinones, State Relations Director for Aqua. I really just want to take a brief moment to say thank you, Mr. Chair, and members for all of the leadership on this issue and making it such a high priority. I think the changes in the latest draft really reflect a lot of the discussion that took place at the workshop a couple of weeks ago. So we really appreciate that. Thank you, Board Member Firestone, for running that workshop. I thought it was a really productive conversation. Offhand, the changes that you were discussing today, not having seen them in print, I don't think we would have concerns with, but happy to take a look when they're in print. And just really wanted to acknowledge all of the work of Mr. Polimas and his team. I know this has been such a huge effort and still obviously a lot more work to come. But I'm very hopeful. I think we have good reason to be hopeful that the funds will move out quickly and things will move efficiently under his leadership. So I really appreciate that. The one comment I did want to make, just to echo CMUA's comment, is regarding the remaining funding, which it appears there's going to be maybe a significant amount. To the extent that there is funding at the end of the program, just encourage the State Water Board to consider how that funding could be used for its intended purpose of making sure water, wastewater customers are made whole and taken care of, many of whom still being impacted by the pandemic. To your point, Mr. Chair, making sure customers receive that maximum benefit is something we would really encourage, and so happy to be involved and provide recommendations. So again, thank you all so much. Happy to continue to support this effort and really appreciate your partnership on this.
Thank you. Really appreciate the patience today and the contributions continued today and otherwise. So thank you. Next, we have Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie, and I'm calling on behalf of Leadership Council. We support many of the changes made to the arrearages guidelines and would like to express thanks to the State Water Board staff for the great work done in outreach to each water system to ensure surveys were filled out. We support many aspects of the draft guidelines, including the requirement that water systems waive late fees and provisions to address debt held by third parties. With respect to third-party debt, the provision should be strengthened to require the water system to reimburse the third party directly, especially where a customer cannot pay the third party without financial hardship. We do, however, recommend some changes. First, as per the repayment plan, language was changed from must allow 12 months or more to should. We urge the board to return to the original language, as it is critical customers have a flexible repayment timeline. Second, we are concerned about the change from auto-enrolling customers to instead requiring water systems to offer extended repayment plan and repayment and customers to opt in. This route could dramatically decrease the amount of customers enrolling in debt relief as a result of administrative obstacles. We ask that the board revert to the auto-enrollment requirement. However, if the board intends to move forward with this option, extensive public outreach to ensure every customer is aware of their options will be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good comment. Next, we have Crystal Gonzalez.
Hi, everyone. Good
Hello.
evening, Board and Water Action. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Oh, no. Hello? Oh, okay. Hello? Sorry, my earphones weren't plugged in properly. So good evening again, and I'm Crystal Gonzalez with Clean Water Action. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the water and wastewater arrearage payment program. And again, for like y'all's quick and intentional work to develop and finalize the guidelines and just like the collaboration that's been going on. Again, you know, we know this is a critical program, and so we're very grateful for, you know, the amount of work that's gone into it, and additionally, listening right now, like the effort in ensuring that other assistance programs like are made accessible and easy to navigate for customers. I think that's also very critical, and so we really appreciate those recommendations included to facilitate that information sharing for water systems to support or share with their customers. So yeah, and I also wanted to say that we support the changes in the guidelines, such as you know, waiving of late fees and prohibiting consumer debt reporting and requiring crediting to customer accounts within 60 days, as well as extending the application period and allocating some funds for that. You know, it's really important to ensure that as many systems can apply and for funding as possible. Additionally, yes, and also the new eligible debt relief categories of third-party referred debt, such as the county property taxes and those that are used for customers, use customer assistance programs for arrearages. So thank you so much for, you know, all the work, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for your good work and continued engagement on this project and program and our other programs as well. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, we have Uriel Saldivar.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good evening, board members and staff. Uriel Saldivar with the Community Water Center, a community-based nonprofit pushing for community-driven solutions. We greatly appreciated the opportunity to provide comment today on the revised guidelines on the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program. This program is going to be critical in providing relief for millions of Californians as we aim to recover from the pandemic equitably. And we really appreciated the quick and intentional work from the staff and the Water Board's leadership in developing these guidelines. And we echo many of the comments made by Leadership Council and Clean Water Action. In particular, we really wanted to demonstrate our strong support for the following provisions. First, relating to the new changes in the revised guidelines, we really support the extending the application and survey period for systems that could not adequately do so before the September 10 deadline. Also, having the new eligible debt relief categories, such as the third-party referred debt to county property taxes and those that use customer assistance programs for arrearages. And we also appreciated the new guidance on the two-part credit option for water systems to provide assistance to customers in the two separate tax years. And second, we strongly support the final inclusions of critical provisions from the draft guidelines, such as the waiving of late fees, prohibiting consumer debt reporting, and requiring crediting of the customer accounts within 60 days. We really welcome, we really appreciated the discussions so far and welcome any additional, including refinements such as those brought forward by Member Firestone on these very important issues to further the intent of the program and protect the human right to water. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the sticking with us today. I know it's been a long day and the great engagement and comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Christine Compton, and then our last speaker will be Jennifer Capitola.
Good afternoon. I'm Christine Compton with Irvine Ranch Water District, and I just wanted to start off by really thanking Mr. Polimas and his team. We know how much they have on their plate on an ongoing basis, and really to pulled this together in a way that's been exceptionally constructive and will enable all of us to credit our customers' bills quickly and effectively and provide appropriate notice. Really can't be understated how much of a heavy lift that was and how much it's appreciated, not only by IRWG, but I know many others in the water community. I did want to take a moment, and I really thank Board Member Firestone for her thoughtful comments and suggested revisions. I did want to provide comments on one of them, just because as I'm thinking through on the fly, how it might play out. The suggestion that the language be changed that water systems enter into a contract with CSD and a local service or the local service provider. I'm just trying to think through how that plays out with the balance of customer privacy and the, I'm not trying to throw it up as a red herring, but once we disclose customer information, unless it is with an exemption of the Public Records Act request, then it becomes permanently public. And just how we balance those things, we fully appreciate the spirit that the suggested language was offered, but trying to make sure that we're also not undercutting the privacy and the trust that our customers have in us as we're trying to get folks help, because at least in our service area, we know that we have a number of customers that won't qualify for those other programs because they're not low income. Well, we do have low income customers. We're working to help all of them. And so I just want to put that out there, and as you all consider how we best address getting folks to those other resources if they have other outstanding debt, that we don't on the other side affect something else that we've all held very important in our state, which is customer and privacy. So just wanted to put that out there, but really today we wanted to come on and just thank you and your staff. And we look forward to working with you all, not only on the wastewater program, because we're a toll provider, but how we continue to use these funds, should there be funds remaining after wastewater, and put them to good use to get California back on track. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Compton. Really appreciate your time today. And thank you for the good constructive, as always, and engagement and conversation. Thank you. And our last commenter here, Jennifer Capitola. Hello, good to see you.
Yeah, you as well. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me. I had to jump off and I'm glad I made it back on. Long day for you all, but appreciate your leadership and sticking in here today to get through this. I want to just start again, as everyone did, thanking the State Water Board members and Darren and staff for all of their work. A lot of work in a really short period of time. And I think the most important for me and my members was the responsiveness, even though they were tasked with this very important project and getting it out in a short amount of time. I still received very timely responses from Darren and his staff members. Our members have really appreciated the approach that the State Water Board used as well. They found it very straightforward. The process was easy to move through, and that there was always technical assistance right around the corner if they ever needed anything. I just want to say that, I think there's a lot to be learned from this program, and some lessons learned for us in going forward and working on a statewide low-income rate assistance program. And that's something that I think we should start talking about earlier rather than later, not just because the funds that are still available through this program, but just so that we don't forget those things in real time, and capturing those lessons learned and figuring out how we can turn this into a longer term permanent program. So thank you all again for your work. And of course, we want to be a resource as we work through how to spend the rest of this money and help support our customers and water systems.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated the leadership and with the IOUs and knowing that there's just an incredible wealth of data that is out there, and helping bridge the reality that being more granular and understanding what is happening out there to our households can lead to better just program implementation to actually addressing these challenges of affordability. And again, feel very fortunate that we have this collective opportunity, and here already, some experimentation, some lessons learned that we've been doing in real time these last months as we've had conversations about how best to implement a program like this. What are the considerations on the water agency side that we're not understanding and best be able to bridge what is ultimately our common success in implementing all of this. And so we have an incredible opportunity, and it's going to be off the back of already really good work that's been done these last weeks. So here, and thank you. Fellow board colleagues, that brings us to the end of further comment. I appreciated the suggestions that board member Firestone put out. I think that and supportive. I think there was some, you heard from Ms. Compton, concern about a balance there of privacy for customers, and yes, need to be aware, but I think again, want to be supportive of ways that we can just do best by this opportunity, by ensuring that there's a bridge to existing programs with CSD and the right communication as we implement this program with those other opportunities out there. So again, I find myself still generally supportive of what the board member had proposed. Any other board colleagues with comments, refinements, any further thought to the suggestions provided by board member Firestone and Mr. Bohemus? But maybe first, other board members, comments or other items that they'd like to put on the table for further edit here, and then incorporation potentially for our adoption, if we so proceed.
I think I don't know if the text board member Firestone that you suggested is available to put on the screen, but I'm interested in hearing from staff or OCC if there's any concerns or just flags that we should be aware of as we're considering that. But generally, I don't have concerns, but I would like to hear from staff. And then I'd also just like follow up on Mr. Shah's comments about the costs that would be eligible for reimbursement. And so to me, it seems like there's two ways we could do this. You could define what late fees are, or you could define what administrative costs are. And I didn't actually see either in there. So perhaps one of those two could help clarify what might be eligible for funding under that 3% amount. But again, look to Darren and others to provide input on that.
Yeah, I can respond, board member McGuire. We tried to keep it really simple because I will tell you right now, every water system in the state is going to have a different definition of late fees, administrative costs whatsoever. So what we were trying to do is be very clear of what the arrearage is the water bill that was unpaid, and that everything else on top of that, if it could be justified as an administrative cost, we would include it. So we didn't define administrative costs for fear of trying to be or cut something off or leave something out of that definition. So I think what we want to do is work with water systems as they have questions. I think generally speaking, their own accounting principles as to what's an administrative cost would be what we would follow along with. And that's what we would expect. If they have particular questions, we can branch outside of that. I should mention as well, just for board members' knowledge, so of the late fees that we did see reported, and I did make the comment during my presentation that I understand that probably not all the late fees were reported from all the water systems. But we did see an extreme range of, one water system's late fees accounted for 0.3% of their arrearages, which seems very low, and that sounds great. We had another water system that had 2,812% of their arrearages as late fees. I'm hoping that's an error in reporting, but that we saw, it was just an example of the extreme range of late fees across water systems that did report it. There was quite a variation there. And so it did further my opinion in looking at the data that we had to try to keep it as simple as we can, knowing that it's hard to homogenize across all those different policies.
Yeah, hearing a specific desire to not go drill down into all the specifics and allow for us to have the maximum flexibility with agencies. And again, I think it does, we want folks to come to us if they have questions to work with us. We're here to be maximally flexible, not prescriptive. And if we start to be, we may leave something out. But there's a balance, I think, somewhere in there, certainly. And I think the 3% is a reasonable number. Board Member Firestone, were you? Oh, but Board Member
If I could
McGuire.
just follow up just to close the loop.
Yeah, please.
I think the verbal clarification helps. For me, yeah, I understand wanting to be flexible and broad, but at the same time, I think it helps for agencies, water agency systems and beneficiaries to see things in writing. But I think for these purposes, this will work for today. But thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. I appreciate that. Mr. Lawford, did you want to add something to discussion?
No, I think Deputy Director Polhemus has covered it ably. And I guess what I was going to offer at this point in time, I think the staff were prepared to convene sort of separately, perhaps during a break, and go through the language. But I think it's fairly crystallized. And I'm going to look at you, Deputy Director Polhemus, if you have any concerns. I know you've been monitoring, as the rest of us have, the different thoughts. If we could go ahead and put up at this point in time the additional changes that you had read into the record, Deputy Director Polhemus, as the last PowerPoint slide that you threw up, the eligibility criteria fix, as well as changes throughout the document that would reflect the language that Board Member Firestone put up. So at least the board members could see it now. If we feel like we still need a break after that to refine language, we could do that, but I want to be mindful of the request from Member McGuire to see the language we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Lawford. I appreciate that. And as that's getting pulled up, look to other board members as well to put out any additional language they would like to see, or just comments or questions as well to help refine what we should be zeroing in on changes here.
I had just one clarifying question based on the comments. One of the things that we deleted in our changes was reference to in the offering to enroll customers with remaining debt into a payment plan. We deleted the minimum repayment period of 12 months. Is that not required under the trailer bill that it be 12 months, or can somebody just clarify why we deleted that?
So it was based on a comment from the workshop. A lot of the water systems said that they really wanted the flexibility to work with their customers to have different levels of payment plan and be attuned to their customers. Some of them felt that the minimum 12 could be more of a burden because it could stretch it out if it's a really small amount that's left to be paid, so that it was, $2 or something. And I just thought we would take it out to leave the ultimate flexibility back to the water system to not have a floor mandated.
I thought that was required in the trailer bill. So can we just look that up?
Yeah, I'll look it up, but I do not believe so.
Okay, because I remember the discussion being more around flexibility in terms of the auto enrollment and providing flexibility in terms of, some folks are already enrolled in a payment plan and there's different options that people do. But I thought that there was some protection and direction in the trailer bill of doing a minimum of 12 months that at least is offered, so that people get that offer to be able to spread it over 12 months.
Yeah, so it doesn't say that. I think what you're thinking of is in the trailer bill language, which is let's see, it's 116773.4 small e1, where reads that community water systems shall provide customers with arrearages accrued during the COVID-19 pandemic period a notice that it may enter into a payment plan and that they have 30 days from the date of the notice to enroll in the payment plan. The payment plan and its associated rule offered by a community water system of any size shall conform with Chapter 6, commencing with Section 116900. Notwithstanding limitations in that chapter relating to a community water system size, a community water system shall not discontinue water service to a customer that remains current on a payment plan. And I don't believe there's any 12-month reference that I can find.
Okay, I don't know if can somebody share with me the language, because I I definitely don't think I think we didn't make up ourselves the 12-month in what we provided here. That wasn't something that we just came up with on our own. So,
so I believe either Leslie Loudon or myself typed that in, and it was based on, when we typed it in, it was a comment that was given to us that we originally added it in. It was not, I was not referencing part of the trailer bill language when we did that addition.
okay, well, if somebody can provide that to me, I just before we find, like, I know we're going to go over this language now, so if you can share that before we finish today, I just want to make sure that
just so I know what you're
I can see
requesting.
that.
You want the trailer bill language itself?
Yeah, just so it's handy because I don't have easy access right this.
We'll get it to you right now.
Thanks.
Darren, I just sent it.
I just got it. Yeah, thank you.
And so while Member Firestone is looking at that language, I was going to go ahead and quickly run through the cumulative additions that have been discussed both by Deputy Director Polhemus as well as by Member Firestone. And what you're looking at on the screen, and it's what prevented me from pulling up the trailer bill language for her because it's my screen being shared, is the document with the change sheet 1 being depicted in track changes. So change sheet 1 had been circulated publicly. All of the new changes today are going to be highlighted in yellow. And so the first of these is in the definition section where we are proposing to remove the highlighted text from the definition of arrearage. This was what Member Firestone had read into the record, and it would be the trailing clause, comma, or customer debts that have been forgiven by the community water system, comma, or credits applied to customer accounts from the assistance programs would be deleted from the definition of arrearages. The next changes that folks will see as I scroll through are the section A eligibility criteria that Deputy Director Polhemus had read in at the tail end of his presentation. And this was designed to deal with customers who have been, whose arrearage had been shifted off of the books of the community water system to potentially tax rolls. And so it would add the language, community water systems that collect, and then add in eligible customer, the highlighted language there, and then continue revenue through property tax rolls are also eligible, and then add in the trailing clause if they are able to identify drinking water arrearages and can directly credit customers' S' accounts.
If I may, Mr. Loffer, on that one, your statement is partially correct. It also includes water systems that just may normally collect their revenue via tax rolls. There are water systems that do that directly, so we're trying to be inclusive of them.
Thank you for that clarification. Then the next series of changes that people will see will be striking, and the first we see is at the bottom of page 7, striking drinking before water, and this gets to the issue that Member Firestone had discussed during her comments on the item, that we didn't want to exclude, or she didn't want the proposal to exclude other water, non-wastewater, but other water-related charges that may have been passed on by community water systems. And so you see 3 instances at the bottom of page 7 where drinking would be removed under her proposal. As we continue on, the next changes are on page 10, where it's the same thing, where water portion, we're removing drinking in 4 different locations to make it specific to water charges generally. And then the final sets of changes are on page 13, and these are related to the relationships with the Community Services District and other local service providers. The first change is in the paragraph that begins, water systems must also. the highlighted text, adding the clause, including a contact number. Well, actually, there are two changes here. I won't read them all back into the record because they were already done by member Firestone, but it would be to delete the or and make it an and I'm just highlighting for clarity. Well, trying to. Delete the or after CSD and then add and other low income assistance programs, and then add in the highlighted text, including a contact number for appropriate local service provider or providers or other program hotline to help with enrollment in those programs. The next change is 2 paragraphs later. Oh, and I see what's going on here. It's just the way that it's depicted. And for clarity, essentially everything that I'm going to highlight here in blue is essentially being stricken and replaced with, sorry, and you're going to have to help me out since this was from your version. I just want to be clear that really, it's just a few edits in to make it clear that we're recommending that water systems can enter into the agreements with the CSDs or other appropriate agencies and local service providers to share appropriate information to identify and target assistance to customers at risk of being shut off so that eligible customers receive benefits through those and other assistance programs. State Water Board further recommends that water systems that offer local assistance programs consider entering into data sharing agreements with IOUs, participating in the California Alternate Rates for Energy Care Program to support ongoing enrollment. And with that highlighted language, I do want to make one thing clear that, first of all, these are recommendations. There was a concern expressed about sharing potentially confidential information. There's also an important modifier in that paragraph that it's appropriate information that gets shared. So this is an opportunity for the agencies to work through these issues and ensure they're not running afoul of any Information Practices Act issues.
Yeah, and I'll clarify on that issue too, that the reason, even just for using the word agreement, is that there has to be a non-disclosure agreement that protects privacy and personal information. So that is certainly an issue. I think everyone on all sides of that are concerned about, and it's important to bring up, but it is exactly why we need to have agreements in place. So, and again, recommendation is the ability to just make it clear and easy for folks that want to be able to and serve their customers in that way.
Thank you. Can we possibly bring the language back up?
Definitely, and that should be coming up here. Here it is.
Thank you. It was the section for striking out drinking water is the second to last section, I think. Go up. Okay, so here, I just wanted to read this part here because it says non-water charges on the bill. I just wanted to read that a little sentence. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what that's saying is, as I understand it, is deleting. So saying if you can't disaggregate the water-related charges from the non-water related charges, since a lot of folks have wastewater or energy or trash or streetlights or different charges on the same bill.
Yeah, and in this particular case, I think it's important to appreciate, and Deputy Director Polhemus, I want to make sure that if we do strike, in this particular instance, we're actually speaking historically of what was done on the survey in order to aggregate and determine the various arrearages. You have a better sense of what the staff had done here, and does it make sense to strike drinking water from these 3 locations in this paragraph, which is really, like I said, looking historically as opposed to how we're going to be implementing the program.
So in the guidance we gave drinking water systems prior for the survey, we were specific to using drinking water charges. I think, however, the striking drinking here, if we're interpreting water to broadly mean drinking water in most instances, still comports. There could be some water systems that in the survey maybe did not include all other water charges, as Board Member Firestone's asking to be contemplated in the future. So it would potentially change the results to some extent. I don't think it would be dramatic change from that amount though.
And I'll just clarify, I think this, again, this is a very, I think, a small amount of money. So we don't totally understand, but in the FAQ document that we provided for telling water systems how to fill out the survey, and in the Q&A webinar, my understanding is that we were telling water systems to be really inclusive of around water related charges, including the source water protection charges and that kind of thing. So, again, this is like a very small area, probably not much money, but it is this somewhat ambiguous issue.
I mean, my quick gut reaction, considering this particular paragraph is operating sort of retrospectively to describe what we did in the survey, is that we could leave drinking water in these 3 instances, and the changes that are important are elsewhere in terms of how we're implementing the program. So if you would be willing to take that as a friendly amendment, Member Firestone, I will go ahead and
totally, that's fine.
Do those deletions here. And just for the record, if there is subsequently a motion, the highlighted text here will not be part of the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Morgan, for flagging. Any other comment or feedback, either on this language here or other things board members would like to see?
If nobody else has anything, I mean, first of all, I just really appreciate working through all of those changes. I know it's hard at board meetings to be able to do that. So with a program where you're moving this fast, I think that's more likely to happen. So appreciate that. And I just, on the issue that I had a question on around 12-month payment programs, I certainly think that it would be that systems should offer at least 12-month payment plans. I think that would help consumers and be a good practice. I also think, given that we're doing 100% of debt forgiveness for this, that would really be applying to debt before or after this COVID period. So it's a little less, I feel a little less comfortable kind of requiring things around it through this program. But I do just want to recognize a number of people mentioned that we will likely have funding left over after we do this and the wastewater program, and that there is, this debt, like what would we be including, what water systems would need to be including in payment plans here, that are not covered under this program that will be remaining. And I also I think ongoing needs for customer assistance benefits. And so I just really look forward to working with the stakeholders that participated in getting this program and making it successful, and that we're here today to try to make sure that that funding can reach the folks that need it most and continue to benefit this area. I do think that's going to need to be something that the legislature acts on to enable that. So I think that's something we can continue to look forward to working on together in the future. And I think, I guess I'll make a motion unless, because I know we've got a lot going on here, unless folks want to comment. So I can move to adopt with change sheet 1 and 2 and the text read into the record and shown on the screen. Do you want to help me amend that if
That's a fine motion.
Okay.
Thank you, board member. Any comments and or otherwise seconds?
I just really appreciate the discussion and everybody's contributions today in this whirlwind program. Having worked in DFA at one point earlier in my career as staff, I appreciate the complexity of getting a new program up and running, and it's not a trivial matter. And so there have been a lot of things to go around, but I would be remiss not to add mine as well. So I'll do that and leave it at that. And thank you, Board Member Firestone, for all your work here and digging into the details and really thinking about how this will work, not only for this program and this unique opportunity, but also going forward into the future and how we can better address these affordability issues in the long run. So with that, I'll second the motion. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair, anything? Okay, I thought maybe you wanted to add before I went to Ms. Townsend for the roll call vote.
Sure. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Really appreciate the incredible work, everyone. Just echo the thanks. And know that, as in all great things, this doesn't spell the end of it. This is actually just a moment, because now it's implementation. And there we have still a lot of work to do. But thank you. It's a moment to rest and just reflect on the critical moment to even get here to approve this program, and now look forward to the continued work ahead. So thank you all. That leaves us now with our, it's not our last item because there is board member reports and executive director afterwards, but the last substantive item. Let's take a break. We've been going since our last lunch break. I'll note I have to transition at 6 o'clock over to a convening and a discussion that Senator Dodd is pulling together. I will quickly do my duties there, if you will, and try to transition back, but we'll be handing the gavel over to the vice chair. And we can just go ahead and cleanly do that as we have, let's say, do we want a 20-minute break or a 15? I don't know. I don't want it's already late. We'll be doing a 15-minute break, and then we can come back in. So, I'll round it out with, and change. So let's say come back here at 5:40, and then we'll continue on to our next item, which is the consideration or proposed resolution around MS4 permit and basin plan amendments here with the Los Angeles region. So we'll be back here doing item number 12 again at 5:40. I apologize and thank everyone for their patience. I know it's been a long day, and this is an important item still yet. So we'll see you all here soon. Have a nice, good 15-minute break, and thank you.
Hey, Margie, if you can update the scroll to reflect that we're going to resume with item number 12.
Okay, welcome back. All right, now we're going to move on to item number 12. Just want to make sure I'm still seeing this screen here. Ms. Townsend.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Just checking to make sure you're ready. All right.
Yep, we're ready.
Okay, thanks. The next item is item 12 from the LA Regional Board, and this is consideration of a proposed resolution approving amendments to the Los Angeles Region's Basin Plan to revise the implementation schedules for certain MS4 dischargers. And we have staff from Region 4 presenting, LB Nye.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm LB Nye. I'm the section chief of the regional program section at the Los Angeles Water Board, and I'll be presenting the proposed TMDL deadline extensions adopted by the Los Angeles Water Board on March 11th, 2021 for your consideration. With me also is Jenny Newman. She's the assistant executive officer at the Los Angeles Water Board, and Adriana Nunez, who's our legal counsel. And we may have, I'm not sure, we may have Renee Purdy, our EO, with us also. So this item is an extension of TMDL final compliance dates for 9 TMDLs in the Los Angeles region. And TMDLs, as you know, they're not self-implementing. Even once they're fully in effect in a basin plan, they need to be incorporated in a permit or other order in order to be enforceable. So in the Los Angeles region, a key permit for implementing TMDLs is the regional MS4 permit. The Los Angeles region's MS4 permit, the municipal separate storm sewer system permit, is the reason the Los Angeles Water Board really adopted these extensions, because a significant concern for many of the MS4 permittees in the Los Angeles region is the upcoming deadlines for certain TMDLs that are included in the regional MS4 permit, especially those deadlines that are coming up soon between 2021 and 2023. Can I have the next slide? So the Los Angeles Water Board received multiple requests by MS4 permittees for extensions of final TMDL implementation deadlines, both in the comments on the tentative regional MS4 permit prior to its adoption this summer, and in comments made directly to the board during discussions of the MS4 permit. And a particular concern of many MS4 permittees was the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy and the municipal budgets, and how that would impact the ability of the municipal MS4 permittees to implement the projects they know they need to implement in order to meet those final TMDL compliance deadlines. So per the Los Angeles Water Board, direction of the Los Angeles Water Board, staff undertook an analysis of final TMDL dates. And in order to focus our efforts on the most critical TMDLs, we focused on those TMDL deadlines coming up in the next 3 years. And we focused on wet weather deadlines and did not evaluate extensions for dry weather related TMDL deadlines. An extension of dry weather related TMDL deadlines is not warranted because the prohibition on non-stormwater discharges has been in the MS4 permits since the 1990s, and the permittees have had success complying with or are approaching compliance with most of the dry weather deadlines. Next slide. So we considered 9 TMDLs in 4 watersheds. The 9 TMDLs proposed for deadline extensions are located mainly along the coast of the Los Angeles region. And those are the TMDLs that have the most immediate deadlines because they're actually some of the very first TMDLs adopted in the region. And for context, the Los Angeles region has 55 TMDLs in effect, and 45 of those are included in the MS4 permit. So 9 TMDLs is 20% of the TMDLs included in the MS4 permit. Next slide. So the 4 watersheds include the Malibu Creek watershed. That watershed is both in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. The dotted line on this map shows you the boundary between Los Angeles and Ventura counties. And the other watersheds are only in Los Angeles County. Ballona Creek watershed is in the center. The Santa Monica Bay watershed is basically all along the coast, all the way down and around the Palos Verdes Peninsula that you see there at the bottom of the screen. And Marina del Rey is essentially that black dot on the coast of Ballona Creek watershed. Marina del Rey is a very large marina and a very small watershed. Next slide. So we considered several factors when determining whether or not extensions were appropriate for the 9 TMDLs. We evaluated TMDL specific factors to determine if changes to the implementation schedule would be justified. We examined whether water quality improvement is still needed. We considered the length of the schedule established when the TMDL was first adopted. And we considered whether meaningful implementation progress has been made by permittees, given the time allowed per the original TMDL implementation schedule. And finally, we considered the urgency of addressing the ongoing negative impacts to beneficial uses, such as human health and aquatic life, following federal guidance that states that TMDL implementation schedules should achieve wasteland allocations in a reasonable period of time. In some cases, we also considered other watershed-specific factors, such as the size of the watershed in Marina del Rey, and the impacts of the Woolsey fire in the case of Malibu Creek and the northern part of Santa Monica Bay. We also considered the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for all 9 TMDL implementation programs. In determining the potential impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the completion of TMDL projects, staff considered time estimates for economic recovery, tax revenue impacts, and deployment of vaccines or improved treatments. Next slide. So in summary, these are the adopted revisions to the 9 TMDLs extending the final wet weather deadlines. So the table here shows both the length of the extensions in the center column and then the revised final wet weather deadlines. Original schedules ranged from 10 to 19 years, and they've been extended generally 3 to 5 years. In some cases, the extensions are a little longer in order to line up the final compliance dates between TMDLs in the same watershed. And the implementation methods, the BMPs to be deployed are really the same for the different pollutants for the MS4 permittees. So for practical reasons, it made sense to have the final compliance deadlines the same. There are different deadline extensions for the Santa Monica Bay bacteria TMDL, depending on where in the watershed the MS4 permittee is. Implementation progress and other watershed-specific factors differed in the different sub-watersheds. And there's no change or extension for the beaches in Santa Monica Bay, which are subject to anti-degradation provisions. Since they're already meeting the criteria, they don't need an extension. And these extensions have balanced a recognition of the difficulties faced by the MS4 permittees, including the impact of COVID-19, and the need to restore waters and beneficial uses in the Los Angeles region within a reasonable timeframe. Next slide. 8 comment letters were received on this item by the comment deadline. 5 letters were submitted on behalf of municipalities, and that included a letter from the County of Los Angeles and Los Angeles Flood Control District, a letter from County of Ventura, City of Thousand Oaks, and Ventura County Watershed Protection District, the City of Norwalk, the City of Rosemead, and the MS4 permittees, the municipal MS4 permittees within the lower Los Angeles River Watershed Management Group. 2 letters were submitted on behalf of nonprofit organizations, the Gardena Valley Democratic Club, and then 1 letter from the Los Angeles Waterkeeper, Heal the Bay, and the Natural Resources Defense Council. And 1 letter was submitted on behalf of a private entity, TECS Environmental. Next slide. A full response to the comments is available on the State Board website, but I will review 2 comments where the bulk of the discussion was from the municipalities and the NGOs. So the municipalities, the MS4 permittees that commented are in support of the approval of the basin plan amendments. However, the MS4 permittees remain concerned about the sufficiency of the time provided, commenting that 3 to 5 years may not be enough. However, we find that the revisions to the schedules balances the implementation needs and the water quality protection needs. And we also note that time schedule orders, if appropriate, can be issued to allow for more time if necessary. The NGOs, the Los Angeles Waterkeeper, Heal the Bay, and Natural Resources Defense Council, commented that the extensions go far beyond any delays that would be caused by an economic downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the financial impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is significantly less than expected. And also, while these groups have often not been in favor of the use of time schedule orders to allow for more time for permittees to come into compliance with a permit requirement, They commented that for this particular action, TSOs might be a superior approach. And in response, we know that the financial impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on municipal budgets may not be as severe as projected at the time when the Los Angeles Water Board adopted these amendments early last spring. However, the COVID-19 pandemic remains dynamic, with new variants emerging and continued impacts to the economy. And it will take time before municipalities fully recover to pre-pandemic levels. So a 3-year extension is appropriate to give the municipalities time to recover from the financial impacts. Next slide. So in summary, we recommended you approve the 9 basin plan amendments for extensions to TMDL wet weather final compliance deadlines. As I showed you today, I do have another 4 slides if you want more detail on each of the TMDLs watershed by watershed, or I can just stop here with our recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nye. Let's turn to my colleagues, see if there are any questions before moving on to public comment. Any questions?
None here.
Okay. Well, let's move on to public comment then. We have 4 speakers. First off is Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay.
Thank you all. My internet's been in and out today, so I'm going to leave my camera off in hopes that that will help. Good evening, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the State Water Board. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe. I'm here on behalf of Heal the Bay, a nonprofit environmental organization based in Los Angeles County. We oppose the TMDL extensions approved by the Los Angeles Regional Board and ask you to reject these extensions. The Regional Board's staff report acknowledges the importance of having TMDL deadlines to achieve improvements in water quality. However, in opposition to that statement, the Regional Board approved blank check TMDL extensions for up to 5 years without evidence of good faith efforts towards achieving the requirements, with only 6% completion shown in the areas that got extensions approved. Also without justifying the need for these extensions and without putting in place sufficient oversight requirements to ensure progress is made. In fact, staff even suggested that these could be the first of future deadline extensions for these and other TMDLs, which is a terrible precedent to set considering how important these deadlines are. The Regional Board's reliance on financial impacts on dischargers from the COVID-19 pandemic was dramatically overstated. It also fails to account for the significant federal relief funding distributed to Los Angeles and to the state of California, the hundreds of millions of dollars available for stormwater infrastructure projects at both the state and county level, and the newfound support in identifying funding opportunities through the 12 watershed coordinators under LA County's Safe Clean Water program. The State Board's response to our comments similarly relies on the, quote, recent financial impacts on municipal governments, unquote, without any actual analysis of what those impacts are. Additionally, permittees fell far behind schedule in achieving these requirements long before COVID-19 hit. Simply put, the TMDL extensions are far too long and widespread to be reasonably related to the COVID-19 pandemic as claimed. Additionally, the proposed TMDL extensions are an overbroad remedy to the challenges that some municipalities are currently facing. Permittees that are struggling to raise enough money for stormwater capture projects can apply for individualized time schedule orders or TSOs by providing specific evidence justifying the extensions and agreeing to annual reporting on progress. TSOs are far from perfect. They allow for prolonged water pollution in our communities and in our environment, but they do at least create pathways for much needed accountability. Our comments to the Regional Board called for TSOs as a more acceptable and appropriate alternative to TMDL extensions, but the Regional Board did not properly consider TSOs as a viable alternative for the extensions they approved. Furthermore, the Regional Board offered no explanation as to why these blanket TMDL extensions adequately balance the Regional Board's mission with the struggles that the permittees face. Just because the approved TMDL extensions are shorter than what permittees originally requested does not automatically make these extensions reasonable. The TMDL's deadlines that the regional board extended were developed many years ago, in some cases a full 2 decades, through intensive negotiations with the intention to make meaningful progress on water quality improvements over time, eventually achieving water quality limits before the deadlines pass. But after 20 years of TMDL implementation, or lack thereof, and almost 50 years after the 1972 Clean Water Act amendments were enacted, water quality in Los Angeles has remained stagnant over the past decade, or even worsened in some areas, which is absolutely unacceptable. Everyone deserves safe and clean water. The state board must hold the Los Angeles Regional Board accountable to their mission and hold permittees accountable to the Clean Water Act requirements. And this must happen now, not several decades from now. We also provided to you a group sign-on letter originally sent to the regional board, but not taken under consideration as it was submitted after the deadline, which urges regulators to maintain existing deadlines and instead pursue alternative methods to provide additional time, such as TSOs. This letter was signed by 15 groups in total, including Amigos de los Rios, Nature for All, Seventh Generation Advisors, Social Eco Education, and Pacoima Beautiful. Please consider these community voices. We urge you to reject the proposed TMDL extensions. At the very least, please hold your vote until there is a proper economic assessment and a more thorough review of alternative methods for providing additional time, such as through the use of TSOs. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, especially at the end of a very long day.
Thank you, Ms. Moe. All right, our next speaker is Mark Lombos with LA County Public Works. Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Diadamo, members of the board. My name is Mark Lombos, and I'm an acting assistant deputy director with Los Angeles County Public Works. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic today. Los Angeles County and the County Flood Control District support the approval of the proposed basin plan amendments, which strike the right balance between the need for ambitious regulatory deadlines and consideration of very real permittee challenges. Next slide, please. Since the adoption of these TMDLs, we have invested significant resources in our efforts to comply. The 2012 LA County MS4 permit created groundbreaking opportunities for permittees to work collaboratively and develop watershed management programs, which resulted in the identification and implementation of dozens of projects throughout Los Angeles County to address stormwater quality and enhance water supply. The map on the left shows the projects completed prior to the 2012 permit, which primarily consisted of low flow diversions projects for coastal watersheds. The map on the right shows the 100 plus priority projects identified under the 2012 MS4 permit program, many of which are currently in the construction phase or in the design phase. Next slide, please. The county and the flood control district alone have spent almost $800 million over the last 9 years to comply with the 2012 permit, which includes the implementation of several regional multi-benefit projects. Here are 6 projects that cost the county over $120 million to build. While these projects are intended to help the county and flood control district meet water quality standards, they also achieve other benefits, such as opportunities for water conservation and recreational opportunities for local communities. Many of these projects are located in disadvantaged and underserved communities in LA County. Many of the 80 plus cities are also making progress, and the region overall is headed in the right direction. Still, there is more to be done. The proposed basin plan amendments have recognized this need and provides time for permittees to continue designing, constructing, and implementing these highly effective multi-benefit community projects. Next slide, please. The passage of Measure W in November 2018 and the establishment of the Safe Clean Water Program have been a huge success for the region and stormwater quality. For the first time ever, there is a sustainable funding source to support the efforts of implementing projects and programs to improve water quality in our region. Every year, there's approximately $285 million to fund critically needed projects. However, these stormwater projects require the investment of time and money. The proposed time extensions are necessary to enable the Safe Clean Water program to increase available funds and build upon the momentum of the MS4 permit while creating opportunities for our communities to prepare for existing and future droughts and decreasing water supplies. If the extensions are not granted, the permittees' focus will be diverted away from designing and constructing multi-benefit projects in disadvantaged communities, because the focus instead will necessarily be on projects that merely help meet the TMDLs with the most immediate deadlines, not the projects with the most long-term benefits. Such a shift in focus benefit neither water quality nor water quantity in the long run. For these reasons, we request that you approve the proposed basic plan amendments. Next slide, please. This concludes my remarks, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Lamos. Okay, our next speaker is Benjamin Harris with Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice Chair Didamo, and thank you, State Board members, for the long day. My name is Benjamin Harris, and I am the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. LA Waterkeeper and our partners Heal the Bay and NRDC strongly oppose the 9 TMDL extensions approved by the Los Angeles Regional Board and ask you to reject these extensions. We represent thousands of Los Angeles residents that have been advocating to restore the many impaired water bodies in our region and achieve clean and healthy waterways. We have fought endlessly for the Los Angeles Regional Board to make meaningful progress to clean up our impaired waterways through strong water standards and meaningful enforcement. But instead, the Regional Board has consistently pushed out compliance deadlines, relaxed water standards, and catered to the desires of dischargers in almost every regulatory context, abdicating its responsibility to protect human health, aquatic life, and the environment above all else. The Regional Board's TMDL extensions are yet another example of this dismal trend. I fully support the comments from my colleague Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay and want to again note that the Regional Board did not offer legitimate justifications for its decision to extend 9 TMDL deadlines for up to 5 years for water bodies in 4 different watersheds. But even further, granting extensions for 20% of existing TMDL deadlines is particularly egregious because of the sluggish pace that municipal permittees have exhibited to date when investing in stormwater infrastructure in order to meet existing TMDL deadlines. During workshops held by the Regional Board, some permittees admitted to making only 2 to 3% of necessary investments even before the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on our analysis of selected enhanced watershed management plans, since 2012, municipal permittees have achieved an average implementation progress of only 9% of the necessary stormwater volume to meet TMDL waste load allocations. The Regional Board acknowledges the lack of meaningful progress in its response to our comments. Indeed, the Regional Board's own analysis revealed only 6% completion for the areas receiving deadline extensions. Broad TMDL extensions would continue to allow permittees to delay making financial investments to meet TMDL limits beyond the available funding under LA County's Safe Clean Water program, which was never intended to be the sole funding source available for stormwater infrastructure projects, as both the Regional Board and the State Board conceded in response to our comments. The TMDL deadlines approved by the Regional Board are overbroad and unacceptable. There has been a severe lack of progress over the past 20 years of implementing TMDLs that were a product of intense negotiations. 50 years after the 1972 amendments to the Clean Water Act, we still have mostly impaired water bodies in Los Angeles and no indication of when the Regional Board will actually hold municipal permittees accountable to comply with water standards. Simply put, the Regional Board has failed to uphold its mandate to improve water quality. The State Board therefore must hold the Regional Board and municipal permittees accountable to comply with the Clean Water Act now, rather than several more decades from now. LA Waterkeeper, Heal the Bay, and NRDC respectfully request that the State Board reject each of the Los Angeles Regional Board's 9 TMDL extensions and ensure that all LA residents have the opportunity to benefit from clean and healthy waters within their lifetime. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, and then our last speaker is Ray Tahir with TECS Environmental.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes. Good
All
evening.
right. Great. Good evening, Vice Chair Diamo and board members. To begin with, according to Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations at 3779F, the comment period for submitting TMDL based on plan amendments is 30 days. However, I was only given 10 days notice. In any case, I appreciate the time. I submitted comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I submitted comments by the June 21st, 2021 deadline, opposing the LA Board's proposed basin plan amendment, extending the TMDL deadlines. Other cities submitted similar, I can't see the rest of it because my picture's up there. Let me see if I can get through this. Other cities submitted similar comments by the state. I also raised this issue at a regional board MS4 workshop on August 20th, 2020. And you can see this in the last 3 slides. The state board responded to the comments saying that they were not timely. The primary comment raised in my and other comments to the state board is that amending the compliance schedule to extend TMDLs violates state regulation 2918, a policy for compliance schedules and NPDES permits. As mentioned to the LA board on several occasions, compliance schedules only apply to permittees subject to the Clean Water Act 301, not MS4s, which are subject to Clean Water Act 402P. And as I mentioned on several occasions, even the regional board admitted in a letter to US EPA in 2016 that MS4s are not subject to compliance schedules. The state board and the regional board unfortunately ignored this. It makes no difference if the regional board failed to comply with Regulation 2918 vis-a-vis an MS4 permit or the basin plan amendment. The fact remains it did not comply with its own regulation, which applies to both. And if the state board follows suit, it too will be in violation. And by the way, it should not be up to the public to tell the water boards what their legal responsibilities are. Next slide, please. In response to comments regarding compliance schedules, the state board said if a permittee wanted to make an issue over the matter, it can file an administrative petition with the state board. Actually, in the case of a basin plan amendment, the Office of Administrative Law will be responsible for dealing with this issue. OEL may deal with the fact that the basin plan, again, I can't, hold on for a sec. OEL may deal with the fact that the basin plan amendment did not comply with CEQA as required by Title 23 Code of Federal Regulations 377. Which says substitute environmental documentation, requirements for adoption or approval of plans or policies, any water quality control plan, state policy for water quality control, and any other components of the California Water Quality Management Plan as defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, sections 130.2, 130.6, proposed for board approval or adoption must include or be accompanied by a substitute environmental document. Although the SEDS were prepared by the regional board, they were not specific to TMDL extensions, only their inclusion in the basin plan, and were over a decade old. The dated SEDS were prepared before the 2012 MS4 permit was adopted. And the recently adopted permit requires projects that, for example, divert runoff from water bodies, which could have an adverse impact on downstream habitats and reduce runoff discharge to groundwater recharge basins. Excuse me, once again, I can't see. There we go. Next slide, please. And I'm almost finished. It is understood that the purpose of extending the subject TMDLs is to enable permittees to avoid violation. It could have done this as a time schedule order, which is referenced in the MS4 permit. The downside of extending TMDLs in the basin plan is that it perpetuates TMDLs that have been removed from the 303D list, even those based on the regional board's recommendation and approval from US EPA. This would require permittees to continue to implement WIMP projects that are aimed at non-existent TMDLs that would otherwise reduce compliance costs. Compliance schedules should be limited to the 5-year term of the MS4 permit as Congress intended, but through an iterative process. And I thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. All right, let's open it up to any questions or discussion by my fellow colleagues here. Okay, hearing no questions, I do have a question.
I have
go
a question.
ahead.
Looks like Board Member Firestone has a question too. Do you want me to go first? Okay.
Sure, go ahead,
So-
Board Member McGuire.
Sure. So appreciate the comments here. And, I think one tenet of all this that's very important to me is, in fact, the accountability piece. So whether we're talking about different compliance mechanisms, whether it's a basin plan amendment like we're talking about today, or a TSO or some other approach, I do want to ensure that we have appropriate levels of accountability for our permits, whether it's MS4 or anything. And so I'm very conscious of this particular MS4 permit. We considered this in an order last year, specifically targeting the enhanced watershed management plans, and taking discrete measures to ensure that there's greater accountability and rigor implemented in those processes, the timelines that go with implementation. So I guess I think I'd like to hear from regional board staff a bit more about that accountability piece and how they arrived at that balance. And do you feel, regional board, that this approach gets us and continues to provide us with those accountability tools to ensure that if we approve this today, that 3 years down the road or 5 years down the road, those watershed groups that are only 2% or 6% of the way through their projects actually are going to be held responsible for their permits and complying with them. You're on mute.
They're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes, I would say absolutely. I think we have sufficient accountability. As you know, our regional MS4 permit was just adopted this summer, and that was one thing that our board members were very concerned with, making sure we had transparency and accountability within the permit itself. Within these basin plan amendments, they're pretty short extensions, and we know exactly what their plans are in using this time, because these are all MS4 permittees who have, most of them have watershed management programs and modeling, which lays out very precisely what implementations they're going to take in order to achieve the criteria.
And if I may add, Board Member McGuire, to what LB said, in addition to the accountability under the MS4 permit, in the adopting resolution for these basin plan amendments, the Los Angeles Water Board added a directive to staff and the permittees to come back and bring annual reports on progress to the board to ensure that we were tracking progress in the near term, and that we could act quickly and if adequate progress wasn't being made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Board Member McGuire?
No, that's my only question right now. I want to hear what the other discussion is. Thanks.
Okay. Board Member Firestone, did you have a question?
Sure. So just along the same lines, in general, I know the water boards have really made clear that the COVID pandemic is not a reason to reduce water quality protections or delay implementation of regulatory requirements. And so it's a big deal to do that with a basin plan amendment. And I am wondering, to me, this is, as board member McGuire said, it's, a major concern how far we are from compliance. And I think even just the comments from dischargers saying that it's not realistic for them to comply in the extension that this would be enacting is concerning. So, I understand the expectation here is that this would really enable acceleration and give some, in some ways, some breathing room to the regional board and the dischargers to really focus on implementation of the new MS4 permit and of the projects they have on this. But I guess I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how the updated MS4 permit requirements, do you see, can you explain to me better how the MS4 permit requirements and the implementation of that meets the needs of maybe what otherwise we would be doing through sort of negotiating separate TSOs for the same time period? I don't know if that question is clear, but.
So you're asking about the advantages and disadvantages of the basin plan amendments versus TSOs.
Yeah, and how the enhanced changes to the new MS4 permits fit into that as well.
Okay, so the TSOs do have a number of advantages. They're very specific, and they have, a very accountable actions that permittees need to take. The advantage of the basin plan amendment is that we can do one step and make a small amount of breathing room for people, and then only then have the TSOs for the permittees that really need it, and permittee by permittee with the TSOs. It's not as broad like a basin plan amendment. And the what was the question? Was how the MS4 implementation? Well,
I guess so. Let me just try and frame, help me understand this. I'm new to all of this. So the MS4 permit requirements are, those are permittee by permittee. So those are very clearly going through what the requirements are permittee by permittee. They're new, just adopted. There's, we also had our order. Obviously they're building on existing ones, but is the expectation that implementation of those would get, the expectation is that would get us to compliance by this extended basin plan compliance date, right? So This is a way of saying these new permit requirements, all the work that you're doing in terms of plans and projects implementing those new permits should get you to compliance with by this date that we're extending the basin plan to, with and not rather than having to do TSOs and the permit reviews and approvals.
So board member Firestone, if I could clarify one thing.
Thank you.
What the regional board adopted was a hybrid approach of this basin plan amendment to extend the TMDL deadlines plus the option of TSOs. The MS4 permit is written so that permittees will comply with TMDLs through their watershed management programs. And those have schedules. And these TMDLs have been in the permit since 2012. So they're already planning the projects to meet these TMDLs by the existing deadline. What this basin plan amendment does is it extends the deadlines in the TMDLs so that the permittees can put those new deadlines in their watershed management programs. And then if that's still not enough time, they can get time through time schedule orders. And as LB was explaining, the time schedule orders are enforcement orders and have more accountability than the time extended through the basin plan amendment. But what I was saying earlier is that in the adopting resolution for these basin plan amendments, the board put in annual checks to make sure that, through this period of a 3 to 5 year extension, there is that accountability. And then if the permittees still need more time, they can apply for, and if appropriate, be granted time schedule orders that then they can include in their watershed management programs so that they have the full amount of time that is warranted to complete the projects. So I hope that helps explain how the basin plan amendment, the time schedule order, and the permit all work together.
Thanks, Ms. Newman. And I see Mr. Bishop and Ms. Purdy, you joined. Did you have anything to add?
So I just wanted to make sure that I think that Jenny did a great job of explaining how these work together. But keep in mind that TMDLs are basin plan amendments. They are the standards which permits then are written to meet. And so the way the MS4 permit in Los Angeles is structured, that TMDL deadlines are required to be met, final deadlines by the watershed management plans that the permittees develop. So the cascade from this is that they will be those deadlines, final deadlines for the TMDLs, will be expended 3 to 5 years, which means that they will have the opportunity to change their watershed management plans to extend those from 3 to 5 years. They will still have interim milestones that they must meet. Pretty clear in our presidential order from earlier that they were unsuccessful in the past in doing that. And so it's understandable that they're requesting more time than this. But it's all also wrapped up in deemed compliance during the time that they're implementing this. And so we're essentially saying that they can get 3 to 5 more years of deemed compliance to work through this process.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question, and I appreciate the presentation, Ms. Nye, where you had a list of factors that were considered, water quality status, length of the original schedule, et cetera. But one of the items you had in there was meaningful implementation. And I know that a couple of the commenters did raise that concern that, they felt that there has not been meaningful implementation. And I know that in my briefing with staff, this issue came up, and I'd just like to have a little discussion on this. And that is that with these watershed management plans, sort of this newer approach. And I know at this point it's not as new as it was when it was originally adopted in 2012. But there's a lot of front-loaded work that goes on in the development of these plans and projects. And so could you speak to this number that was provided by some of the commenters, 6% or 9% completion, and help to put that in context with some of the development and design work that has gone on? Is that included within that percentage of implementation, or is that work that has to be done that's really not considered in terms of actual implementation?
Well, the amount of implementation that's been completed, that's in the field, that's, you know, operational right now is low. Exactly as you know, we reflect in our staff report, and is actually brought to your attention by some of the commenters today. The one thing that these permittees do have is very extensive planning and modeling that supports that planning and that demonstrates how they're going to meet the final requirements. And so they're in a good position now to really start to act, as the city of, as Mark Lombos pointed out. They're kind of primed to act now because of the extensive planning and the modeling they did under the watershed management programs.
Great. So that, for me, that's important in considering this decision and whether or not it's balanced, striking that right balance between meeting water quality objectives and progress toward meeting those objectives and some of the challenges. So I just want to make sure that I'm not just making this up. So we've had quite a few years where we don't have a lot of progress, but hopefully if that development and the planning was done correctly, we should start to see things pick up in terms of that progress, correct?
And this is to all these extensions are just focused on wet weather, which is, as you know, way more challenging than dry weather. The dry weather situation is very different. So it's just for the wet weather compliance deadlines.
Okay. All right. Well, unless there are any other questions or comments, I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I can move, and I'll just reiterate, I am uncomfortable with you know, using the COVID pandemic to delay significantly implementation of water protection programs. And I feel like in this case, it's not just, I think the regional board has laid out a number of factors and reasons, and COVID-19 is, you know, a very real context that all of this is in, but I think that isn't the lone a reason here. And I also feel like it's, you know, a relatively short extension in a program where there's a lot of updated and increased requirements and accountabilities in annual reporting, which makes me feel, you know, more comfortable with it. So, you know, I am concerned, as we said in our order, and I think I've heard from everyone here that there's really hasn't been the implementation and concern about getting where we need to get, even with this extended timeline. And so I think just being clear that this approval doesn't mean that there's the expectation that that can be delayed indefinitely and just extended and extended. But that there really needs to, we really need to get compliant with our water quality standards. And so, you know, I defer certainly to the expertise of the regional board on the details of how to balance all of these things. And so I would move to adopt.
All right, do we have a second?
Yeah, I will second, and my caveat will just be that, you know, I concur with Board Member Firestone and Vice Chair Diadamo in your opinions on this. This gives me a lot of pause because we do have TMDLs around the state. You know, the Los Angeles region is a leader and is looked up to as a leader in the MS4 programs. You're progressive, you've accomplished so much. And some of that has come with growing pains, learning through this experience. And I can see that here. And we have this confluence of, you know, the additional rigor you've added to the MS4 program with your recent adoption, the significant updates that happened this past year or so in the enhanced watershed management plans and the watershed management plans, and everyone trying to play catch up with that. So I get that, and I do have some comfort with the additional reporting, the annual check-ins, all the reporting with the watershed management plans that come with these permits. So that's helpful. But what I don't want to do is set up an expectation that this is a rubber stamp situation, that any TMDL that comes in for any, sure, take 3 or 5 more years or take all the time you need to meet water quality standards. That's not where I want this program to go ultimately. But what I do want is careful thought of the factors that lay into that, and I think you've done that here. But perhaps as we go forward with other extension requests that may come down the pipe or other regions, just some more thought to what those factors are and how we can best articulate them. Whether it's a pandemic, whether it's other unforeseen disasters or circumstances that invariably will pop up, wildfires. There's a lot going on in our world these days, and so we can all expect that there's going to be more challenges ahead. So we should be thinking that way. So I'll leave it at that. And just to summarize, I do second the motion.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Townsend, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, the resolution is adopted. Thank you very much to all the participants from the regional board and the commenters. We appreciate your leadership and your participation. All right, well, moving right along so that we can get to dinner here. We've got item number 13, which is board member reports. Does anyone have a report that they'd like to provide?
I do not have anything to report this meeting.
Thank you. All right. Well, I don't either. And anyone else? Okay.
Sorry, I can just do quickly, I think. Can you hear me? Am I on mute? No.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. long day. So yeah, quickly, couple quick things. Let's see, I was part of a conversation through the American Planning Association on the 15th of this month on the infrastructure crisis, and just a huge turnout of planners across the state working on thinking about how the role of planners within infrastructure, water infrastructure, and also transportation and broadband and all sorts of things. So it was a really interesting group, and I was learned a lot from my co-panelists. And then I'm talking to the League of California Cities as part of a panel on drought and conservation with relevant to cities. So very much we'll be using a lot of what we heard here today. And then on the 29th, I'll be talking to the California Public Utilities Commission Low Income Oversight Board. So I think those are the only things I wanted to mention.
Great. Thanks for sharing. Okay. Did you have something, Board Member McGuire?
No, I was going to say nothing here.
Okay, and I'm just recalling that I should inform you all about the progress. I know Chair Esquivel mentioned this earlier when we were talking about drought planning, but Board Member Firestone and I had the pleasure to work with the San Joaquin Valley Partnership in an effort to develop an outreach plan for drought assistance for affected communities. And this was a quick turnaround, and it was just really amazing to see the partnership from the San Joaquin Valley, Fresno State, Self-Help Enterprises, Supervisor Silvera from Merced County, come together along with great assistance from our staff, OES and DWR, to put together a pretty effective outreach plan in short order. And so, and now they're working with representatives from all of the counties to see if they can just continue some of the discussions about lessons learned regarding permitting, just a shared information platform. And so I bring this up not just to say kudos to the San Joaquin Valley Partnership, but also that we now have a nice little regional template that's been developed. So for those of you that think that it might be helpful in other regions, I'd be happy to share it with you. So, and maybe just get some tidbits of information there and maybe pass it along to others that might be interested. I did share this at the most recent chairs meeting. Okay.
That's fantastic.
Now we'll
I would love to see that, Vice Chair.
Great. Okay.
When you get a chance. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Will do. Okay, now our last item for the day before we go into recess and come back tomorrow. Good evening, Executive Director Sobek, the Executive Director's report. Did you have anything that you wanted to call out?
I do not have anything to add to the written report, unless anybody has any questions.
Okay. Well, I know you've been really busy on some of the items we worked on earlier today, and you've kind of been in the background there, but I know you've been front and center in a lot of those discussions and meetings, and it's taken up a lot of time. So just thank you so much for all of your work on the drought planning. Okay, any questions of Ms. Sobek? All right, well, thank you all for an amazing day, getting through quite a bit here. Enjoy your evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning at, just making sure here that we're coming in at 9 o'clock. I just want to make sure.
That is correct.
Closing out. Yep. Okay, so we'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you and have a good night.